Welcome back, legends. This is Animemonster Pro. Today's story is, what if Harry Potter turned his back on magic after losing Sirius? Here's a quick glimpse. After losing Sirius, Harry Potter rejects the lies and manipulation of the wizarding world, walking away from magic and the life of a hero in search of truth and freedom. Before we dive in, if you enjoy powerful stories like this, make sure to subscribe to Animemonster Pro and share it with your friends. Let's start the story. Albus Dumbledore was worried, very worried. With the arrival of the Weasley twins informing him of the letters that his parents and Ronald had received, he had been trying desperately to locate either Harry or Ginny via magical means. He was astounded that the small instrument that was supposed to indicate where Harry was refused to register anything at all. He had no doubt as to the sincerity of Harry's declaration, because when he checked the blood wards on number 4 Privet Drive, they were non-existent. That told Albus that Harry had truly left and had no intention of ever returning there. It was magical confirmation that Harry no longer considered that location home. Dumbledore cursed himself again for underestimating Harry and what he was capable of. He could not conceive that Harry would have abandoned the wizarding world in the manner that he had. He knew that Harry was taking the loss of Sirius hard, but he had expected him to hunker down in his room and be extremely depressed, at least until he allowed Harry to spend the remainder of the summer at the Burrow, where the Weasleys would work their magic by loving and caring for him till it was time to return to Hogwarts. The plan had worked so well in the past, keeping Harry emotionally dependent on the only family that had ever shown him any type of love and acceptance since the death of his parents. What changed? Albus kept asking himself. Why did it fail this time? Finding no answer, he made ready to head to the Burrow, where everyone available was gathering to search for Harry and the now wayward Ginny as well. With one last sigh, he apparated to the Burrow and made his way to the house. There he found everyone waiting, some not so patiently, for his arrival. "Well, Albus," Kingsley asked as soon as he came through the door, "have you been able to get a location on either of them?" As soon as Kingsley had spoken, several others began to shout out questions, making a cacophony of sound that drowned out everything else. He raised his hands, asking for quiet, and after a few moments, he got it. "Please, one at a time, and I'll try to answer all your questions, but we need to hurry. Time is of the essence. The longer they are missing, the more likely that Voldemort and his supporters will track them down," he said loud enough for all to hear. A murmur went through the small crowd. "So you admit you have no idea where they are at?" asked Daedalus Diggle. Dumbledore sighed. "That is correct. For some reason I cannot seem to trace them by any magical means at my disposal," he replied, somewhat dejectedly. "How can that be?" Ron asked hotly, not believing that the great Albus Dumbledore could so easily be thwarted. "It seems that Harry or perhaps Ginny discovered some means of hiding their magical signature," Dumbledore replied. "Is that possible?" asked someone from the back. Remus stood. "I'm afraid so," he said softly. When Dumbledore eyed him questioningly, he continued, "Even back when I was at Hogwarts, there were those who knew how to get around virtually any type of tracing or tracking charm." "How do you know this?" Bill asked. "I was one of those that did so," Remus admitted. In the lull that followed his statement, Remus recalled a late-night conversation with Sirius, and he groaned out loud. "What is it, Remus?" Tonks asked, very concerned. "I think I just figured out how Harry was able to accomplish what he's done," he said lowly. "I need to speak to Albus and then check on something." "I'm coming with you," the Metamorphagus said to him determinedly. "Okay, let's get going." Remus worked his way through the crowd to Albus. "I think I know how he's done what he has, but I'll need to verify it," Remus said lowly to Dumbledore. Albus nodded. "Hurry, and see what you can find out. I'm going to send several teams of 2 out to start searching the major public places, Diagon Alley, Hogsmeade and the like." "It shouldn't take me long," Remus said. "I'm going along," Tonks said, just loud enough so Albus could hear. Shaking his head, Remus led Tonks out past the wards so that they could apparate away. While on the ferry from Dover to Calais, Harry borrowed several documents from a couple nearby, duplicated them and returned them all without the couple being aware of it. With Ginny as a lookout, he then made 10 copies of each of the passports and ID cards. Altered the photos to their picture and then made 10 different identities for each of them. Ginny was astounded and puzzled by his actions. "What are you doing, Harry?" she whispered to him once he was done. Harry smiled slyly. "I saw that on a Muggle spy show once. If need be we can be someone else. How do you expect me to keep who I am straight? Ginny asked, looking at all the different names Harry had chosen. Harry just smiled wider. Magic, of course, Ginny. When she looked at him bewildered, he said, I've put a charm on them. See, when we put the others away, he did so by putting them in a pocket in his pack, and then holding the passport or ID and say, remember me, you'll always remember which identity you are using. That really ingenious, Harry, Ginny said with a grin. She then leaned over and gave him a key. She sighed contentedly as she snuggled into Harry's side. I can't believe we're really on our way to Calais. It almost seems like a dream. Yeah, but it's a good dream, Harry said lowly, as he looked at the beautiful witch cuddled into his shoulder. The sun was streaming through the window and causing Ginny's hair to sparkle with 1,000 different highlights of red and orange. To Harry she was the most beautiful woman in the world, and though they were young, he felt that they were no longer children. Tom Riddle had seen to that. Harry vowed to make Ginny's life as happy as possible. He wanted to try and erase the horror that she had experienced her first year in the Chamber of Secrets. They had talked well into the night at the inn before they could fall asleep and exchanged much of their personal history. To Harry it was frightening how similar they were, the confrontation with Riddle, the nightmares, the constant fear, and the feeling that no one truly understood what they were going through, that was, till they had run away together. Ginny was too excited to remain sitting for long and they went up on the upper deck, standing at the front where the wind blew Ginny's hair almost straight out, but making it a fiery halo surrounding her face. Harry felt his heart swell as he watched Ginny enjoying everything they were doing, her eyes alive and dancing merrily as she watched the world pass by their ferry. Gulls circled overhead, begging for scraps from some of the other passengers, Ginny laughing as the gulls caught the food in midair when it was tossed. She had covered her ears and laughed when the ship's horn had sounded right above them as they neared the port of Calais. Harry just couldn't believe how alive she seemed, how happy, after how morose, tired, beaten down looking she had been the night that had left the burrow. That person seemed miles and ages away from the vivacious young woman he was with now, and it made him feel wonderful that he had taken part in doing it. Remus and Tonks arrived at the entrance to 12 Grimmauld Place and entered quietly. Not so much as to be sneaking in, as they didn't want to disturb the portrait of Walburga Black, Sirius' slightly insane mother. It was one of the things that had bugged Sirius the most, not being able to find a way to remove the horrid woman from the entrance hall. Remus had to steady Tonks, who came very close to tripping into the troll leg umbrella stand that was still in the hall. They quietly made their way by and proceeded up the stairs to Sirius' room. Remus had tried to convince him that he should move into the master suite as the current head of the house, but Sirius preferred to remain in his old room while letting Buckbeak inhabit the master bedroom. Remus hurried to the shelf that was near Sirius' bed and looked for a particular dark blue leather-bound book. It should have been there. He had seen it the night he and Sirius had a lengthy discussion about Harry. Sirius was interested in hearing about Harry from Remus, wanting to know every detail of the time he and Harry had spent together the year Remus had taught Dada. It was late, just about when they were breaking up to go to sleep, when Sirius had pulled the book off the shelf, leafed through it for several moments and said, I'm thinking of giving Harry our Marauder's notebook. Remus had been surprised. There was quite a lot of advanced stuff contained in that notebook. They had recorded almost everything they had learned and accomplished all the way up through their 7th year. Don't you think some of that stuff is a little advanced for him? Remus remembers asking. Sirius had smiled at him, and laughed. Remus, he has a job to do, and if he can learn something from any of this stuff, he said, indicating the notebook, then I want him to have it. Anything to increase his chances of survival. Remus had cautioned him to reconsider, and Sirius had said he'd give it serious thought, which caused Remus to groan at his old friend. Now staring at the empty space on the shelf, he knew Sirius had given Harry the book. What is it? Tonks asked. The answer Albus is looking for, Remus said sadly. What, where Harry has gone? Tonks asked, questioningly. No, on how he was able to manage to do it, Remus answered. Well, the Kneazle was among the pixies and there was nothing to be done about it but let Dumbledore know about the treasure trove of information that Harry had at his disposal. It was early evening when Mr. and Mrs. William Lewis checked into the Pacific Hotel in Calais. The clerk welcomed them warmly, noted that they were newlyweds and with a smile escorted them to their room. Harry had wanted to splurge on a suite for the night but Ginny had overruled him, saying, Look, Harry, we're only staying here one night and catching the train to Nice. It would be a waste of money to get a suite when we won't have a chance to use it. Harry saw she was right. Okay, I get your point, now see why I want you to handle the money. Ginny just smiled at him, gave him a suite key and said, don't worry, dear. I'll take good care of you. They walked around the town a little and found a nice little restaurant to eat dinner in. Ginny did allow Harry to splurge a little on a bottle of wine and they both enjoyed tasting something new. Dinner was very enjoyable and once the proprietor learned that they were on their honeymoon they were given a special dessert as a token to their new love. They had even stayed for a little while when music was played, taking the chance to dance a little. Hearing many of the older couples comment on how in love they looked and what a beautiful couple they were. It was a very elated, but slightly tired Harry and Ginny that made their way back to their hotel. Ginny dancing and twirling a little as she smiled and laughed with Harry as they walked. It was a very relaxed, happy couple, who made their way to their room and spent no time at all, disrobing, getting into bed where they made slow passionate love, relishing their freedom along with the undying love that they felt for one another. After letting Dumbledore know of their findings and suspicions concerning the probability of Sirius having given the Marauder's notebook to Harry. All in all Remus thought Albus took it rather well. He and Tonks then joined the teams doing sweeps of Diagon Alley. Remus tried not to think too much on the fact Tonks seemed bound and determined to be partnered with him whenever the opportunity arose. They were slightly surprised to see Weasley Wizard Wheezes open and running efficiently. They stopped into the store to find Fred behind the counter and George restocking the shelves. Hey guys, what are you doing here? Remus asked. We felt in the way at the Burrow and were going crazy just sitting around there so we decided to come here and at least keep busy. Ron said he'd contact us if anyone found out anything, Fred said, looking at the slightly odd couple before him. The slightly older, worn-looking, melancholy, Remus accompanied by the younger, very animated, bubblegum pink-haired, Tonks, were definitely a study in contrasts. Fred and George had discussed their observations concerning them, convinced that Tonks was totally smitten with the werewolf but that he was just as oblivious to her feelings. They had started a small pool to predict when they would realize that they belonged together. It was the first time Remus had been into their premises and he was very impressed, not only by the store itself, but with the variety and scope of their products along with what many were capable of. They were just leaving when they noticed Albus himself headed for Gringotts and from the look on his face he didn't seem very happy. Maybe we'd better go see what has Albus in such a state, Remus said, as they hurried to catch up with him. They were right behind him as he stormed into the Wizarding Bank. Albus then made his way directly towards the head teller's desk at the far end of the room. Tonks noticed that the goblin seated there glanced up at the charging Dumbledore and frowned. Dumbledore was no sooner before the goblin when he said forcefully, I need to see Ragnarok immediately. I am very sorry but the director is not available at this time, can I be of service to you? The goblin said, evenly. No, I'm sorry, but I must insist on speaking to Ragnarok, Dumbledore insisted. Tonks looked at Remus, wide-eyed, tell me he didn't just do that, she whispered. Remus gave a low groan, I wish I could, he replied. I'm sorry, the goblin said once more, though now his voice had a decidedly unfriendly tone to it, the director is unavailable, if no one else will suffice, then you'll have to return tomorrow. Please Albus, Remus said under his breath, don't force the issue. It proved to be a pointless wish and before he or Tonks could intervene, Albus drew himself up to his full height and said, let me talk to your superior and maybe he'll listen to reason, since you will not cooperate. Tonks and Remus saw the instant change in the goblin. Albus might as well have told the goblin he was just a flunky and to let him see someone important. Tonks put her hand on her wand inside of her robe and was praying that it didn't come to the exchanging of spells, because they were severally outnumbered and inside the goblin's stronghold. Sir, the goblin said tersely, Ragnarok is my only superior and I have informed you that he is not available. I suggest you leave now and return at a different time. It looked like Albus was going to say something, but Tonks thought quickly and cast a silencing charm on the angry headmaster. When he realized he wasn't being heard, he glared at the goblins that had converged on the scene of the verbal altercation. Remus and Tonks rushed forward and each grabbed an arm, and hauled the unsuspecting wizard unceremoniously away. Remus and Tonks felt every eye track their departure from the bank. Once outside they released the angry headmaster. What is the meaning of this? He said hotly. Albus, I'm sure you just set back goblin-human relations several centuries, Remus said worriedly. Nonsense, I'm sure it was just a little misunderstanding, that will be corrected, as soon as I can get in to speak with Ragnarok. Good luck with that, Tonks said under her breath. What's that, my dear? Albus asked innocently. Nothing at all, said Tonks, wondering what Dumbledore could have been thinking acting like that with the goblins. What were you trying to accomplish anyway? Remus asked. If Harry has truly left the wizarding world, then he is going to need access to his account to have funds available. It is a way for us to track him down, Albus said. Maybe, but I think you have just alienated the only ones that could possibly have helped us with that, Remus said sadly. Albus looked thoughtful. Perhaps I was a bit less than circumspect in my handling of that situation. No matter, finding Harry still needs to be our top priority. I'll leave smoothing things over with the goblins till later. Any sign of him anywhere else here in Diagon Alley? Has anyone checked at the leaky cauldron? Albus said, hardly paying attention to the others. Tonks shook her head. I thought you said he indicated he was leaving the wizarding world. Why on earth would he be at the leaky cauldron? We must leave no stone unturned. He may have been trying to misdirect us, Albus said, his eyes shifting as he ran through other possibilities in his head. Tonks and Remus locked eyes. To them it seemed Albus Dumbledore was losing it, and they were pretty certain that he'd come to rue the day he had insulted the goblins. Ginny awoke feeling more rested and relaxed than any time since her first year at Hogwarts and her ordeal fighting Voldemort and surviving the Chamber of Secrets. She hadn't moved as of yet, just relishing laying snuggled with Harry, feeling so warm and safe. Harry's arm was around her and resting on the center of her bare back, and she shivered slightly, loving the feel of him on her skin. As far as she was concerned, she would never need a nightgown ever again. Sleeping nude in Harry's loving embrace was how she expected to sleep from now on. She sighed contently, listening to Harry's heartbeat and feeling the slow rise and fall of his chest. It gave her such a feeling of being safe and secure, and being totally contented with where she was and how she felt her life was going. It seemed like a dream that she was living her childhood fantasy of being married to Harry Potter, and she realized it far exceeded anything she had imagined. Ginny became aware of a subtle change in Harry's breathing, and when he moved a little she realized he was waking up. She smiled and began to gently run her hand across his chest, letting it trail down onto his side and down to his waist, where she began to tickle him lightly. Harry's hand shot to hers in an instant, where he grabbed her by the wrist. Hey! You're asking for it, Mrs. Potter, he said playfully. Oh yeah? Ginny asked, with a giggle as she rolled her head and gently nipped his nipple. Ginny gave a little screech as Harry rolled her over on her back, pinning her to the bed, his face right in front of hers. Yeah, he said huskily, with a smile. He then leaned in and gave her a key, all the while keeping a hold of her wrists. When Ginny tried to deepen the key, he pulled away, causing her to groan at the loss. Harry then dipped his head to the side and beaked at her neck, in the hollow below her ear, one of the spots he had discovered that drove Ginny wild. Ginny inhaled sharply as she felt Harry's attention to her neck, but she groaned again in frustration as he quickly abandoned the spot. Harry, she beeped lustfully. What? He asked, smugly, as he trailed a few keys down around her neck until he reached the same spot on the other side of her neck. Please, she beeped. Please what? He asked playfully, while working his way down onto her chest. Ginny felt herself getting very wet, wanting nothing more than Harry to take her and make love to her again. Please stop teasing me, she pleaded, softly. You mean like this? He asked as he nipped her left nipple. Ginny groaned deeper, thrusting her chest up, trying to keep in contact with Harry's hot mouth. Yes, she complained, please. Or how about like this, he whispered as he beeped hard on her right nipple, causing Ginny to beep again. Oh, yes, Harry. Please don't tease me so, she begged, feeling her center ache as she became more aroused. With Harry laying on her chest and his holding her arms above her head, Ginny fought back with the only weapon left to her. Ginny spread her legs, allowing Harry's hard member to come in contact with her boiling slit. She wrapped her legs around his and ground herself against him, eliciting a deep growl from him. Oh Godric, Ginny, he said as he felt her hot wetness coat him, spreading fire where she was in contact with him. Ginny would have gloated if it hadn't felt just as amazing to her, the sensation of his hardness rubbing up and down the outside of her slit, taking her to another level of pleasure. Harry felt Ginny's nether lip separate, allowing him to lay half enveloped by her burning flesh. He was delirious with the feelings she was causing, and he found himself drawing back far enough so that the head of his manhood dipped into her widening opening. Slowly he thrust forward and groaned as he felt her hot wetness envelope him completely. Ginny thrust up to meet Harry's advancing manhood, loving the full filling it was causing her, stretching her out to her maximum without causing any pain. She found it pure heavenly bliss as Harry thrust in as deep as possible, and she knew she couldn't have taken another millimeter. "Oh, yes, Harry," she whispered huskily, till Harry's mouth found hers and silenced her as he keyed her fiercely. For the moment, Harry kept her arms pinned above her head, and she felt strangely elated that he was dominating her, not in any commanding way, but she knew she was his and she would do anything that he wanted of her because she loved him, and just as importantly, he loved her. With mounting passion, they drove each other to greater and great heights of pleasure, until Ginny was delirious with the intensity of it. Just as she felt the dam break within her, Harry released her arms and Ginny wrapped them around Harry's neck, pulling him tightly to her as her orgasm ripped through her body. Harry couldn't believe the sensations he was feeling from Ginny. He could feel every spasm of her center as she approached her climax, and it made his body hurry to join her. Harry released Ginny's arms and wrapped his around her, crushing her to him as he emptied himself deep into her, letting their essences mix as thoroughly as he felt their souls were becoming. Ginny was now the center of his universe, and nothing would ever change that. As he came down off the pinnacle that Ginny had taken him to, he rolled to the side, Ginny clinging to him, not allowing their bodies to separate, keeping one leg hooked behind his to keep him firmly seated inside of her. He felt her shudder several times with little aftershock orgasms, and she took a couple of ragged breaths. "Sweet Merlin, Ginny, that's a really intense way to wake up." Was all Ginny could manage at the moment, smiling like a Kneazle who had caught a pixie. When her pounding heart had returned to normal and she had recovered her breath, she rolled her head up slightly and tenderly keyed Harry. They lay together for a while, just basking in the afterglow of their love-making, cuddling, caressing and keying each other softly and gently. Both vowing silently to themselves that they'd never allow anyone or anything to come between them, and Godric help anyone who tried. As much as he didn't want to, Harry glanced at the clock. "Ginny, my love," he whispered. "What, Harry?" she replied. "As much as I'd love to stay here with you in this bed forever, we need to get up if we're going to make our train," he said softly. Ginny gave him a quick hug and rolled off of him, keenly feeling the loss as he slipped out of her. "We can save a little time if we shower together," she said saucily. Harry raised an eyebrow at her and chuckled. "You sure about that?" "If you behave yourself, then yes we can," she said with a smile, as she sat up on the edge of the bed. Harry rolled over and sat up behind her, giving her a quick key on the shoulder. "I'll behave if you do," he said playfully. Ginny turned her head towards him and smiling she gave him a key in return. "Trust me, if we didn't have a train to catch, that definitely could be a problem, but I want to get away from being so close to England. I'll just feel better when we're farther away." Harry nodded in understanding, though he was certain that they had gotten away cleanly. The further away they were was fine with him. They got up and showered quickly, and though they did clutch and grope one another a little, it was more of a promise of what was to come later, than an attempt to continue that morning's activities. Ginny picked out a very nice outfit from the things they had bought the previous day, choosing a very nice skirt of light blue along with a pretty cable knit jumper. Harry was surprised when she didn't put on a bra, not that she really needed one. Her pert beeps that were still growing were nice firm mounds of delectable, creamy flesh, sprinkled with freckles and pale peach-colored nipples. Ginny smiled saucily at him when she noticed him watching her. She went over and tenderly keyed him, rubbing her chest lightly against him. "I want you to think about them all the way to Nice, how the slightly rough texture of my jumper is going to keep my nipples sensitive and hard for you." Harry's eyes widened slightly as Ginny was talking to him. He could feel her nipples through her jumper, against the thin shirt he was wearing. He felt himself harden partially, and he knew this was going to be an interesting train trip to the south coast of France. They picked up a couple of chocolate croissants apiece on their way to the train station, and within a short time they were at the getting on the train for their trip to Calais. It was a weary group of searchers that assembled at the borough early in the morning. They had searched countless hours in an ever-increasing radius from the Weasley residence, the last known location of the missing pair. Remus was sitting at the kitchen table, nursing a steaming cup of tea, not even seeming to notice the younger pink-haired witch who had her head on his shoulder, looking like she was sound asleep. Hermione was trying valiantly to cook breakfast but was clearly out of her element. Molly having not been seen since the previous afternoon when she had gone up to hers and Arthur's bedroom. Bill and Fleur arrived both looking extremely tired, though in reality, Bill looked 10 times worse than Fleur. He appeared to not have slept at all and was moving on pure instinct. Fleur went and immediately began to help Hermione, or in reality, take over making breakfast, though Hermione did remain an assist. Bill glanced into the parlor and saw several bodies strewn over the various pieces of furniture, order members catching some much-needed sleep. Arthur was sitting at the head of the table, looking quite forlorn, but with a sense of resignation, like he knew their search was going to be fruitless. Ron was sitting next to him. He looked the most awake, not having taken part in the actual search. Bill sat down heavily on the other side of his father. The goblins are really angry with Dumbledore. If he expected any assistance he can forget about it for any time in the near future, if at all, he said lowly to his dad. Arthur just sighed and rolled his eyes. Yeah, that sounds like Albus, he said disgustingly. How he ever became the head mugwump and chief wizard of the Wizengamot I'll never understand. He could be as smooth as the next wizard when he was younger, but I think he's lost it of late, Remus said, sipping his tea. Thinks he knows best now, Bill said sadly. It's a shame really, we could accomplish so much more if we could get better cooperation. So where is there left to look? Remus asked. I don't think anyone's been to Godric's Hollow yet, Bill said, though why Harry would go there, I'm not sure. I agree, Bill, Remus said softly. I'd think it'd be too painful, especially with the recent loss of Sirius. The problem is they could be anywhere. Ron said, hotly. Harry knows about living among the Muggles. Sure, his relatives didn't treat him well, but there are a million other places he could go to. Bill nodded in agreement. I know, Ron, and that's going to make it harder to track them down, but I'd think a 14 and 15-year-old couple would have a pretty hard time of it. Muggles aren't known of accommodating underage couples. Yes, that may be true, but with the notebook that Sirius passed on to Harry, he could make them appear older than their real ages, Remus said ruefully. Just how much information is in that notebook? Bill asked. Remus sighed. I don't think you really want to know the answer to that question, it will just depress you more than you already are. Bill sighed. That bad, huh? Worse than that, you need to remember 3 of the most gifted students at Hogwarts at that time compiled that book, 4 if you include what Lily contributed the last year. How comprehensive is the information? Bill asked, not sure he really wanted to know, but realizing that they needed information bad. Remus sighed again and looked directly at Bill. There were charms, and spells galore, everything from disillusionment to healing to ward breaking. Defensive spells, offensive spells, most of our own discovery. We had figured out how to remove the trace, make ourselves unplottable. Notice me, not charms, confounding spells, you name it, one of us discovered a way to do it. Not to mention the stuff on becoming an animagus. Bill's eyes widened in shock. It was like the Marauders had put together a crash course in magic, and not just any magic, useful magic, magic of just the type someone needed to go underground and not be found if they didn't want to be. By then Fleur and Hermione had breakfast ready and placed the platters on the table, allowing everyone to serve themselves. Fleur looked at Arthur. Should I be taking something up to Molly? She asked quietly. Arthur looked at her sadly. You can try, but I'm not sure she'll eat anything, he said softly. Fleur nodded and began to put together a tray to take up to Molly. Maybe I can get, or to at least drink some tea, she said to no one in particular. Arthur nodded his head, hoping that Fleur was right. He was very worried with how Molly was taking Ginny's disappearance. She had hardly spoken a word since reading the note from their daughter. He watched Fleur go up the stairs, heard her knock softly on their bedroom door, and he was encouraged a little when after a moment, she opened the door, entered and closed the door after herself. Maybe she would be able to reach Molly where he had failed so far. Arthur then let his mind go back to the information that he had been garnering from those who had returned yesterday, and he was very disturbed by what he was piecing together, that along with what Bill had reported about the goblins made him very uneasy. Just how much was Albus keeping from them concerning Harry? The more questions that had been asked, the more he seemed to skate around giving straight answers. Last night he had sat down with Ron and Hermione, well more Hermione than Ron, he had only come in towards the end, and angrily railed against his supposed best mate. He had questioned Hermione closely about Harry's growing up at the Dursleys and why he seemed so reluctant to return there every year. He and Molly had never gotten a clear answer from him, and looking back it seemed now that he was ashamed to talk about it. He had always been vague and nonchalant about his answers, ducking and dodging whenever he had been asked. Arthur could kick himself, but then hindsight was always so much clearer than in the moment. He was sure that Harry had been abused, and if he was right, Albus had been aware of that fact. He looked at Bill. "William, I'd like your help out in the shed for a moment," he said offhandedly. Bill looked at his father, making sure to school his features, not to give anything away. His dad's use of his given name was a sure indication that he wanted to have more than just a casual talk with him. "Sure, Dad. I'll see you out there in a minute, I want to use the loo first." Arthur rose and headed outside. He knew he could count on his eldest son to be circumspect about coming out. He also hoped that Charlie would arrive soon. He had sent word that he'd be leaving Romania this morning and get there as soon as he could. It was times like these when the Weasleys would pull together and do what needed to be done, and if Albus Dumbledore didn't like it, well, too bad. Harry and Ginny caught the 7:32 train from Calais. They had a trip of just under an hour and 45 minutes on the first leg of their journey to Paris, where they would switch trains for the one to Nice. The first part of the trip was through mostly open country, and the low-hanging morning fog made the landscape seem mysterious and vague. It was close to 8:30 before the sun burned off the fog, and they had great views of the countryside they were traveling through. The train arrived on time in Paris, and they had about an hour and 40 minutes before their connecting train left for Nice. They strolled out of the station and found a little bistro nearby to have a mid-morning snack. Thought the croissants had been delicious. They both were used to a much fuller breakfast. It was while sitting there that an older couple came in and sat down nearby. Harry and Ginny noticed them looking at them and having quite an animated discussion. They were just far enough away and speaking lowly enough that they couldn't hear what was being said. Though the couple seemed to be having a disagreement, it was obviously a genial one, as they were both smiling and laughing. Harry and Ginny had gone back to concentrating on their meal when they heard, "Excuse us, may we ask you a question?" Harry and Ginny looked up, and it was the couple from across the bistro. They were smiling at them and seemed quite friendly. "Not at all," Ginny said, smiling back at them. "My husband and I were having a discussion about you two. Nothing bad, I assure you. See, I said you two are newlyweds and he says you're not, and since the cost of the meal lies in balance I insisted we come over and ask. I hope you don't mind." The woman said genially. Ginny laughed. "Men. What did they know of love? Yes, we are newlyweds and are on our way to Nice for our honeymoon." "Ah, I knew it. So dear, you owe me lunch," the woman said triumphantly. The man just laughed and said, "Yes dear, like I wasn't going to pay for it anyway." The woman turned back to Harry and Ginny. "By the way, I'm Noelle Peters and this is my husband James." "It's nice to meet you. This is my husband William and I'm Catherine Lewis," Ginny said, giving the names they were currently using. "Why don't you join us?" The Peterses sat down. "I'm surprised you two aren't honeymooning here in Paris," Noelle said with a laugh. James laughed. "I'm not. As young as they are heading to the Mediterranean for the sun and water, aren't you?" Ginny laughed. "Well, we are heading to the Mediterranean. But I'm not sure how much time we'll be spending on the beach," Harry said with a blazing look at Ginny. Ginny blushed prettily but smiled just the same. "William," she chastised him. The Peterses laughed. "Don't be embarrassed dear, if I looked like you did and had a husband like yours, I doubt I'd see much of the beach myself," Noelle said. "Hey, what am I, chopped liver?" James said, jokingly. "No, dear, you're not," Noelle said softly to her husband. "How long are you two going to be in Nice?" "Well, we're not actually staying in Nice, but in a small town nearby that has a nice quiet inn," Ginny said, looking lovingly at Harry. "Yeah, we wanted some place away from the normal touristy spots," Harry added. "We'll be there for a week. What are your plans after that, if you don't mind my asking?" Noelle said. "Actually, we don't really have any right at the moment, we're kind of playing it by ear, so to speak," Ginny said. "Well, you must come back and spend some time here in Paris," Noelle exclaimed. "Yes, you really should," added James. Ginny looked at Harry questioningly, and he shrugged in reply. "I don't know," said Ginny, "isn't it rather expensive to stay here in Paris?" If you don't have some place to stay, but we have an apartment here in Paris because of James's business, we spend 1 or 2 weeks here a month. We have plenty of room and we could show you the sights without it costing you an arm and a leg. Ginny looked expectantly at Harry, her eyes silently pleading with him. Okay, he said, giving into Ginny's puppy dog eyes. We'll take you up on that offer. Thank you, Ginny said, warmly. When else are we going to see Paris with someone to show us around? James took a card out of his pocket and handed it to Ginny. Just give us a call when you get back here to Paris, we live nearby and can be here in a jiffy to pick you up. Thank you so much, Ginny said enthusiastically. It's our pleasure, Noelle said, smiling. It's nice to see a young couple so much in love, it reminds me of James and me on our honeymoon. Harry looked up at the clock. Well, I hate to break this up, but we do have a train to catch. James and Noelle stood up. We'll see you in a week then, James said, shaking Harry's hand. Yes, and have fun you too, and try to get a little sun while you're there, Noelle said, giving Ginny a hug. Ginny gave a giggle. We'll try, but I don't promise anything. Noelle and James laughed when Harry blushed a little and they said their final goodbyes. They all left at the same time, James and Noelle heading off down the street and Harry and Ginny towards the train station where they were to catch their train to Nice. After they got situated on the train, Ginny snuggled into Harry's side and she said, You don't think it's odd wanting to come back here and meet 2 people we don't even know? Harry shrugged. Maybe a little, Ginny, but one thing I've learned is that sometimes things happen for a reason. They seemed like a very nice couple and I did cast a revealing spell on them. If they had any ill intent it would have warned me. Ginny looked at Harry shrewdly. You really have to let me read that book, she said with a grin. I'll let you read it while we're resting this week, Harry said with a grin. Well, that won't give me much time, Ginny teased. Harry leaned in and gave Ginny a key. You are so bad, Ginevra Potter, he whispered in her ear. And you love me for it, she replied, keying him back. Harry hugged her tightly and she sighed contentedly as she laid her head back on Harry's shoulder and they looked out the window of the train, watching the French countryside whisk by. Bill joined his father in the shed. What's up, Dad? He asked. Is there any chance that the goblins would tell you what Albus obviously wanted to find out from them? Arthur asked lowly. Bill frowned. I'm not sure, Dad, but I kind of doubt it, especially now that Albus insulted them. They might figure I would pass the information on to him. There's no hope of convincing them otherwise. Arthur asked. Again, I'm not sure, Dad. A lot will depend on how things play out. If I give them some time, who knows, but right now, I don't think so, Bill said ruefully. Why he couldn't have come to me and asked me to try and find out is beyond me. If he had, I think we might have been able to work something out, but now. Quote, for all of Albus, great planning, he sure doesn't seem to have thought a lot of this out, Arthur said sadly. Would telling them Ginny is your sister and with him make any difference? Arthur asked, clutching at straws. Not that I know of, Dad. She isn't listed as an account holder and that's basically what the goblins would be worried about. They are very tight about letting any information out about any of their clients, and since Ginny has no standing with them, I don't see it changing their point of view. It was worth asking, Arthur said sadly. Did Fleur have any luck with your mother? He added. She hadn't come back out before I came out here. That may be a good sign, but who knows? At least she wasn't thrown out, Bill sighed. I tried to warn your mother, but she wouldn't listen to me. You know how she gets sometimes, Arthur said ruefully. Yeah, and Ginny can be just as pig-headed as Mum, Bill said lowly. Arthur looked at Bill intently for a few moments. The thing is, Bill, in some ways I'm proud of Ginny for what she did. She wouldn't kowtow to Molly. She stood up for what she believed in, and though I may not agree with her decision or the way she went about it, I know she was acting in the manner we raised her to act. To be her own person, to not let someone else dictate what she should do. When Bill looked surprised, Arthur added, and if you ever breath a word of what I just said, I'll deny it to my dying day. Bill gave a low chuckle. I hear you, Dad, and for the record, well, at least between you and me, I agree. Bill, do you know anything about abused children? Arthur asked carefully. Bill raised an eyebrow. I take it that isn't an idle question. No, it isn't. I'm convinced that Harry's so-called relatives abused him while he was growing up. Just how much of it was physical along with the mental abuse, I'm not sure. But I do know it makes them very secretive, and unwilling to share, feeling ashamed about what they've been through, Arthur said lowly. You don't think Harry would hurt Ginny, do you? Bill asked. No, I don't. Harry seems to have found a refuge in Ginny, if I'm not mistaken. I saw it developing whenever he visited here, Arthur said with a wan smile. And I'm pretty sure Harry wasn't even aware of it for the most part, though this last year from what Hermione has said, Harry was definitely noticing Ginny more and more. So you think Harry will take good care of her? Bill asked. I think he'd give his life for her, Arthur said. I certainly hope it doesn't come to that, Bill said, truthfully. So do I, Bill, so do I. Arthur then hugged his son tightly. Well, let's go see what's going on, he said as he led Bill out of the shed. Harry and Ginny disembarked from the train at 4:36, only 10 minutes later than the scheduled arrival. From what they heard, that was pretty good compared to some trips. As they exited the station, they saw a small van with the name of the inn they were staying at on its side with a slightly bored, older-looking gentleman leaning against it. Hello, he said genially, I take it you're the couple I'm here to pick up. Yes, this is my wife, Catherine, and I'm William, but you can call me Bill, Harry said. My name is Alfred and you can call me Al, the driver said, taking Harry's and Ginny's packs and placing them in the back. Traveling light, I see. Much more sensible than most. I've had people arrive here with 3 or 4 bags apiece. I can't believe they can wear everything they bring. I expected someone French to pick us up, Ginny said, in surprise. You'd be surprised how many places hire English drivers to pick people up here. Most of the clientele is English, the French seem to stay elsewhere or come off season. Gives me something to do, earn a little money and spend the summer here on the Riviera. Al ushered them into the van and got in and began to drive. He smiled at them in the mirror. Newlyweds, I see, he said with a smile. What is it, written on our foreheads or something? Ginny said with a laugh. No, but you give off such a aura of love, and the way you look at each other, it's so obvious, Al said with a smile. You remind me of me and my missus, way back when. Does your wife accompany you while you work here? Ginny asked. No, my Betsy passed away 5 years ago, bless her heart, Al said, with a small smile. I'm so sorry to hear that, Ginny said, sadly. Thank you, but I've dealt with it and gotten on with my life, and while I'll never be able to replace her in my heart, I can't live in the past, said Al, philosophically. Now enough of maudlin subjects, you're here on your honeymoon, so enjoy your stay, enjoy the weather and most of all love one another. Ginny snuggled back into Harry's embrace, and he gave her a key, eliciting a, that's more like it, from Al. Ginny couldn't help but giggle and Harry hugged her tighter to his side, and before they knew it, they were pulling up to their home for the next week. It was a lovely little inn, ivy-covered and looking like it had been there for hundreds of years. Go right on in, they'll have some pastries and champagne for you as a welcome. I'll get your bags up to your room so you don't have to worry about a thing, Al said as she opened the door for them. Harry and Ginny got out and stretched. They'd been sitting most of the day traveling and they were glad to finally be at some place that they were going to be able to relax and just spend some time together away from the world, a place where they could grow in their love for each other while hiding in plain sight, as it were. Lord Voldemort was worried, something he wasn't accustomed to and definitely not something he would ever admit to his followers. His spies and informants had informed him of a flurry of activity by the Order of the Phoenix members, but they couldn't tell him why. He had summoned Snape but was disappointed because he didn't know what was happening, as he had not been summoned to Order headquarters with the others. Though a bit troubling, it in itself was not that unusual as his role was as Dumbledore's supposed spy. The only thing he knew for certain was that the increased activity by the Order was not directed against him or his followers, as there had been no reports of any of his members being followed or watched. What can they be up to? Voldemort said vehemently. He scanned the people assembled before him in the dining hall of Malfoy Manor. All were looking very uneasy, looking anywhere but at him, not wishing to make eye contact, lest they be singled out. Bellatrix, he called out harshly, I am giving you the task of freeing those who were captured in the disastrous attempt to recover the prophecy from the Department of Mysteries. Do not fail me. Yes, my lord. I'll see to it at once, Bellatrix said contritely, still feeling the effects of the Cruciatus curses that she had been subjected to for her part in the botched raid. Leave me, he said menacingly. The Death Eaters assembled around the table hurried to leave the Dark Lord's presence, fearful that they too would feel his wrath. Harry and Ginny awoke to the soft sounds of birds singing outside their window. There was a gentle breeze blowing and the morning promised to blossom into a wonderful summer day. Sometime while sleeping, Ginny had rolled over and was now laying on her back, the sheet bunched down at her waist. Harry eyed her soft wonderful beeps and her pert peach-colored nipples. It must have been due to the cool morning temperature that her nipples were semi-erect, sticking up slightly like delectable little fruits waiting to be nibbled upon. Harry smiled and carefully turned onto his side so that he could reach Ginny's closest nipple. He gingerly stuck out his tongue and lightly licked the protruding nipple. He was rewarded by it hardening further and a change in Ginny's breathing. She still wasn't awake yet and Harry kept up his stimulation of Ginny's nipples. He switched to the other and gave it similar treatment, lightly running his tongue over it. Ginny began to squirm a little on the bed and she beeped lowly. Harry watched as her eyelids fluttered open and she groaned louder. "Mum, Harry," she beeped. Now that she was awake, Harry began to attack her with a bit more aggressively, beeping harder on her nipples and snaking a hand down across her stomach to her center. Ginny arched her back and thrust her hips forward, increasing the pressure that Harry was applying to her nub. Harry saw Ginny's eyes roll back into her head and she groaned out loudly. She reached out and ran her hands through Harry's hair, forcing more of her beep into his hot wet mouth. Ginny's mind was in overload. Being woken up by Harry stimulating her while she had been asleep totally blew her mind. She went from a very dream to a reality to had every nerve ending in her body feeling as if they were on fire. She felt her slit open wide and she was dripping wet with her desire. She was delirious with the ecstasy that she was feeling. Harry had slipped a finger inside of her, adding to the sensations she was feeling. The rapture that was building had her mind solely focused on where he was touching her. Electric-like shocks were flashing back and forth from her beeps to her groin and back again, and she was breathing in get-heaving gasps. Higher and higher she felt herself spiral until she felt her release hit her unexpectedly. Her body spasmed as her orgasm ripped through her, granting her temporary relief, but as Harry kept up his assault on her, she immediately began to spiral up again. Ginny's body now was moving of its own accord, twisting and writhing as she succumbed to Harry's onslaught. She was now experiencing a series of almost continuous orgasms, driving her to the edge of consciousness. Ginny's body was racked by one last giant spasm, her body arching, and it seemed that every muscle in her body was involved, and her last conscious thought was if this was what it felt like to die, then she welcomed it. Harry felt Ginny writhing under his continued assault, her gyrations becoming more and more wild until she tensed almost rigid and then collapsed back onto the bed, breathing hard and seemingly unconscious. Slowly Ginny became aware of her surroundings. She turned her head, too spent at the moment to even lift it. "Sweet Merlin, Harry, that sure is some way to wake up. At first I didn't know if I was dreaming or not." Harry lay back beside Ginny, and gave her a tender key. "Was that a great way to start out honeymoon here on the Riviera?" "Harry, that's a great way to start any day as far as I'm concerned," Ginny said with a contented smile on her face, though her look was clouded with desire. After a few minutes, Ginny rolled on top of Harry and keyed him with fiery passion, causing him to groan. "Ginny," he said in throaty passion. She keyed down along his jawline and around on his neck and back up to his other ear, running her tongue around that outside before gently nipping his earlobe. She then slid her body down a little till her hot dripping was over Harry's erect member. Sitting up she rubbed up and down on it, grinding in with her hips, driving Harry wild. Harry reached up and took hold of Ginny's beeps, cupping them in his hands while gently pinching her nipples. Ginny gave him a look of pure lust and threw her head back as she seated herself, with one swift motion, on Harry's rampant manhood. Harry took in the amazing sight of Ginny, her hair flying around her head as she rode up and down on him feverishly, her face aglow in the ecstasy she was feeling. Harry had never seen anything so pure and natural as Ginny's enjoyment of their love-making. Harry felt the pressure building in him and he growled out his approval. Ginny brought her head forward and locked eyes with him, and though they were heavily lidded, they burned with an inner fire. Harry's eyes matched Ginny's, an emerald fire of his lust for his beloved wife, the woman who had in such a short time become the center of his universe. Ginny suddenly threw her head back and cried out, before falling forward onto Harry's chest. Harry felt Ginny's slit spasm and clutch his throbbing member, gripping him tightly in her hot velvety sheath, drawing forth his essence, filling her with his hot offering. They lay there entwined, Ginny still firmly seated on Harry, but they were both thoroughly spent from their exertions, their bodies were slick with their sweat and Harry pulled the duvet up over their cooling bodies. Ginny snuggled into Harry's chest, laying with her head up by his shoulder, in a near stupor, a Cheshire cat-like smile on her face, which was one of utter satisfaction. After several moments, she whispered, "That was truly awe-inspiring, my love. I've never felt anything so intense in my life. I can't believe we've only been married for a few days and we're so in love. When I said I wanted to come, it was because I wanted to get away from my parents and the life they were trying to force me to live. I never expected to love you so deeply and completely. I sure didn't expect it either, Ginny. I knew I had feelings for you but never got a chance to express them to you. For the last couple of years you've had boyfriends and I thought I'd missed my opportunity to be with you," Harry said softly. Ginny just stared at him for a moment. "I've had feeling for you in one form or another since I was 2 or 3, whenever my family started to read me the story of the boy who lived. All during my childhood, I knew that someday I'd meet you and fall in love with you," Ginny said, blushing prettily. Harry opened his mouth to speak but Ginny silenced him with her finger. "Then Harry, you know what happened?" she asked with a smile. Since Ginny's finger remained on his lips, Harry gently shook his head. "Well, I met this totally amazing boy. He was so shy and polite, asking how to get onto platform 9 3/4. Even though I didn't know your name at the time, I was sure it was you. No one else has your eyes, Harry. They are such a brilliant shade of green, that I knew it just had to be you." Ginny then gave a low laugh, "And the most amazing thing was, Harry, it was that boy I fell in love with, not the boy who lived. That sweet, unassuming, polite boy, who also happened to be devastatingly cute, I might add." Ginny sighed, but it was a happy, contented sigh. "Then my brothers came back and told me that boy was none other than Harry Potter and I knew right then and there that my dreams would come true." She then looked at Harry and laughed, "Though there were times when I wanted to hex you. I didn't think you were ever going to notice me. I was noticing you for the last year or so, especially after the trip to the ministry," Harry said softly. "Well, I was pretty sure you were noticing me before that. I caught you staring at me a bunch of times in the common room and I started to believe that things were finally going my way," Ginny said with a small smile. Ginny's face fell and she looked very angry and hurt. "Then my mother told me of my obligations, and took away my wand," she said, suddenly looking far away. Then her face then brightened again. "But just like in my first year when you rescued me from certain death, you showed up and rescued me again." Ginny tenderly keyed Harry, "Though to me you are just Harry, you're still my hero, not of the wizarding world, but mine, my very own, just Harry, Ginny's hero." She then hugged herself to Harry and she sniffled, fighting back the tears that were suddenly in her eyes. Harry hugged her tight, and keyed the side of her head where he could reach at the moment. "I'll always be here for you, Ginny. You are my other half, my heart. Without you I don't think I could go on. With you life is worth living." Ginny gave Harry a tight squeeze, hugging him hard for a moment. She smiled at him and said, "Let's go shower and have breakfast. I'm starved," she said happily. "Doesn't surprise me," Harry began. Ginny eyed him, with a stern look on her face. "You'd better not be going to say it's because I'm a Weasley." Harry looked shocked. No dear, I was going to say because we really burned off some calories this morning and if we want to keep indulging, we're going to need our strength," he said uncertainly, looking questioningly at Ginny. Ginny blushed and looked horrified. "I'm so sorry, Harry. It's just that I've been hearing about the famed Weasley appetite for so long, I just assumed." "That's okay, my love, I'm not going to worry about something like that. Why let a little misunderstanding spoil what has been a fantastic morning so far," Harry said with a grin. Ginny smiled back at him. "You're right, of course." She gave him a quick key and rolled off of him, frowning a little at the feeling of loss she felt when Harry slipped out of her. As she sat on the edge of the bed, she rolled her shoulders and neck. "Godric, I feel like I've just played in a 6-hour Quidditch game." Harry rolled and sat beside her, mimicking her actions. "Yeah, you're right," he said. Then smiling he added, "Guess we'll just need to train more." Ginny couldn't help but smile back, and though she blushed slightly, she added coyly, "I'm all for that." Harry chuckled, leaned over and keyed her before getting up and heading in to start the shower. Albus Dumbledore sat perplexed. He had no leads on the whereabouts of Harry Potter nor Ginny Weasley. No leads, no new ideas and certainly no luck, as far as he was concerned, and very limited options. They had scoured the wizarding world of Great Britain, from London to Edinburgh, Portsmouth to Holyhead, virtually every nook and cranny of any possible refuge, no matter how obscure it was considered, and they had come up blank. They had started to comb some of the major Muggle cities, but that seemed a hopeless task, the areas too large, their numbers too few. The only thing left was to ask for outside help, and that was just asking to cause a panic. Even though Harry wasn't universally accepted as the one who would ultimately defeat Voldemort, enough of the population did so to be problematic. Though Order members were still looking, they were doing do with less and less enthusiasm. It wasn't that they didn't believe in their cause, it was because they were losing hope that they'd be able to find the missing pair. Remus Lupin was probably the one who looked and acted the most melancholy, feeling that he had somehow let down Lily and James along with Sirius. As the last remaining marauder, he felt it was his responsibility to keep an eye on Harry and help him any way that he could. Bill watched as Nymphadora Tonks, who insisted on being called by her last name only, tried her best to comfort him. He glanced at his fiancée, Fleur, as she slept curled up in a large chair in the parlor where they all were sitting at the moment. He knew she had the same capacity for compassion that Tonks was showing Remus, always being there for him if he had a hard time with the goblins. Thinking about the goblins made him a little mad. They had categorically refused to help in any manner in tracing down Harry. They had not too subtly hinted that the reason was the attitude shown by Dumbledore, and while they sympathized that his sister was supposedly with him, they could not divulge any information concerning a depositor, especially one from as ancient of a family as the Potters, who had been clients for many generations. Bill had politely thanked his superior, not wanting to upset him, as he really hoped that in the future things might change and losing his job right at the moment would gain them nothing. Bill heard movement behind him, and turning he saw his father come into the parlor. "No luck?" he asked. "Sorry, Dad, but Draknak refused to even consider asking about whether Harry had accessed his account, and I knew I couldn't press my luck. Who knows, in the future when things calm down and it can be done discreetly, that may change, but Albus really has them feeling none too kindly towards any wizard at the moment, even if they work for them." Arthur nodded. "Well, at least you asked and didn't make a bad situation worse. We'll just have to hope that, someday, comes sooner than later." He then looked at Fleur. "Why don't you take her back to her flat? At least she'll be able to get some decent rest." Bill shook his head ruefully. "She refuses to go, saying she'd rather be here helping out than back alone at her flat and not knowing what was going on," he replied. Arthur gave a rueful chuckle. "I guess I don't blame her." "Well then, take her up and put her in Ginny's room for the time being. At least she'll have a comfortable bed to sleep in. I wouldn't want her to wake up with a stiff neck or anything." "Will Mum be okay with that?" Bill asked, raising an eyebrow. "I don't see why not. Hermione is sleeping on the cot bed in there, just like she always has when she's visiting. She wouldn't take Ginny's bed, said it just didn't feel right, but I'm sure Ginny won't be back anytime soon," Arthur said sadly. "How is Mum doing, by the way?" Bill asked, as he nodded at his father. Arthur shrugged. "A little better, but she still isn't talking much, though she isn't crying all the time anymore." Bill smiled wanly. "Well, that's a step in the right direction. Is she going to come back down here anytime soon?" "I'm not sure, Bill. I'm hoping that she'll come down and make dinner this evening. If she keeps busy, she won't dwell on things and she'll come to grips with the facts," Arthur said softly. "I just hope she comes around. I know she's worried, but that's not going to help any," Bill said, softly. "I know that, and you know that, now if she'll just accept it," Arthur said. Bill nodded, and went over to Fleur. He tried to wake her gently, but she just stirred sleepily and remained asleep. He shook his head and picked her up in his arms. If he had hoped that she'd awake, he was disappointed as she just snuggled into his chest. He carried her into Ginny's room and laid her on the bed. He removed her shoes and covered her with the duvet. She rolled onto her side, snuggled into the pillow, gripped the duvet and sighed contentedly, never once waking up. Bill smiled down at her. The more he got to know her, the more he came to love and admire her. She definitely had more steel and determination than many gave the supposed only a pretty-faced young woman. He had heard many comments about whether or not she should have been picked as a Tri-Wizard champion, Of course those that said so knew nothing of how the champions were chosen and said that she must have used her Vela charms to influence the judges, not knowing that a powerful magical item was the sole judge in determining who the participants were. The first time he had heard that his fabled Weasley temper had raised its head, but Fleur had told him to ignore the comments because those making them weren't worth the bother to get worked up over. He silently retreated from the room and closed the door after him, wondering what the coming days would bring. They were no closer to finding the missing Ginny and Harry. After a wonderful breakfast, Harry and Ginny decided to head into Nice to do a little sightseeing and shopping. They were on their honeymoon after all. Making sure that their charms were in place, they had Al, the inn's driver, take them down into Nice. It was a relatively short trip through some really nice countryside. Al had a nice time telling them about some of the things along the way. Al stopped in the heart of the shopping district, but he told them of a few shops to avoid, as they were real tourist traps in the worst sense of the term. He then pulled out a newspaper and settled himself in for the wait. Harry and Ginny wandered off down the street hand in hand, enjoying the warm sun and pleasant breeze. There was the smell of the ocean coming off the Mediterranean, and they knew they weren't in England anymore. For the most part they just window shopped, enjoying just being away and doing whatever they wanted. They stopped at a street vendor and purchased some interesting local fare to munch on while they strolled along. Gabrielle Delacour was bored, extremely so. Her mother, Apolline, had dragged her along on her annual shopping trip to Nice. Though Gabrielle loved fine clothes, she really hated spending hours and hours shopping, something her mother seemed to relish. She had just finished her first year at Beauxbaton's Academy of Magic and bristled at not being able to use magic now that the school year was over. The fact that Beauxbaton's was located in the same region as Nice allowed her mother to pick her up at school and come directly to the city on the Mediterranean. Gabrielle would have much preferred to have gone home so she could at least be spending time with her friends, because hanging out with your mother isn't on the top of an 11-year-old's priority list. She was staring out the window of the dress shop they were currently in, her mother oohing an ahing over some Italian-made dress. So far even people watching wasn't proving to be that interesting. She was just about to go bother her mother about going and getting something to eat when she saw someone she thought she recognized, but something didn't seem quite right. Around the corner, across the street, were a couple that looked like Harry Potter and Fleur's future sister-in-law, Ginny Weasley. She finally figured out what didn't seem quite right. They looked a bit older than they should have, and with the wind tousling the man's hair, Harry's proverbial scar was not visible. "Maman, come quick," Gabrielle called to her mother. Apolline Delacour looked irritatingly at her youngest. "Not now, Gabby, I'm busy here," was her exasperated reply. "But Maman, it's important," she said, turning back to her mother. "Please just come here for a moment." Apolline looked apologetically at the salesgirl. "Excuse me for a moment," she said. Gabrielle turned back to look out the window, and just as her mother arrived she saw the couple rounding the corner. "Look, Maman, see that couple? They looked like Harry Potter and Ginevra Weasley." Apolline saw the couple, but they now had their backs to her and Gabrielle, and though the hair colors looked like it could be them, she couldn't see their faces. "Gabrielle, I certain you must be mistaken. What would Harry Potter and Ginevra Weasley be doing here in Nice, especially without any adults with them? They are much too young to be here alone," Madame Delacour said, a bit patronizingly. Gabrielle looked at her mother darkly. She knew what she had seen. Tonight she would write Fleur and find out if it could have been the people she thought it was. Shaking her head, she went back to waiting insufferably for her mother to finish shopping. Harry and Ginny did end up buying a few things. Ginny picked out an amazing two-piece swimsuit that Harry thought was extremely hot on Ginny's lithe body. It was a stunning black color that looked remarkable her pale skin, but he refused Ginny's teasing effort to have him purchase a Speedo. He refused to even exit the dressing room, though Ginny did take a peek inside to see him in it. Harry had blushed furiously and Ginny did too. She found herself blushing as much as Harry was, thinking that, yes, maybe a Speedo wasn't the best suit for Harry to wear. Though she enjoyed his endowment, she was sure she didn't want to share that with anyone else, even if it was just a bunch of strangers they'd never see again. So she helped Harry pick out a much more suitable pair of trunks because they did want to spend some time on the beach. They could have stayed anywhere if they were going to do nothing but stay sequestered in their room. It was while strolling down one of the more crowded streets when they spotted someone picking the pocket of a man ahead of them. Harry quickly drew his wand and cast a sticking charm on the pickpocket, who suddenly found he couldn't withdraw his hand from the intended victim's pocket. Of course, as he struggled to get free, he was discovered, and within moments the gendarmes arrived and attempted to take him into custody. A crowd had begun to gather as the hapless pickpocket couldn't be freed from his Mark's pants pocket, and people were laughing and pointing at him. Ginny and Harry started to work away from the crowd when Ginny looked at Harry. "Shouldn't you release him now? The victim shouldn't have to suffer because of the thief." Harry smiled and nodded at her. "You're right, of course," he said softly, and making sure he was unobserved, he cast the counter charm. Down the street the pickpocket's hand slipped free and he was taken away. The intended target was also allowed to go after the gendarme gave him some tips on preventing him from becoming a target for other would-be pickpockets. Once they were away from the crowd, Ginny pulled Harry to a stop. She smiled at him and said, "You are amazing, you know that, right?" When Harry just shrugged, she gave him a key, first the purse snatcher and now this pickpocket. "You really do have a thing about helping people, don't you?" Harry looked at her sheepishly. "Maybe," he said softly. "Harry, don't be ashamed. It's one of things that I find so wonderful about you. Willing to help people when you aren't even asked to. It's one of your most endearing qualities." Harry smiled but looked uncomfortable with Ginny's praise. She just giggled and gave him another quick key, before taking his arm again and steering him back up the street. They glanced at the clock and headed back toward where Al was waiting. They had just enough time for some extracurricular activities, a nap and shower before dinner, and they didn't want to waste the opportunity. Gabrielle sat chaffing all through dinner. She hadn't had the opportunity to write to Fleur when they got back to their hotel before going to dinner, and she was just dying to write to Fleur. What really irritated her was that her mother loved to sit after dinner over coffee and dessert, lingering to chat with the mother of one of the other students from Beauxbatons that they happened to run into at the Wizarding Hotel they were staying at. Madame Dubois was laughing at something her mother had said, and Gabrielle had a hard time not screaming. Madame Dubois had a high nasally laugh that made Gabrielle's teeth hurt. Her son Claude wasn't any better. He was one of the more annoying boys at school, thinking that he was something special and some kind of suave debonair lady killer, when in fact almost universally the girls had thought he was nothing but an obnoxious, pompous idiot. Gabrielle had to endure the whole meal with the pimply-faced idiot drooling over her. She felt like was going to need to take a long shower when she got back to their room so she'd feel clean again. The boy made her skin crawl. It seemed like hours later that Gabrielle was back in her bedroom. She had taken a long hot shower to get rid of the creepy feeling she had from having to have dinner in the company of Claude Dubois. Even now thinking of it she shivered and got goosebumps. She sat down at the desk and grabbed a piece of parchment. "Dear Fleur, I am so excited to hear of your engagement to William Weasley. I remember him quite clearly from visiting Hogwarts for the tournament. He is quite handsome and I think a perfect match for you. It doesn't hurt that he is a curse breaker, either." Speaking of the tournament, while in Nice today suffering through Maman's annual shopping trip, I was surprised to see someone I thought was one of the other champions, Harry Potter and your William's sister, Ginevra. I tried to have Maman take a look, but by the time she was able to get to the shop window all she saw was them from the back as they walked around the corner. Though they seemed to look a bit older than I would have, though, I am pretty sure it was them. Of course Maman says that it couldn't possibly been them, but I know what I saw. Well, Maman wants me to go to sleep so we can get an early start tomorrow. She still wants to stop in several more of her favorite shops before we leave for home tomorrow afternoon. Till I see you again, my lovely sister. Love, Gabrielle. She rolled up the parchment and sighed. Her mother refused to send it from here in Nice, using a government postal owl, saying that they had a perfectly acceptable owl at home and one extra day wouldn't make any difference and they wouldn't have to pay the exorbitant international owl rates. Gabrielle sighed and knew it wasn't an argument she was going to win no matter how much she begged, pleaded or pouted. Her mother wouldn't give in on something that would be a waste of galleons. She turned out the light and crawled into bed, her mind full of the memories of Harry saving her from the lake during the second task, and as anyone would have been watching, they would have seen the smile on her face as she dreamed of Harry saving her like he had before, but instead of letting her go to her sister, he swept her off her feet and whisked her away to a romantic hideaway. It was a beautiful, cloudless, warm and wonderful day and Harry and Ginny were sunning themselves on the beach. Harry thought Ginny looked stunning in her new two-piece black swimsuit, and though fairly revealing for the state English beaches, she was one of the more modestly dressed women here on the French Riviera. Ginny was rather surprised when Harry didn't get upset, as almost every young man that went by stared at her unabashedly. Used to the jealous, overprotectiveness of her brothers, she asked, "Harry, aren't you jealous of all the men staring at me?" Harry smiled at her as he looked at her. "Ginny, they see what I see, an amazingly beautiful young woman, who looks extraordinary in that bathing suit. As long as they just look, I have no problem with them. However, if they go beyond that, well, let's just say that they will regret it." Though Harry had a smile on his face the whole time he spoke, there was an edge to his voice. His words sounded as if they were made of steel, and Ginny knew Harry wasn't kidding about what he had said. Ginny propped herself up on her elbow, so that she could lean over and give Harry a key. "I'm glad that you feel that way. I felt so, I don't know, stifled or caged back home. I'm sure most if not all my brothers would be going ballistic if they saw the way they are looking at me here, but with you, it's so different." Harry gave a small chuckle. "I want the world to see what a wonderful, beautiful woman I am married to." He then gave her a cheeky grin. "It's what the Muggles call a trophy wife." Ginny's eyes narrowed, but you could still see the corners of her mouth turned up slightly. "I'm not sure I like the sound of that, Potter." Harry's smile widened. "Well, in a sense you're right, and I don't really think of you as a trophy wife. That's a term they use for just a beautiful woman that a rich man shows off. Though you are exceedingly beautiful, you are also my equal in our relationship. Plus the fact that you are in your own right exceedingly powerful magically. So in truth you don't fit the model for being a trophy." Then with another cheeky grin, he added, "Though you are one hell of a catch." Ginny started laughing and swatted him playfully on the arm. She then bound up and said, "Last one in the water has to pleasure the other for an hour tonight," as she took off as fast as she could for the sea. Harry was up in an instant, though he really didn't have any problem with losing. Either way, it was going to be a very enjoyable night. Harry caught up with Ginny right as she reached the edge of the water, and at a full run he scooped her up and carried her out till he was waist deep. The way he was holding her meant she was half in the water, with her arms around Harry's neck as he held her bridal style. "Cheater," she murmured as she gave him a deep key. Harry returned her key with equal intensity, and so lost in each other they didn't see a large wave headed their way. It wasn't till it hit them, knocking Harry off his feet, did they become aware of it, kind of. Ginny held on tightly to Harry, and though they were submerged for a few moments, they never broke the key. Harry just stood up again, still keying his beautiful wife, as the water dripped off of them. Slowly they separated, and smiled at one another. Ginny then pushed off of Harry's chest hard and began to swim away. Harry gave chase, but Ginny was a natural swimmer and had been swimming far longer than Harry, who hadn't learned to swim till a couple of summers ago at the Burrow, so she could easily outdistance him. But getting away wasn't what Ginny had in mind. It was the fun of the chase, and she slowly let Harry catch up till he was able to grab her foot, pulling her to him. He playfully dunked her, but followed her down so he could capture her lips once more underwater. They rose again, in a tight embrace, keying deeply. When they finally separated he looked her in the eyes, his sparkling, and said, "You let me catch you." Ginny smiled coyly, but of course, what fun would there be in getting away? The loving couple played and romped in the surf for quite a while, till they tired a little. They then made their way back to their blanket and laid in the warm sun. Because they were passing as Muggles, they had bought sunscreen, and they had a great time, applying it to each other, so much so that as Harry rubbed it over every inch of Ginny's very fair, exposed skin, they gathered a small audience. Harry leaned down and whispered in Ginny's ear, "See how much they want and desire you. It's because of how beautiful and you are, and the best thing is you're mine and they can't have you." Ginny couldn't help but blush deeply. All while she was growing up, she had never thought of herself as beautiful or desirable. With 6 brothers, she had always been somewhat of a tomboy, trying to keep up with them even though they and their mother tried very hard to make a proper lady out of her. "I don't care what they think, Harry. The only one I want is you, because you see me for who I am and not just some pretty girl. You know me as well as I know myself, it seems, and I love you for allowing me to be me. I couldn't care at all if they looked at me or not. Beauty can be gone in a second, or disappear over time," said Ginny, emotionally, "but I know that no matter what, no matter if I was somehow horribly disfigured, you would still love me." "Yes, I would, Ginny," Harry said just as emotionally. Because even if in the years to come your outer beauty may fade, you are still the most beautiful person on the inside and I'll love you forever. Once they were done applying the sun lotion, the small crowd drifted away, leaving Harry and Ginny to themselves. It was about 12:30 when they began to get hungry, so they wandered along the street at the back of the beach. There were a myriad of vendors selling all sorts of food and drinks, and they bought a fair sampling of a few of them. They then returned to their blanket and sat down, eating their lunch while watching the boats and people go by. Harry was pleased as he saw how relaxed and happy Ginny was. Her eyes were alight with her delight at where they were and what they were doing. She seemed more alive than he could ever remember he being. Tonks was sitting at her desk, going over some paperwork when her boss, Kingsley Shacklebolt, came up to her. "Hey Tonks, I need you to do something for me," he said, somewhat apologetically. Tonks gave him the, "Oh God, what do you want me to do?" look and said, "What is it?" "Well, we picked up a couple of missing youngsters while looking for you know who, and they claim they got bonded before taking off. Could you run down to records and check to see if they did?" Kingsley asked. "Why can't one of the trainees do it?" Tonks asked, a little annoyed. "Williams has them all off for some special lecture this afternoon," Kingsley said apprehensively. Tonks took a deep breath. All right, but you owe me one," she said, getting up and snatching the piece of parchment from his hand. Smiling at her as she walked away, Kingsley called after her, "Better to owe it to you than cheat you out of it." Tonks looked back over her shoulder and made a very rude gesture, involving one of her fingers. "I could get you for insubordination," he said jovially. "Yeah, but you won't, cause you love me," Tonks called back as she reached the lifts. Kingsley chuckled. There weren't many oars that he'd allow to take such liberties, but Tonks was one of those few. She was someone he had taken a liking to, and the fact that Alistair Moody was her mentor helped quite a lot. Tonks looked at the parchment and read over the brief report. And though they fit the vague description on the notice they'd sent out, medium build, black-haired young male with a petite redhead female, their pictures looked nothing like the two they were really hunting. Wilkinson and Wainwright, two very common English names. Tonks sighed as the door opened and she made her way to the records department. She pushed through the door and was hit immediately by the musty odor of old parchment and leather, a smell she sometimes liked and sometimes not. Today was a not day, but maybe that was influenced by the long line she saw lined up at the counter where one haggard woman was trying to help everyone. "Hey Martha, mind if I look at the recent bonding records myself?" Tonks asked. The poor woman at the counter looked at her gratefully. "Please do," she said in relief. She liked Tonks, because she was willing to look through the records herself and not wait sitting around doing nothing till the information had been found. Tonks smiled at her sympathetically. "Thanks, I know where they're at." Martha simply nodded, already back to trying to make sense of a parchment some lackey from the minister's office had handed her. Tonks made her way back through the large stacks that held centuries of documents for the ministry. The book she pulled from the shelf was one of the newest visible anywhere nearby. She took it toward the back where a small desk was ensconced in an alcove. Sitting down, she opened the book and flipped through till she found the last page with writing on it and began to scan backwards. Smythe and Greenfield, Franklin and Thomas. Tonks read on, scanning the lists of names looking for Wilkinson and Wainwright. She was on her fourth page, still scanning, Farmer and Gustafson, Potter and Weasley, Hildebrandt and... Wait a minute, her mind screamed and she scanned back down. There on the page she read in disbelief, Potter, Harry and Weasley, Ginevra. SMB. SMB, SMB, she repeated to herself, what does that mean? I should know that, why can't I remember, she thought frantically. Forgetting all about Wilkinson and Wainwright, she quickly made a duplicate of the page and raced back out front. Martha still had several people in line, but Tonks needed information and fast. "Excuse me Martha, can you answer a simple question for me?" she asked, in what she hoped was a pleasant tone. The man who Martha was helping shot her a dirty look, but Martha paid him no mind. "What is it, dear?" she asked with a smile. "In the Book of Bondings, what does SMB stand for?" Tonks asked, intensely. "You actually saw one of those?" the records clerk said in surprise. "They are exceedingly rare, you hardly see them anymore." Yes, Tonks said impatiently, "but what does it mean?" Martha sighed with a dreamy smile on her face. "It means a spontaneous magical bond. Quite rare and so romantic, don't you think?" Tonks was stunned, and all she could do was mumble a, "Yes, very," as she turned and hurried for the lift. Standing there, impatiently pushing the call button, she tried to wrap her head around the information that the missing two teens were now Mr. and Mrs. Harry James Potter. Tonks took the record immediately to Kingsley, who stared at it in disbelief just as she had, the same stunned look on his face. When he finally recovered, he looked at her and said, "What about Wilkinson and what's her name?" "Who?" Tonks said, looking totally bewildered. Kingsley laughed. "Never mind, I'll have someone else check it out." "I'm going to run down to see Arthur with this," Tonks said. "I sent him home. He was exhausted and looked like hell. He's taking it rather well, but dealing with Molly is killing him," Kingsley said sadly. "Is it okay if I run this over there?" Tonks asked, pleadingly. Kingsley nodded. He knew that Arthur needed to know, not that it would help in finding them, but it was certainly something that they needed to be told. Tonks quickly made her way to the Auror apparition point, and within minutes after talking to Kingsley, she was approaching the burrow from its apparition point. Bill was the one who saw her walking hurriedly towards the burrow. He frowned, wondering what she was doing here at this time. He knew she was still supposed to be on duty and wasn't due at the burrow till dinner time. He just hoped it wasn't bad news. Within moments she was at the door, surprised that Bill had opened it as she got to it. "What's the matter?" he asked, darkly. "As much as you want to know, Bill, I think it's best if I talk to your dad first. I hope you understand," Tonks said, with a thin smile. Bill nodded. "I'll go get him. He got home a little while ago and went to lay down. Though I doubt he's asleep. I heard Mum giving him a hard time," he said sadly. Tonks was too agitated to sit, so she paced back and forth. She didn't have to wait long till Bill returned, followed by a very haggard-looking Arthur. "What is it, Tonks?" he asked in concern. When she glanced at Bill, Arthur said, "It's okay, whatever you want to tell me, you can tell Bill too." Tonks sighed heavily, and instead of saying anything she handed the parchment to Arthur. When he looked at her questioningly, she said, "About halfway down the page, you'll see." Arthur's eyes went back to the parchment, and she knew immediately when he found what she wanted him to look at. Then, what Tonks found totally inconceivable, Arthur broke out into a small smile as he handed the parchment to Bill. Bill's reaction was nothing like his father's. As he read the information, his face grew darker and darker, his anger evident, growing towards an explosive level. "What the hell does SMB mean?" he asked hotly. "William," Arthur scolded his son, now frowning deeply. "That is no way to treat a guest in my home." Bill was totally surprised at his father's reaction, and he looked at him in bewilderment. When Bill had calmed down, due to the shock of his father raising his voice at him, Arthur turned back to Tonks. "Thank you, Tonks, that's the best thing I've seen since they disappeared." Tonks was staggered. She knew that Arthur hadn't fully supported Molly in trying to corral Ginny in, but this reaction stunned her. "Can someone please tell me what SMB means?" Bill asked, much more politely. Tonks opened her mouth to speak, but Arthur beat her to it. "It means spontaneous magical bond." "Spontaneous magical bond," Bill parroted. Arthur shook his head. "It's rather self-explanatory," he said condescendingly. "But how?" Bill asked. Bill, while quite rare nowadays, long ago they were much more common. Without someone nearby to perform the bonding, if the two involved pledged their love to one another, somehow they became magically bonded without anyone to officiate for them. And it appears that it has happened to Ginny and Harry, Arthur said, the smile returning to his face. "And you're okay with that?" Bill asked incredulously. "Yeah, I am," replied Arthur intently. "But, Bill, think about it. They didn't do this on a whim. They pledged their love to one another. Harry will do anything in his power to protect and care for her. If I know anything about him at all, I know that with certainty," Arthur said with conviction. Bill sat down heavily at the table, his face a picture of concentration. Arthur looked at Tonks as he went to the sideboard and dug out a bottle of his finest elvish wine. "Will you join me in toasting them?" he asked the young Auror, smiling at her. Tonks took a moment but then nodded with a smile. If Arthur was okay with the news, why shouldn't she be? "I'd be happy to join you in honoring your daughter and her husband," she said. What was that? They heard sleepily from the stairs. They all turned and looked, seeing a very sleep-rumpled Fleur standing at the bottom of the stairs, rubbing her eyes, looking like she had just woken up. "What was Z's about a U.S. band?" she asked again. Bill, do you want to explain it to your fiancé? Arthur said, with a smile. Fleur, why don't you come over here and sit down? Bill said solicitously. Fleur looked from Bill to Arthur, a very puzzled look on her face. Why William? She said with a frown. Bill sighed and turned back to his father. Maybe it would be better if you told her, Bill said in resignation. Chicken, Tonks said cheekily, but softly. Bill grinned apologetically, and shrugged his shoulders, knowing when to keep his mouth shut. Arthur hadn't paused in his preparations and he began to hand the glasses around, saving Fleur for last. We were just about to toast for the happiness and well-being of Ginny and her husband, Harry, he said with a smile. Fleur's eyes widened. Did I hear you correctly? She asked in disbelief. U.S. band. Yes, it seems that according to the ministry records, Ginny and Harry have spontaneously bonded and are now married, Arthur said happily. When no one said anything, Arthur raised his glass, to Harry and Ginny, may they be truly happy together, wherever they are. Bill eyed his father skeptically but after a moment, joined the others in saying, to Harry and Ginny, before they drained their glasses. He then looked at his dad. Are you going to tell Mom? He asked, hesitantly. Oh, yes, Arthur said enthusiastically. But won't that, make her angry? Bill asked in disbelief. I certainly hope so, Arthur replied. If it's one thing that will snap her out of her depression, it's a good righteous anger. Bill chuckled softly. I do believe you're right, Dad. Ah, the anger will drive away the sadness, Fleur said knowingly. I just hope that there isn't any collateral damage, Tonks said, with a chuckle. She has been known to have a fine temper of her own. Arthur shrugged. Anything to get her out of the bedroom. She's locked herself away with her grief and that isn't helping her at all. Arthur refilled their glasses, feeling better than he had since they had disappeared and as if a weight had been lifted off his shoulders. Just wait till Dumbledore hears this, he said with a grin. Harry and Ginny had returned to the inn they were staying at. Currently they were sitting outside on a small patio that had a splendid view of the little valley the inn was situated in, going all the way down to the Mediterranean in the far distance. Ginny was reading the Marauder's notebook, while Harry lightly snoozed, picked at some hors d'oeuvres that the inn had provided. He was also watching Ginny while she read, enjoying the different looks that appeared on her face as she read page after page. We've got to get somewhere that I can try out some of these spells, Ginny said enthusiastically. Harry smiled. We will, dear. I promise. There are quite a few I want to try myself. Ginny marked her place and leaned back on the lounge chair she was sitting upon, a huge smile on her face. Godric, Harry, learning this stuff is a way better education than we would have gotten by returning to Hogwarts. I know, love, and the sections my mum wrote on spell development surpasses even the Newt level courses. She certainly had a very intuitive grasp on that, along with the stuff my dad, Sirius and Remus did on transfiguration. It's like getting an advanced education in magic, said Harry, with a smile. Ginny smiled back. Yes, and I can't wait till we can learn how to apparate. What they have written is far superior than the class the ministry gives. Bill and Charlie have both spoken about it at the Burrow when they were learning. They were sitting close enough that Ginny was able to sit up a little and lean towards Harry, so that when he did the same, they shared a tender key. Harry, I was thinking, Ginny said hesitantly, maybe it would be better if we left on Saturday. Why's that? He asked. Well, from what I heard, the Sunday train is usually packed and is more likely to run late, Ginny replied. I think we'll be able to get a hold of the Peters easier and be able to get settled in and have a day with both of them in case Mr. Peters has to work on Monday. That sounds pretty good. When we go back inside I'll let them know of our change in plans, Harry said with a smile. It wasn't that he had a strong feeling either way, but if Ginny wanted to, it was easy enough to let her have her way. Gabrielle was happy to be home at last after her trip, accompanying her mother on her annual shopping trip to Nice. She was eager to get her letter to Fleur sent so she could get an answer to her question. Maman, may I use Pierre to send my letter to Fleur now? She asked her mother. When he gets back, mon chéri, Apolline replied. When will that be? Gabrielle asked, irritably. Her mother rolled her eyes. Tomorrow, your papa had need of him. This is why I wanted my own owl when I went off to school, said Gabrielle, pouting. Maybe for your birthday or perhaps Christmas, her mother said patronizingly. Gabrielle just sighed and headed back up to her room. needing to get away from her mother at the moment as she was very irritated. Apolline Delacour watched her daughter stomp off. "Ah, chérie," she whispered, "growing up is so difficult." Friday passed quickly for Harry and Ginny. They spent the morning at the beach, preferring to go then when it wasn't so crowded. Then after having lunch in a little bistro, they spent the early part of the afternoon doing a little more shopping before heading back to the inn to spend the late afternoon making love until they needed to head down to dinner. They spoke to Al about catching the early train Saturday morning, but he told them to take a later train. There was one that left at 9:34 and was a direct express, arriving in Paris at 3:15 and they wouldn't need to change trains anywhere. Ginny thought that was a wonderful idea, so she wouldn't need to get up so early, saying to Harry and Al that she needed her beauty sleep. Al laughed deeply. "Ah, lass, if you get any better looking, the rest of the women in the world will die of shame." Ginny blushed prettily but smiled at their driver who had become a friend over the week. "Listen you two," he said with a smile, "if you ever get up Cornwall way, look me up. Just find the King's Arms pub and I'll show up there eventually." "That we will, Al. Though I'm not sure when we'll be back in England, but if it's not summer, we'll be sure to look you up." Al gave them a smile. "Well, after this summer, I'll probably be stayin' in Cornwall all year. There's this widow I know and her mourning period will be over, so I may just be enticed to stay there." "Well, good luck with the widow then, and who knows, we may be there sooner than later," Ginny said with a grin. Harry and Ginny had a wonderful last dinner. The innkeeper had made a special local dish in celebration of their marriage, along with an extra special dessert, both accompanied by fine French wines. Even so, they didn't linger over their meal and headed off to bed early, though they didn't get to sleep till very late. Harry and Ginny were glad Al had talked them into taking the later train. They had been up so late enjoying each other that getting up any earlier would have been exceedingly difficult. In fact, Harry was sure that he and Ginny would probably spend most of the trip to Paris catching up on their sleep. Al got them to the station with a decent amount of time to spare so that they didn't have to rush, even though they had an outstanding breakfast. The innkeeper and his wife had wished them goodbye and hoped that they would come back sometime. As they got out of the car and got their bags, Harry slipped Al a £100 note, saying that he had been an excellent guide, driver and friend. At first Al wanted to refuse it, saying it was way too much, but after Ginny asked him to please accept it, he took it, saying, "Ah, you're so unfair, how can I refuse such a lovely lady?" Al stayed and made sure they got off on the train and he waved goodbye as the train pulled away from the station. Ginny snuggled into Harry's side and got comfortable. "I really like him," Ginny said softly. "So do I, he was a wonderful man to come to know and I hope we get to see him again," Harry said, smiling softly at the memories of the time they had spent riding with him, talking the whole time. Ginny nodded sleepily and it wasn't long before she drifted off to sleep. Since she was curled up against him, as he glanced down at her he noticed that the front of her light jumper had fallen away from her body and he could see all the way down inside. He smiled, seeing she hadn't worn a again. Shaking his head he closed his eyes and tried to still his racing heart. It took a while, so it wasn't until quite a while later that he was able to fall asleep too. Gabrielle was ecstatic, she had finally gotten to send her letter to Fleur. It had taken an extra day because her father had needed to use their owl again before she was allowed to. She had taken Pierre out into the courtyard and watched him fly off. Till she couldn't see him anymore. The only good thing was she had pouted, whined and poured on the Villa charm, till her father had agreed to buy her an owl for her very own the next time they went to Vendré Ruelle, Paris's equivalent of Diagon Alley. She had a smug look on her face when they sat down to dinner and right away Apolline knew what her husband had done. He doted and spoiled her, especially now that Fleur was grown and engaged to be married. Gabrielle knew that her parents would probably be having an argument later about it, but she didn't care, her father would still get her the owl and that's what she cared about. Now all she needed was a really decent broom. Like Fleur had when she had been one of Beauxbaton's chasers. Fleur was finally feeling rested, the search having pretty much ground to a halt. They had no new ideas and no clues. Dumbledore hadn't been around for more than a week and Arthur was waiting till he showed up to inform him of Tonk's findings at the ministry, his thought being that if he wasn't interested enough to stop in, that he wasn't interested enough for him to tell him about the bonding. Molly had finally descended from her bedroom after Arthur had informed her about the bonding. Just as he had predicted, her outrage had totally driven her depression away. Now she was a veritable powder keg, waiting to go off. Fleur really wondered if it wasn't a good thing that they had no leads. She certainly didn't want to see Ginny and Harry brought back to Molly in the state she was in now. Fleur failed to understand Molly's position. There was no way to reverse the bonding, and that changed everything in dealing with the young couple. Molly was currently busy cooking breakfast, slamming pans and the kettle around none too gently. She had sent Fleur up to inform everyone that breakfast was almost ready, though they all seemed to know to delay for a few minutes so that it was fully ready to be served before they showed their faces. Fleur was staring out the door when she noticed a speck on the horizon. As she watched, it became larger and larger till she could see the silhouette of an owl. It wasn't until it was just about at the burrow when she recognized it as their family owl, Pierre. She opened the back door and stepped out onto the porch. It only took a couple of minutes and Pierre had circled down and landed on her offered forearm. She had picked up a couple of owl treats on her way out, which the tired owl accepted gratefully. Fleur carried him inside so he could get a drink and sleep before she would send him back. She smiled when she saw the handwriting on the parchment addressed to her. It was from Gabrielle, her spoiled younger sister. As Pierre got his drink, Fleur broke the seal and began to read Gabby's letter. Molly noticed her frowning as she read the letter. "Something wrong, dear?" she asked in probably her kindest tone of voice since she had come back downstairs. Fleur didn't want to say anything to Molly before she had a chance to talk to Bill. The information was rather sketchy, but Gabrielle did know Harry pretty well, he having rescued her during the second task of the Tri-Wizard tournament. "It is noetting, really. My sister is complaining about having to go to Nice with Maman for her yearly shopping trip." Fleur managed to get out without giving any indication that anything was wrong. She was glad when Bill came down the stairs and she managed to catch his eye. He looked at her questioningly and she nodded her head towards the door. Bill nodded in return but mouthed, "After breakfast." Fleur nodded back, knowing that if they left now, it would alert Molly that something was up. Fleur fidgeted all through breakfast, wanting to get to talk to Bill as soon as possible. Breakfast finally ended and Bill rose and took Fleur's hand. "Come on, let's go for a walk," he said with a smile. Molly smiled at them, glad that Bill and Fleur seemed so in love. At first she had been skeptical of the slight French girl, but she had more backbone than it first seemed, and though she hadn't come back downstairs, she had appreciated the talks they had when Fleur had brought her tea and food in her room. Bill waited until they were well away from the burrow, down towards the pond before he asked, "What's so important?" Fleur just handed him Gabrielle's letter, which Bill took and began to read. She smiled as he did so when he read the first paragraph describing him. The smile quickly slid from his face as he read the next part. She watched as his eyes quickly scanned the rest of the short letter. He looked up at her. Could she have really recognized Harry and Ginny? He asked seriously. "I am not so sure about Ginny, but Ari she would definitely know well," Fleur said earnestly. "How long ago were they in Nice?" "The letter isn't dated. Normally Maman stays till Thursday morning, so Gabrielle would most likely have seen them on Wednesday," Fleur replied. "Why the delay in getting the letter then?" asked Bill, frowning. "It was our family owl, Pierre, who delivered it, so I am sure that Maman wouldn't let Gabrielle send it till they were home. And since it isn't here till today, I must assume that Papa was using Pierre," Fleur said. Bill ran his hand through his hair and paced back and forth. 4 days. 4 days, would they still be there if it is them?" he said, thinking out loud. "Is it not worth a look anyway?" Fleur said, beseechingly. "I need to talk to Dad," Bill said suddenly. He grabbed Fleur's hand and began to return to the burrow. The thing that kept running through his mind was, would his dad even want them to go look, and if he didn't, was he willing to go to the order with the information? These thoughts kept bouncing around inside his head as he entered the burrow, and hurried into the parlor where his dad would be on a Sunday morning. Arthur looked up in surprise as Bill dragged Fleur into the room and quickly cast a privacy spell. "What is it, Bill?" he asked, wondering what had his eldest so upset looking. "Look at his dad," he said, thrusting Gabrielle's letter at his father. Arthur took it and thought it quickly. Bill couldn't read his face as he looked up at him. Bill had no idea what his father was going to do or say. He just hoped it was something that would help solve the whole damn situation. Harry and Ginny napped till just after noon, when their hunger awoke them, so they made their way to the dining car to have something to eat. They enjoyed a light lunch while watching the countryside slide by. They really enjoyed themselves, neither having had the opportunity to travel before, and every new vista was an amazing sight to them. They were sitting side by side, sharing tidbits off their plates before sharing a huge chocolate concoction for dessert. Ginny loved the way Harry doted on her, not in any condescending or patronizing way. It was just a manifestation of his love for her, and it filled her with joy. They returned to their seats, and once again, sated with the huge lunch they had shared, Ginny curled up against Harry and went back to sleep. Harry, though, sat and thought. He would have preferred to change identities again, but with meeting the Peterses in Paris, they would have to remain Mr. and Mrs. William Lewis for the time being, having introduced themselves that way when they had met. Not that Harry was really worried, after all they weren't staying in a hotel or registering anywhere. Still, he knew that as the counterfeit Professor Moody had pounded into them, constant vigilance. All it could take was one slip up and they could be discovered. It was several hours later, after the countryside had given way to the city, that the announcement was made that they would be arriving at the station momentarily. Harry gently woke Ginny with a key, and as she awoke, she returned it with interest. "I take it we're arriving in Paris?" she asked after they broke apart. "Yeah, they just made the announcement that we'd be arriving at the station in a few minutes. I wanted to make sure that you were awake when we got there," Harry said, smiling at his bride. Ginny stretched very cat-like, and Harry noticed her nipples standing out plainly against her jumper. Ginny caught him looking, and with a smile she said, "Like what you see." Harry just laughed. "Yes, and you know it. Why else would you dress that way?" Ginny just smiled coyly at him and wagged her eyebrows suggestively, causing Harry to shake his head in wonder at the loving, vivacious, young woman who had become his wife. They gathered their packs, as the train ground to a halt, and with little wasted time, they disembarked. It was a short walk up to the main terminal, and without much trouble Harry located a bank of payphones. Luckily, because of their shopping in Nice, they had the proper coinage, and after Harry gave Ginny a quick lesson in the use of the Muggle phone, Ginny called up the Peters. It was Noelle that answered the phone and was delighted to hear from the young couple. "Catherine, what a lovely surprise. We didn't expect you till tomorrow," she said, happily. "Not that it matters, I'll be right down to the station. Right inside the main entrance is a small bistro, why not have a cuppa and I'll be there before you know it." "Okay," replied Ginny, slightly worried that Noelle hadn't expected them today. "She told us to wait at the small bistro just inside the front door," she told Harry. Harry shrugged, and like Ginny, hoped that they hadn't messed up any plans that Noelle and James might have had. They found the little bistro without any problem, and since it was almost 3:30, they decided to have a pastry with their tea. They both ended up choosing chocolate croissants, the size of Harry's hand. The warm croissant along with the tea was just the thing to hit the spot, and both felt energized by the chocolate and the tea. They hadn't been sitting there long when Noelle Peters joined them. "Hello you two," she greeted them cheerfully. "I see you did manage to get some sun while in Nice," she added with a laugh. Ginny and Harry smiled and blushed slightly. "Well, we couldn't go to the Riviera and not spend some time in the water," Ginny replied. "I hope us showing up a day early isn't a problem," she added. "Not at all," Noelle replied with a smile. "You were better off traveling on Saturday anyway." "Did someone tip you off about that?" "Yes, it was the very nice driver from the inn we stayed at. He was so helpful all week, and I think we made a pretty good friend in him," Harry stated. "He must have been English, am I right?" Noelle asked with a grin. "Yes, how did you know?" Ginny asked quizzically. "The French drivers are notorious for being very unhelpful to any foreigners," Noelle said lowly, so she wasn't overheard by any of the natives who might have been nearby. "It's like they want you to come and spend your money, but not have a good time." Harry and Ginny finished up their snack and Noelle said, "Ready to go. Our place is a short walk from here. I'm glad that you don't have a lot of luggage so that we'd be forced to take a taxi. Bill and I like to travel light, it's so much easier than lugging around a lot of luggage," Ginny said with a smile. "You two sound like seasoned travelers. Have you done a lot?" Noelle asked. "No, this is really our first trip anywhere, except around where we are from," Harry replied. They had all stood and made their way out of the station, walking leisurely and talking as they went. Sure enough, it was just a couple of blocks, with one turn and they ended up at a nice small apartment house. Good thing they have a lift here, because we live on the top floor, Noel said, grinning at the younger couple. They all boarded the lift and Noel pressed the button for the top floor and they ascended at a fairly slow pace. It took a couple of minutes, but before long the door opened and they exited into a small hallway. We have the right half of this floor, with an elderly couple across the hall from us. We rarely see them and they tend to be quite private, exchanging a polite hello if we see them. They are so quiet that if we didn't run into them now and again, you'd think the apartment was empty, Noel said with a smile. Noel then proceeded to unlock and open the door, ushering Harry and Ginny inside. Well, here we are, though it be ever so humble, we call it home while we're here in Paris, Noel said as they entered. Ginny stared in disbelief, saying to herself, if this is humble, then I wonder what opulent is to them, as she stared around at the richly appointed apartment. Bill and Fleur had pressed Arthur about heading to Nice to check on Gabrielle's possible sighting of Harry and Ginny, but Arthur was adamant that he wasn't interested in going to search for the runaway couple. But Dad, Bill said, exasperated, it's the only lead we've got. Arthur just shook his head. The possible, and I repeat possible, sighting is 6 days old. Even if it was them, what are the odds that they are still even in Nice, let alone that you'd be able to find them? Bill sighed, knowing he wasn't getting anywhere with his father. Well, do you mind if Fleur and I go to check it out? He asked. Arthur just shrugged. Do what you want, I can't really stop you, but please don't say anything to your mother, I don't want you getting her hopes up on what will probably be a wild goose chase. Bill looked at Fleur. What do you think? He asked. Fleur looked from Bill to Arthur. She was a little puzzled by his reaction, not quite knowing why he didn't want his daughter found, or so it seemed. She figured this wasn't the time to get into that discussion, so she looked at Bill and said, I no, I'm going to check it out. Bill looked relieved, at least Fleur was supporting him. Okay, how soon can you be ready to go? Will we be staying overnight? She asked. Bill thought about it for a moment. Probably, maybe 2 or 3 days, if we want to do a pretty thorough search. Okay, I will need to go to my apartment and get a few things. I shouldn't be more than 15 minutes, she replied, heading for the door. Bill was tempted to go with her, but needed to throw together some things for himself, and if he went with Fleur, it would only delay their departure. Okay, I'll see you when you get back, he said with a nod. Fleur departed and Bill hurried upstairs to pack a small bag, wanting to get going as soon as possible. As he came back downstairs, he heard his father talking to someone. At first he thought it might be his mother, but he heard the deeper voice of Remus Lupin as he neared the bottom of the stairs. Remus was in a discussion with Arthur as Bill entered the kitchen and he turned his attention to Bill. Seeing his pack, he asked, going somewhere? Bill glanced at his father, who gave him a non-committal look in return. Fleur got a letter from her sister who thinks she saw Harry and Ginny in Nice on Monday, Bill replied. Remus' eyes lit up. Really? How sure was she? He asked. Fleur said she knows Harry pretty good by sight, so she and I think the sighting is pretty credible, answered Bill. I want to come with you, Remus replied, his voice saying he wasn't going to take no for an answer. Bill was a little torn. Having Remus along would help speed the search, but waiting for him would possibly cause a further delay. Fine, but we need to get going, Bill replied. It won't take me long, Remus said, as he stood. I'll only be a few minutes. Remus departed, and Bill found himself alone with his dad. I don't understand why you don't want to find Ginny and Harry, he said questioningly. Arthur sighed. Bill, I don't know if you are aware of what your mother tried to force Ginny into. What do you mean? Bill asked, a puzzled look on his face. Your mother wanted Ginny to become a society witch. When she turns of age, your mother was going to have her go live with Aunt Muriel and learn how to be an upright member of the Wizarding Society, Arthur said in disgust. Ginny would have had to go live with Muriel. Bill asked in shock. Arthur just nodded sadly, looking forlornly at his eldest son. His face etched with his anguish. Bill was confused by what he was hearing. But, I thought that Mum didn't believe in all that pure blood crap. Oh, she doesn't, but there are other societal things that your mother has wished for, and having a very well-placed daughter would allow her to experience them, Arthur said. There is a whole subculture of matriarchal duties and functions that wizarding women can be involved in, and your mother wanted that for Ginny. Bill shook his head. This was a whole new thing that he was hearing about. He had always assumed that when he had heard of Wizarding High Society it had to do with the likes of the Pure Bloods. He had always thought that their family didn't hold with the old ways. But Dad, I don't get it, isn't Mum against the pure blood mania that the likes of the Malfoys, the Lestranges and their kind extol? Yes Bill, but there is a whole other segment of society that has to do with a more Victorian look at things. Debutants, and teas, with arranged marriages and a very strict code of behavior. I tried telling your mother that Ginny wasn't suited for that type of life. She has had this idea firmly stuck in her brain that if she ever had a daughter, she would live in that world because she was denied it when she was young. This was all news to Bill, something he had never known growing up, but then again by the time Ginny was getting to school age, he was graduating and starting his own life away from the family. Bill just sat there thinking when Remus came back. Surprisingly he was accompanied by Tonks, who seemed to be coming with them, if the pack she was carrying was any indication. Remus gave an apologetic smile. I seem to have acquired a traveling companion, he said. Bill couldn't help but smile. It seemed everyone but Remus knew of Tonks' attraction to him. Fine with me, it will be one more person to help with the search and her Auror skills will be invaluable. Remus' shoulders slumped a little, almost as if he was hoping Bill would have said no and it wouldn't fall to him to tell the young Auror she couldn't come along. Bill just couldn't help himself. He was a Weasley after all. If you have any reason she shouldn't come, now is the time to voice it, he said, watching the two of them closely, and he saw Tonks eyeing Remus intensely. With a look of resignation, Remus said, no, I have no objections to her coming along. Like you said, her Auror training will be invaluable. Bill just smiled and knew that the older wizard had been mortified that Bill had said anything. Luckily Fleur returned at that moment, dispelling any tension that may have been about to form. With a quick goodbye to Arthur, the four who were going to Nice headed out the door, wanting to get going as quickly as possible. They had a lot of distance to cover and they wanted to traverse it as fast as they could. Bill was the last one out the door and he took one last glance at his father before he left. He could see the look on his face that spoke volumes, and it clearly stated that he hoped that the searchers came back alone. Albus Dumbledore was quite perplexed and unhappy. The search for Harry had gotten nowhere and he was beginning to think that they would never find the boy. He silently cursed himself for his hubris in thinking that Harry would never get to the point of rebellion. He had hoped by subjection him to a childhood of adversity, it would help build his character into the one who would be willing to risk it all to defeat Voldemort, but now that plan seemed shattered beyond redemption. He hadn't heard anything from the Weasley residents and had concluded that it meant that they hadn't had any success. Though he had been getting spotty reports from some of the Order members, they had been few and far between. Since he had been busy pursuing other avenues and projects, he hadn't had time to go to the Burrow and check on things personally, something he needed to rectify. He really wanted an update on what had been happening. Deciding there was no time like the present, he got up and headed towards the entrance to Hogwarts, wanting to check on several school-related things on his way out. It was about 10 minutes later that he found himself at the huge doors to the castle, and it was with a sigh he started towards the gate so he could apparate to the Weasleys. Being sprier than most his age, he made it rather quickly and without hesitating. He reached into nothingness and he found himself at the edge of the wards to the Burrow. He wasn't very surprised by the inactivity that he was met with as he came up to the door. What did surprise him was Arthur sitting out on the porch sipping on a glass of fire whiskey. "Hello Arthur, how are you doing?" he asked genially. Arthur gave him a wry grin. "Very well, thank you very much." Albus was confused by Arthur's reaction. He would have thought that the fact his daughter was missing would have had him much more morose. Though an accomplished legilimens, he was unable to keep eye contact with Arthur long enough to find out what had him so happy. "Any news?" he asked, the Weasley patriarch. The smile widened on Arthur's face and he took another sip of his fire whiskey. Fleur received a letter from her sister, Gabrielle, who thinks she saw them in Nice on Monday, he said a bit smugly. Albus was shocked that Arthur was still at the Burrow. With a myriad of questions running through his mind, he asked, "When did the letter come? Has anyone gone to check out the sighting?" Arthur gave a sardonic laugh. "The letter arrived yesterday afternoon and Bill, Fleur, Remus and Tonks just left a little while ago to go to Nice and see if they could find out anything." "Why didn't you go with them?" Albus asked, perplexed. Arthur's smile widened. I figured Ginny and her husband deserve a little time alone. Albus' eyes widened in shock. Excuse me, he choked out, did you say husband? Arthur turned his eyes to Dumbledore. Yes, Tonks found a record at the ministry that stated that they had spontaneously bonded the night they left. He smiled as he watched Dumbledore try to digest that piece of information. Does Molly know? Dumbledore asked softly, almost defeatedly. Yes, she does. It was the thing that finally broke through her depression and got her out of the bedroom, Arthur said smugly. Albus sat thinking about Harry and Ginny. How would their being married affect the plans he had for Harry's ultimate confrontation with Voldemort? Much thought was needed to think through the possibilities, not something to be done sitting here with Arthur. Will you let me know if they find out anything in Nice? Albus asked. Arthur was taken by surprise. Albus Dumbledore had actually asked rather pleasantly to be notified of the outcome of the search in Nice. Yes, Albus, I'll make sure you are informed, he replied. Thank you, Arthur. Give my regards to Molly, Albus said as he rose. Will do, Albus, Arthur said succinctly. Arthur watched Albus Dumbledore walk back towards the apparition point, noting that he was walking much slower than when he had arrived. He couldn't help but smile, knowing that the information he had just given to the headmaster of Hogwarts and the self-proclaimed leader of the Light had just been kicked in the stomach and was now faced with a whole new situation when it came to his plans, whatever they might have been for. His smile widened as he thought it, son-in-law. Voldemort was incensed. He still had no information on what the Order of the Phoenix was up to. His spies had reported that they seemed to be scouring the countryside for something. They hadn't been able to ascertain just what that something was, and that infuriated him. He had summoned Snape again and was waiting for his arrival. If he was going to play the spy, he needed to produce some results, faked double agent or not. Much to his satisfaction, Snape came billowing into the room. You summoned me, Master, he said, bowing before Voldemort. Yes, Severus, I need to know what the Order is up to. Why are they combing the countryside? What are they seeking? Voldemort said, irritably. Snape thought for a moment, not a very wise thing to do in the Dark Lord's presence. Hesitation usually brought about swift punishment, but as seemed tonight was the exception. My lord, the only reason for me to contact Dumbledore over the summer without being summoned would be to pass on some bit of information. Something that would give me reason to insist on seeing him in person, Snape said lowly. What do you suggest? Voldemort said, connivingly. Snape knew he needed to tread carefully, lest he seemed too eager. It needs to be something of some importance but nothing major. A series of planned raids perhaps, or something of that nature. Voldemort considered his statement carefully. Though he had been laying low, marshalling his forces, maybe it was time to let some of them have some fun. If it led to him finding out what the Order and that meddlesome old fool, Dumbledore, was up to, it would be worth absorbing a few losses of the cannon fodder. He needn't risk any of his more trusted people, just give a flashy show so that Snape had a reason to insist on meeting with Dumbledore. Thank you, Severus, I do believe you are correct, and I'll let you know when I have the raids planned. You have done well. I live only to serve you, my lord, Snape said, bowing before the Dark Lord. That is all, you are dismissed, Voldemort said, offhandedly, his mind already planning where and with who he would strike. Snape backed away from Voldemort, before he turned and headed for the door, gratified that he had been able to satisfy the Dark Lord without suffering his wrath. Harry and Ginny spent a quiet day on Sunday with the Peters. They lingered over brunch, talking and getting to know one another. The view from the balcony was magnificent and they sat out there in the warm sun, for quite a while. James explained that Sunday was the worst day for doing any sightseeing as it was a day that the tourists swamped the major attractions around Paris. They did take a stroll later in the afternoon, just to get out of the apartment and enjoy the nice day. They stopped at a couple of the small bars along the streets, which Harry and Ginny were surprised to find out they just served small, extremely wonderfully tasting tidbits. Each seemed to have their own speciality of some small treat from savory to sweet. Harry and Ginny had a great time sampling many of the different morsels of delight as they strolled along the streets of Paris. As evening fell, they stopped in a small restaurant for dinner, which the Peters insisted on treating, refusing to let Harry and Ginny spend a franc on anything that afternoon. As nice and laid back as nice had been, there was a certain electricity to Paris, and though they were off the beaten track, Harry and Ginny could still feel it as an undercurrent that ran throughout the city. They arrived back at the Peters' apartment, and though it was still fairly early, Harry and Ginny were tired from their day traveling. Though Ginny had spent a good part of the trip sleeping, it wasn't as restful as if she had spent the day in bed. They made plans to get up at around 9 and then they'd go see some of the sights around Paris. Bill, Fleur, Tonks and Remus arrived in Nice in the late afternoon. Fleur immediately led them to the area where her mother usually shopped and the place where Gabrielle had supposedly spotted Harry and Ginny. Bill and Fleur decided to go into some of the shops to see if anyone could recognize the photographs that they had brought with them. They were, of course, Muggle copies of magical ones. Tonks convinced Remus to stay with her at a point she picked that had a good view of the street. It was in a small cafe that had seating on the pavement. It was situated on a corner, so they had a good view up and down 2 streets. They ordered some espresso and sat people watching. It was a good cover, because it was something that a large contingent of people were engaged in. Because they were going to be there for a while, Tonks began to talk to Remus. "So tell me, Remus, you ever been here before?" Remus looked at Tonks closely, wondering if she was just passing the time or if she was trying to feel him out. He didn't know why, but he always seemed to feel uncomfortable around the vivacious Auror. At least her hair wasn't its normal shocking pink color. "No, though I've been to France several times, I never came down to the Riviera before," he answered evenly. "Lovely place, wouldn't you say? Nice place for a honeymoon," she said with a sly grin. When she saw Remus blush slightly, she said, "I mean, you know, Harry and Ginny, since they were bonded, it seems that is what they did, don't you agree?" She asked with a smirk. "Well, yes, I suppose so," Remus answered, still uncertain if Tonks was taking the mickey out on him or not. Though Tonks was teasing Remus unmercifully, her eyes were constantly scanning the streets, and Remus had to admit she was certainly a very competent Auror to be able to keep track of the conversation yet not be distracted from keeping an eye out. "What made you decide to become an Auror?" Remus asked, wondering why the pretty young witch had gone into law enforcement. "Well, as a metamorphagus, they recruited me heavily, and it was enough to turn my pretty little head," she answered, but you could see how facetious she was being. "Yeah, I can see where they'd love to have someone with your unique talents," Remus replied. Tonks shrugged. "The thing is, there are many within the department who don't think that I am able to do anything but stakeout work. For some reason they don't think a woman can handle the job." "What about Amelia Bones? Surely they don't say that about her?" Remus said in surprise. Tonks gave a chuckle. "No, from what I understand, when she first started someone had the audacity to say something to her, and she put him in his place." "How did she do that?" Remus asked. "Let's just say when he got out of St. Mungo's a week later, he was quite eager to apologize and get back into the good graces of the boss," Tonks said with a low laugh. "Who was that?" Remus asked, finding he enjoyed listening to the young Auror when she wasn't teasing him. "If I remember correctly, Mad Eye said it was old Fitzwilliam." "I don't remember him," Remus said, thoughtfully. "He retired shortly after the incident, and though they like to say it had something to do with it, he was due to retire anyway. He'd been there forever and they really needed a younger person running the department," Tonks said, evenly, her eyes still scanning the crowds. Every once in a while Remus noticed her eyes would fixate on someone or something for a moment, before they moved on, keeping up the sweeping pattern she had adopted. Bill and Fleur were working their way down the street, stopping at every store along the way. Even with Fleur being French, most of the shop personnel glanced at the photos and shrugged their shoulders, giving them a non-committal grunt. They were just reaching the end of the street when Bill spotted a small van parked at the curb and the driver had a very British look about him. "I'm going to ask this gent," he said to Fleur. Fleur just shrugged. At the rate they were going, they would need to comb the whole city of Nice. Sure, they had only been searching for a short while, but something seemed strange about everything to her. Bill approached the man who was sitting in the van, reading an English paper and humming along softly to the song playing on the radio. "Excuse me, may I ask you a question or two?" Bill said in a genial manner. The man folded his paper, and when he saw Fleur accompanying Bill, he immediately got out of the van. "What can I help you with, some directions perhaps?" he asked with a smile. "No, I see you drive for a local inn, so I figure you must sit here quite a bit," Bill said with a smile. "Ah, yes, the hours I sat here reading are people watching. I must spend half my summer here at this spot, the man answered with a smile of his own. My name is Bill Weasley, and this is my fiancée Fleur Delacour. What I'd like to know is you've seen either one of these two? Bill asked, pulling out the photographs of Harry and Ginny. My name is Alfred Cunningham, but everyone calls me Al, the gentleman said amicably, as he looked at the pictures quite intently. Bill was uncertain, but he thought for the briefest of moments a look of recognition flickered across his face. Al handed Bill the photographs back and he was just about to say something when a young couple approached the van. Hi Al, they said, cheerfully. We're all set to head back. Al smiled at them. Be right with you, he replied. Where are you staying? He asked quickly. We just got to town, Bill replied. Go to the Hotel Le Street Croix, and tell them I sent you. They'll give you their best and not overcharge you like most of the other places here. I'll meet you in about 2 hours in the lobby, Al said as he put the young couple's packages into the back of the van. Bill just nodded. There was something about Al that intrigued him. Okay, but to let you know, we have 2 others with us. We'll see you in 2 hours. Al nodded and got into the van, and with a tip of his hat, he drove off. Bill turned to Fleur. Did you see it? He asked. I'm sure I saw a flicker of recognition. Yes William, I saw EET too, Fleur replied. Seeing as it was starting to get near dinner time, they decided to head back and pick up Remus and Tonks, find the hotel Al mentioned and then meet him at the time he said. Maybe, just maybe, Bill thought, they'd caught a break, and if they had, it was the first one that might give them some up-to-date information on Harry and Ginny. Voldemort had his plans all set. He would send several teams to some of the more outlying villages that had a large magical presence, and if some muggles got killed, so much the better. He then reminded himself that the raids probably wouldn't be very successful, as he was going to be giving the information to Severus so that he had a reason to see Dumbledore. It didn't really matter to him that much. A few losses were to be expected even if the raids were successful. He was sending only lowly raw recruits and ones that wished to impress him. He waited patiently in front of the fire, his mind still trying to figure out what the Order of the Phoenix was looking for. It had to be something important for all the effort they were putting into the search. Just as the clock struck 9, Severus arrived. You summoned me, my lord, Severus said with a bow. Voldemort casually picked up a parchment off of the small table by his chair. Here is the information for you to pass on to Dumbledore. I expect positive results from this, he said, his voice implying that if it didn't produce as expected, he would be displeased. That is good news, my lord. I will inform Dumbledore immediately that I have vital information for him. I expect to see him in a day's time, no more, Snape replied coolly. I certainly hope so, Voldemort replied. That is all for now, Severus, but I had better hear from you soon. Yes, my lord, Snape replied, bowing. Once more he backed away, before turning and leaving Voldemort's presence. He hoped that he'd be able to find out something to appease the Dark Lord, if not he was in for a very painful visit. Bill, Fleur, Tonks and Remus were gathered in the lobby of the hotel that Al had recommended, and just like he had said, as soon as he mentioned his name, they were treated like old, returning, honored guests. They had gotten there a little early, not wanting to keep the man waiting. Bill was still fuming a little because Fleur had insisted that the girls get one room and the guys another. He was fairly certain it was because of Remus and his apparent fear of being alone with Tonks, who had also voiced her displeasure but in a much more relaxed way, teasing Remus unmercifully, which Fleur and he found quite amusing. It was a couple of minutes till when Al came through the door. He smiled at them as he came over. Bill quickly introduced Tonks and Remus and they exited the hotel. I hope you don't mind, but the place I am taking you to is a little off the beaten track, but I'm sure you'll like it, Al said with a smile. It's a little of a walk, but no too far. No problem at all, Bill replied. He didn't care how far it was as long as they got to talk to him and find out what he knew. Is EET a local or a tourist spot? Fleur asked, pleasantly. A bit of both, but the clientele is of a rather exclusive and unusual type of person, but I'm sure you'll all fit in nicely, Al replied, with an enigmatic grin. It was a very pleasant evening with a warm sea breeze wafting gently through the city, and in no time they arrived at their destination. On a small side street hung a sign reading Les Tours du Baguette Magique. Al reached the door first, opening it for the others to enter. It was while doing so that Fleur glanced up at the sign and her eyes widened in surprise. Bill and the others saw the look on her face and wondered what the matter was, but Fleur had spun and was staring at Al. He smiled at her and said, "Please go in, we'll talk inside." "What is it, Fleur?" Bill asked, in a whisper, but his question died on his lips when he looked around. The place was about half full, but it was the clientele that caught their eyes. Everyone there was a witch or wizard. "Butterbeer or fire whiskey?" Al asked with a grin. They all sat down at a table in the back of the room, leaving several empty tables in any direction from theirs. "Sirius," Al called out to a pretty barmaid. The girl came over looking saucily at Al. "Ah, Albert, you rogue, it is not your usual night. But I see you have some friends with you. What will you, Avenue?" "Hello, my beautiful French rose, I think a round of fire whiskey and butterbeers should make a good start and a plate of your famous hors d'oeuvres if you please," Al said, grinning at the beautiful red-headed young woman. Cerise just grinned wryly at him, shaking her head as she went to get their order. Everyone waited patiently for Cerise to return with their order, not want to get started and have to stop or be overheard. In no time at all, Cerise was back and placed 2 large platters on the table and the 2 drinks in front of everyone. She winked saucily at Al as she sashayed away, looking back over her shoulder once as she went back to the bar. Al reached for his fire whiskey, and raised it in salute, saying, "To new friends," as he drained it in one gulp. "To new friends," the others said, and also drained their glasses. Al looked at them all in turn, a smile on his face, ending with Bill. "I suspect you have even more questions now, don't you?" he asked, his grin wider than ever. "Yes, you could say that," Bill replied. "How did you know we were magical?" Fleur asked in wonder. "It used to be my job to know such things," Al replied, the smile never leaving his face. Tonks looked closely at him, not so much in recognition, but more like she recognized his mannerisms. "What branch?" "The ministry," she asked, a frown on her face. "In a way," Al replied, looking slightly patronizingly at the young Auror. "MI5, he said succinctly. "As a liaison for the ministry?" she asked in surprise. "Not officially," Al replied, his grin wider now. "This is all interesting enough, but what about Harry and Ginny?" Remus asked. "Who?" asked Al, quizzically. "The photographs I showed you this afternoon," Bill replied. "It seemed for a moment you recognized them. Why are you looking for them?" Al asked, ignoring Bill's inquiry. Bill frowned a little, hating to be put off, but Fleur placed a hand on his arm, calming him a bit. "They're missing," Tonks said. Al considered her answer in silence for a moment, nodding his head and looking quite contemplative. "Your photographs look like they are quite young," he finally said, looking more serious, no longer smiling. "The young lady is my sister, Ginevra, or I should say Ginny, she's 14, Bill replied. "The young man is the son of my best friends, his name is Harry and he's 15, Remus answered. Al looked on impassively, looking at each person as they spoke, but his face gave away nothing. He looked at Tonks. "And what about young Auror?" he asked. "What's your role in all this?" "What about me?" Fleur asked, wondering why he didn't ask about her. "Well, you're obviously Bill's fiancé," he said, much to Fleur's surprise. He then turned back to Tonks. "So what are you doing with this group?" he asked again. I'm a friend of the family and offered my services to help out," she said lowly, her eyes flitting to Remus for a moment. Al gave a low chuckle. "So the fact that you're head over heels for this older gentleman never came into it?" he asked. Tonks' eyes went wide and she blushed deeply, while Remus sprayed out the mouth of butterbeer he had just taken. "Never mind," Al said smugly. Tonks was staring at Remus, wondering what his reaction was going to be, though at the moment he was trying to wipe himself and the table free of the butterbeer he had lost. "Well, do you know anything about Ginny and Harry?" Bill asked, slightly frustrated. "Never meet anyone by those names," Al answered matter-of-factually. "But you did recognize the pictures, didn't you?" Bill pressed. "Well, no and yes," Al said. "Well, which is it?" Bill asked, his anger starting to grow again. "If you insist. I have never seen the 2 people in the photographs you showed me," Al said, his demeanor turning decidedly colder. Fleur looked directly at Bill. "William, calm yourself. It will do us no good to alienate Mr. Cunningham," she said sternly. Bill shot a glare at her, but did take a deep breath, trying to calm himself once again. Al turned back to Remus. Why are you here in place of your friends? Don't they care enough to come looking for their own son? Remus bristled and glared at Al. They're dead, he said with an edge to his voice. Al looked at him sympathetically. I'm sorry, he said sincerely. I didn't know. Recently. No, they died when he was an infant. Though he did just lose his godfather a little over a month ago, Remus said, much more calmly, his face showing some of the anguish he felt for Sirius' loss. I take it you were also close to the boy's godfather, Al said softly. Remus just slowly nodded his head, not wishing to verbalize what he wished was not true. Al looked back at Bill. Why are you looking for them besides the fact they are missing? If you haven't seen them, what do you care? Bill asked, though much more under control. If they are as young as you claim, as a parent, I am interested in their safety just as much as the next bloke. Al said, looking steely at Bill. Bill's curse-breaking senses kicked in. The look in the eye of the man sitting across the table was a look that chilled his spine, and Bill wasn't afraid of much. I don't mean to offend, I'm just worried about my sister. We were very close while growing up, not so much since I've graduated and worked overseas for a while, but I love her and want her to be safe, Bill said conciliatorily. He was glad to see the look in Al's eyes soften some, but it didn't go away entirely. So can you be of any help? Bill asked. I have a few means of making some inquiries. May I see the photographs for a moment? He asked. Bill handed them over and watched as Al drew his wand and quickly made copies. When he was done, he handed the originals back to Bill. Bill tried one more time. Why did I see a look of recognition flash across your face? He asked, pleadingly. Did you see them, but they were using different names or something? Bill said, striking closer to home than he knew. I can tell you truthfully that I have never seen anyone of that age, Al said, enunciating the word age slightly. Bill slumped back defeated, but Remus perked up. Did you see someone who could have been them, but looked older? Al smiled at him. That is a very astute question. Remus grimaced, almost as frustrated as Bill. Can't you help us? Why should I help you? Al asked pointedly. The four searchers all looked perplexed. Why wouldn't you? Asked Fleur. Al looked at her and said, hypothetically speaking, let's say I did meet someone who looked like these two, he said, pointing at the copies of the photographs. Let's say I befriended them and found them to be an extraordinary young married couple, so much in love. He then looked at Bill, and let's say it seemed they had no desire to return to where they had come from, and that they seemed happier than anyone I've ever known. Would you want me to betray you if it was you? Al asked. Bill nodded in understanding, and he smiled wanly. Will you be seeing them again? Hypothetically speaking, I don't know, Al answered plainly. Who knows what the future may bring? I doubt even the divinators know the future the majority of the time. I'm sure they make most of it up, he added with a thin smile. Al then stood up. Now if you'll excuse me, I'm an old man and need my rest, so I'll take my leave. Please stay if you wish, order anything you wish, I have it covered. Good night, he said with a small bow. They watched him go. He stopped at the bar and said something to Sirius, who looked surprised, smacked his arm and walked away shaking her head, though she was smiling. Tonks looked at the others. So what now? I'm certain he knows more than he's telling us, but if he really was MI5, and I have no doubt he was, we couldn't force it from him even if we had a gallon of Veritaserum. Bill nodded, looking quite dejected. Fleur patted his arm and looked worriedly at him. She had never seen him like this before. Remus though looked thoughtful. I agree with Tonks, he does know more, but I'm also pretty certain he doesn't know where they are right now, at least specifically. What should we do? Fleur asked. I hate to give up so easily, she said determinedly. Tonks sat there looking very thoughtful. Bill, make me copies of the photographs, she said, her face creased in deep concentration. Bill didn't understand why she wanted them, but he hurried to comply with her request. Once he had them ready, he slid them over to her, watching as she looked at them intently. Okay, she said softly, almost more to herself, if they're using some way to age themselves, we need pictures that look like them as they look now. Remus took the photographs from her. How old do you think we should make them look? He asked, looking around the table. As they were discussing it, Fleur motioned to Sirius and held up her bottle of butterbeer and pointed around the table. Sirius smiled and nodded, heading directly to the bar. Bill and Tonks looked at each other, and almost as one they smiled slightly. Around 20, Tonks said, with Bill nodding in approval. Remus looked around and when no one disagreed, he pulled out his wand and cast a spell on the photographs. Tonks eyed him appraising. Interesting spell there, Remus, when did you learn that one? She asked cheekily. Remus blushed slightly. Well, you see, as a young lad with the Morrowaiters, it was one thing to age yourself to get served, but you have to be ready in case they wanted some sort of ID to prove it. Remus, Tonks said in surprise, I am an Auror, you know. Remus smiled cheekily back at her. I'm sure the statute of limitations has long since expired. Tonks just rolled her eyes at him, shaking her head and turning back to Bill and Fleur. So what's our next move? She asked. In the lull, Sirius appeared with their drinks and quickly departed, though Tonks wasn't sure she liked the way the barmaid looked at Remus. She'll take watching, Tonks said to herself. When Sirius had left and no one said anything, they just looked at each other. She said, want a suggestion? Bill shrugged, sure, since we seem to be so full of ideas we might as well hear yours. Tonks gave a low laugh. Well, I say we forget the shopping district. Sure, they may have been here, but there are so many shops it will take too much time to cover them all. I say let's hit the beach area. There are a lot of kiosks and street stands to get food at, we just might get lucky there. Bill and Fleur nodded in agreement. So far what Tonks was saying made sense. I say we spend no more than a half day at most. We'll only be verifying what we're pretty sure on because of our conversation with Al, she added. Okay, then what? Remus asked, having finished aging the photographs, making copies so that each couple would have a set. Then we get moving. I'm convinced that they're no longer here. Al would have acted differently if they were around. I doubt he would have even talked to us. Where do you suggest we move to? Bill asked. Fleur, what is the most common way that Muggles get here to Nice? Tonks asked the French girl. Those who don't drive, usually take the train, Fleur replied. What is the biggest city that has trains running directly to Nice? The Auror asked. Fleur looked at her like she couldn't believe the Auror couldn't answer that herself. Why, Paris, of course. Looking satisfied, then that's where we need to go, Tonks said, confidently. Bill looked skeptical. How can you be so certain? He asked. Even if they can learn to apparate with information in the Marauder's notebook, they haven't had time to do that yet, I'm certain of that. They spent a week here, honeymooning from the looks of it. Yeah, so? Fleur asked. Well, I'm fairly certain that they wouldn't risk being recognized coming into a wizarding place to use the flow, and where would they go anyway, the French ministry? I don't think so. Harry said he was running away from the wizarding world. I'm sure they are traveling as Muggles, I'd bet my wand on it. Remus looked at the others. Then why spend the time searching tomorrow morning? He asked, confused. If we can get someone to recognize the photographs, we'll know they look close to what they look like now, Tonks replied. Bill smiled. I'm glad you came with us, Tonks, thanks for helping. Tonks shrugged. I do what I can. Okay, anything else we need to cover? Bill asked. Tonks looked at Fleur and with a cheeky smile said, well, since Al let the cat out of the bag, so to speak, any chance of changing room assignments tonight? Bill looked surprised, but glanced hopefully at Fleur, who was smiling too. It was Remus who was sputtering and stammering, unable to make a coherent sound. Tonks signed. I guess not, she said in defeat. Blushing heavily, Remus rose and headed for the door, Tonks hot on his heels, because she saw the comely barmaid watching him go with interest. Not on your life, Tonks whispered to herself, eyeing the girl menacingly. Bill and Fleur followed at a much more leisurely pace, watching Remus and Tonks with amusement. Fleur said lowly, "E should just give it up now, she will win in the end." I agree with you about the ending, but the pursuit can be so much fun too. Are you sure about the sleeping arrangements? He asked with a seductive smile. Nice try, Bill, but us Vila are immune to such feeble attempts at seduction, Fleur said sympathetically. When she saw Bill's face fall, she patted his cheek, saying, "Ah, poor Bill. If you are a good boy, I will give you a key later." Bill just shook his head and guided Fleur out the door after Tonks and Remus. Monday dawned bright and clear, though what would have been a spectacular day in Nice, would be a much hotter, muggier affair in Paris. That being the case, Noelle Peters had requested that Bill and Catherine come to breakfast a bit earlier, so that they could get some sightseeing in before the heat of the day. She explained that most of the French workers took time off and that those left at the tourist spots turned even more irritable than normal. Harry and Ginny were surprised to see James dressed for work, wearing a suit and tie. He explained that he had one client to meet with that morning, but that he would be meeting up with them about 10. They also let Noelle choose their itinerary for the day. She suggested starting with the Eiffel Tower, that way they could get a good view of the city before the air turned too thick with haze to see much of anything. So after breakfast they all got ready in a hurry, and in no time they were at the Eiffel, paid their admissions and made their way by elevator to the topmost floor, where they had a spectacular view of the city laid out before them. Noelle pointed out various landmarks and tried to get a feel for what Harry and Ginny were the most interested in visiting. Noelle watched the young couple with a smile on her face. They were obviously so much in love. Catherine, stuck close to Bill's side, and they shared whispered words and private laughs, punctuated by small soft kisses. It was a joy to behold. "I bet you've never been this high off the ground before," Noelle said to Harry and Ginny. Harry and Ginny just exchanged sly grins, both having flown higher on their brooms than they were at the moment, but that was hardly something they could say to Noelle Peters. After about half an hour, they descended to the bottom and made their way towards the Seine, which was a short walk. Ginny was fascinated by the tour boats that motored past, all crowded with tourists already. All in all, they had a great time, just wandering around, taking in some of the less well-known sites and museums in the area. It was 10:15 when Noelle guided them back towards the tower so that they could meet up with James, do a little more sightseeing before having lunch. By 1, Harry and especially Ginny were ready to take a break, so it was decided to head back to the Peters' apartment to rest and recover, allowing them to be fresh for going out to dinner. Bill was disappointed that the vendors down by the beach didn't open till 10:30 and some not till 11. You could see his impatience visibly on his face. Fleur just smiled benignly at him and pointedly told him to grow up. That of course did nothing to improve Bill's mood, much to the amusement of Tonks and Remus. Fleur took Bill off for a short walk to get him to calm down. She knew he was a man of action, his job of curse breaker demonstrating that, but he also needed to learn patience, something that would make his job easier, along with everyone else not being so stressed by him. While they were gone, several of the street vendors showed up and began to prepare for their day. Tonks and Remus strolled up to a couple of them, showing the photographs of the older-looking Harry and Ginny to them. The first three looked at the photographs and shrugged their shoulders with a universal, "Don't recognize them, look." Then they hit pay dirt. The fourth vendor remembered them clearly, having seen the little show put on by Harry applying the sunscreen to Ginny. He also commented that the photographs did not do them justice, especially the one of Ginny, saying, "She was much brighter that that picture," wagging his eyebrows at Remus. Both Remus and Tonks were glad Bill was nowhere around, because they certainly didn't want to run in with the gendarmes. Excited, they walked in the direction that Bill and Fleur had gone, finally finding them a short way down the road behind the beach. Tonks had a smile a mile wide on her face, and Fleur knew immediately that they had met with success. "So, you found someone who recognized them," she stated. "Yes, but the gentleman said the picture didn't do Ginny justice, because she was much better looking in real life," Tonks said tactfully. Remus was pretty sure that Bill understood what Tonks was implying, but thankfully he didn't make a fuss. He wanted to get to the train as quickly as possible to see if they could find any trace of them. They were fortunate in that a train was leaving for Paris within the hour, so that they had enough time to go pick up their stuff and make it to the station with time to spare. They easily found seats as the train was not nearly as packed as on the weekends, and once underway, Bill and Fleur went to see if they could find a conductor. He ended up being very easy to locate, and they politely asked him if he had seen either of the two young people in the photographs. The conductor, a man named René, looked placidly at the photographs, not giving them more than a cursory glance. Bill began to get upset, but Fleur knew how to handle the man. From seemingly nowhere a 20-franc note appeared in her hand. "Does this help your memory?" she asked. René eyed the 20 francs and made a squirrely face. "Ah, a little, maybe I remember better with 50 francs. Bill's anger began to increase, but Fleur just put a hand on his arm, silently telling him to shut the hell up. She had it covered. She waved the 20-franc note and turned up the Villa charm. "Are you sure 20 francs isn't enough?" she said seductively to him. René broke out into a huge grin, though he did look a little glassy-eyed. "How could I forget? Ah, the fiery hair of that young woman, and she was so beautiful. The picture, it do no justice." Plus you could tell they were newlyweds, the amour, the love between them filled the compartment. Everyone around them was affected by EET, he said with a dreamy smile on his face. Do you know where they got off the train? Bill asked, a little tensely. Renee looked at him a little disgustedly, and looking back at Fleur said, they were not hard to notice. Like I said, the young woman had such air, a man could get lost in EET. Smiling again, he said, they got off in Paris. Fleur handed him the 20 inches francs and steered Bill back to the car where Remus and Tonks were sitting. Fleur almost burst out laughing when she saw them. Remus was scrunched up beside the window, looking like he was trying to escape from Tonks. She had a mischievous look on her face and was sitting next to Remus, leaning over towards him. Remus looked relieved when Fleur and Bill returned. Tonks quit her assault on his space and sat up to hear what they had found out. The conductor remembered them, and he said they went to Paris, Bill said, much to Fleur's displeasure. Tonks gave Bill a "I told you so" look, grinning smugly at him. I know, Bill said in defeat, I should have listened to the Auror, she knows what she's doing. So nice of you to say so, Bill, Tonks said cheekily. Remus just sighed, great, we had luck in finding them in Nice, a city of approximately 350,000, and what's Paris, somewhere around 2 million. We sure have our work cut out for us, and that's assuming they stayed in Paris and didn't go elsewhere. Party pooper, Tonks said, sticking her tongue out at him. Remus couldn't help but chuckle at her. Though he was deathly afraid of becoming too attached to her, he knew that his lycanthropy prevented him from becoming too close to most people. It was late afternoon when the searchers arrived in Paris. They were all a little tired but decided to ask some of the staff of the train station if they remembered seeing Harry and/or Ginny. It seemed that Ginny was the much more memorable of the pair. They were getting the standard blasé look and shrug, till they got to the small café near the entrance. The young girl working the register remembered them well, smiling dreamily when recalling how cute she thought the guy had been and how jealous she was of the stunning redhead he was with. Did you see which way they went? Fleur asked. No, but they were met by the English woman, the girl replied. Do you know her name? Bill asked. The girl just shrugged. She's the English woman, that's what we call her. She's fairly regular for a month or so, and then she doesn't come in for a couple of months, then she's around again. Has she been around long recently? Fleur asked, cutting Bill off. Yes, I'd say she is near the end of her time, or I should say her and her husband, the girl said. Bill frowned as they walked away. If the English woman was near the end of the time she normally spent in Paris, that didn't leave them a lot of it to look for her. Bill was sure if they could find her, they would be a lot closer to finding Ginny and Harry. The Williams and the Peters had a wonderful evening. First James took them on a driving tour of Paris, showing them many of the famous buildings and monuments. They drove through the Arc de Triomphe, went by Notre Dame and a multitude of the well-known and not so well-known sights of the city. They then went for a pleasant, casual dinner before heading back to the apartment. By that time Ginny was beginning to drag and Harry was close behind her. James and Noel talked them into having a nightcap, giving them one of their favorites, a liqueur from Italy called limoncello. Ginny especially loved the sweet wine flavor. Noel cautioned Ginny, be careful, my dear, though sweet and wonderful, it has a fairly high alcohol content and it will sneak up on you if you're not careful. They did sit up for a while talking about Harry and Ginny's trip to Nice and what they had seen so far in Paris. Ginny did indulge in a second limoncello and had a very happy look on her face by the time she and Harry went off to bed. At first all seemed normal, Harry and Ginny were sleeping peacefully, but then, something that hadn't happened in quite a while returned. Harry's dream turned from having a wonderful time in Nice with Ginny, to a horrible scene where Harry was tied up and Voldemort and some of his Death Eaters were raping Ginny before his eyes. Harry struggled to free himself in the dream, but all he accomplished was waking Ginny next to him in bed. The Harry saw Voldemort slicing Ginny in half, her eyes looking at him beseechingly as she mouthed out I love you before she began to scream as the blood began to pour from her violated body. Harry screamed with her, and fought mightily with whoever was trying to restrain him. Harry! Harry! Ginny shouted, trying desperately to wake Harry from his nightmare. Finally Harry bolted upright, one last scream leaving his lips as his eyes snapped open. Ginny was looking at him with great concern, not liking the horrified look he had on his face. His eyes finally found Ginny's and he hugged her to him violently, sobbing onto her shoulder. You're alive, he cried in relief. Ginny was just about to say something to comfort him when they heard someone clearing their throat from the doorway. They turned and looked, finding a very confused-looking Noel and James staring at them. Ginny blanched, their aging charms having worn off as they slept, so it was a much younger pair that looked back at their hosts. Noel finally said, I think you two need to do a little explaining. Harry, she said, looking directly at him. Fleur took charge for the moment, hailing a taxi, that being much easier than finding a private spot to apparate from in the vast, heavily trafficked train station. She gave the driver an address in French, and the driver replied, Oui, mademoiselle, while eyeing her with great interest. Bill didn't like the driver's look, but Fleur calmed him down, whispering to him, We are in France, EETEZ, how the men are. Do not make a scene. Bill nodded and calmed down some, but he still had a frown on his face the whole journey to wherever they were going. It took quite a while, due to the heavy traffic, but they eventually got where they were going. They all bundled out of the taxi, and as Fleur paid the driver, the others looked around, though Bill did keep a close eye on the driver. He saw Fleur had him a bunch of French francs and was surprised when the driver pushed some back into her hands, protesting enthusiastically in French. Fleur just shook her head and thanked the driver, who smiled, gave a tip of his hat, got back in his taxi and drove away. What was that all about? Bill asked, looking quite perplexed. Fleur gave a chuckle. The driver, he refused a tip, saying, having the chance to avenue such a beautiful woman in his taxi, was tip enough for, I am. Bill frowned, but Tonks laughed along with Fleur at Bill's reaction. I guess EET is a good thing we are not going to live in France, Fleur said with a grin. Bill just rolled his eyes while shaking his head. He really wanted to find some place to sit and relax for a bit. Fleur led them to the front of the shabby-looking building they were standing in front of and motioned for everyone to follow. Unsurprising to the others, Fleur casually walked up to the door, and seemed to disappear straight through it. The others followed and found themselves in the lobby of a very nice hotel, a magical hotel. Fleur walked purposefully up to the desk and rang the bell on the counter. Almost immediately a young woman appeared out of the curtain behind the counter. May we, avenue to adjoining rooms, please? She asked. The girl behind the counter looked at a huge ledger and frowned. I am sorry, but we do not have any adjoining rooms available, but I have a suite with 2 bedrooms I could let you have for the same price, she said, with a smile. When Fleur looked at the others, that will be fine, Tonks said, smiling at Remus, who looked at Bill, his face saying, please save me. Bill just chuckled and nodded to Fleur. She turned to the desk C. Kirk and said, we'll take it. Splendid, please sign in, the young woman said, turning the register to Fleur. When Fleur was finished, the young woman spun the register back around and glanced at the name. Ah, Mademoiselle Delacour, it has been a long time since we have had you grace our hotel. I hope your family is doing fine. Yes, they are all fine, thank you for asking, Fleur replied with a smile. How long will you be staying? We not sure as of yet, at least several days, maybe a week, Fleur said. Well, I hope you and your friends enjoy your stay. If you need anything, just ask for me, Marie, and I will be glad to assist you in any way I can. Thank you, Marie, we will do so, Fleur replied with a smile. Marie gave the bell on the counter 2 sharp raps, and seemingly from nowhere a bellboy appeared. Marie handed him a key saying, Suite 601. The boy nodded, took out his wand and levitated their bags and said, Follow me please, as he headed off to the lifts. Harry and Ginny got up and put on their dressing gowns, and went out into the living room where Noel and James were waiting. There was an awkward silence hanging in the air as they arrived and sat down opposite from their hosts. I guess a few explanations are in order, Harry said, hesitantly. You could say that, James replied, but in a very cordial manner. Can you give me one good reason we shouldn't call the gendarmes? Noel said, a trace of anger in her voice. I couldn't allow that to happen, Harry replied, evenly. Oh, I guess you think you could stop the 2 of us. She replied. If I had to, Harry said regrettably. Just calm down, dear, James said, trying to calm his wife. Why don't you tell us what's going on? James said, genially, trying to get everyone to relax. Harry scratched his head, looking quite bewildered. I don't know where to start, really, he said, looking a bit embarrassed. How about your names? I take it your name is really Harry. Noel asked. Yes, and this is my wife, Ginny, Harry replied sheepishly. Your wife? Isn't she a bit young to be married? James asked, looking closely at Ginny. Harry and Ginny just sat there looking very uncomfortable, not knowing really how to explain everything. Well, how about explaining the difference in how you look, for starters, Noel said, again without any rancor in her voice now. Harry sighed. The thing is, if I tell you the truth, you probably won't believe me, he replied. Try us, Noel said. Harry looked at Ginny, who just shrugged her shoulders. Harry gave her a nod and was glad when she took his hand in hers, giving it a slight squeeze, letting him know she trusted him explicitly. Harry looked back at the Peters. Well, you see, he said, hesitating, we're magical. I'm a wizard and Ginny's a witch. The Peters stared at them open-mouthed for a moment, before Noel broke out into laughter and James smiled at them patronizingly. When Harry and Ginny just stared back at them, looking very sad, the laughter died on Noel's lips. You're serious, aren't you? She said in disbelief. Yeah, I am, Harry replied. You'll excuse us, if we're a bit skeptical, James said, a small smile still on his face. Is there any way for you to prove it? He asked. What would you have me do? Harry asked. Noel laughed lowly, looking at her husband. Could you turn James into a frog? Harry looked very uncomfortable. I'd rather not, he replied softly. I take it that it isn't because you couldn't, but for some other reason, James asked. Harry looked at him in the eyes. Yes, human to animal transformations are exceedingly difficult. I'd hate to get it wrong under the pressure of the moment, or worse, not be able to turn you back if something did go wrong. James nodded in understanding. Well, how about something easier? Could you suggest something? Ginny looked at the table nearby. On it sat a almost life-size ceramic cat. She leaned over to Harry and whispered to him. Harry nodded and pulled out his wand. James and Noel looked at him in surprise, but before either could say anything, Harry cast a spell, transforming the ceramic cat into a real live cat. It stretched, hopped down off the table and meowed as if hungry, eventually going over to Noel and rubbing its head on her leg. Noel stared at the cat as it rubbed up against her leg. Her face was filled with wonder. She looked over at Harry and Ginny, looking like she wanted to say something, but nothing came out of her mouth. James finally broke the silence. Quite extraordinary, he said quietly. Yes, I agree, Noel finally managed to get out. She then abruptly stood up and said, I think some tea is in order, before she headed for the kitchen, followed by the cat who was looking at her expectantly. James came over and sat next to where Noel had been, eyeing the young couple before him. His face was a mask of concentration, like he was considering things very carefully, though he remained silent. They just sat there until Noel returned with the tea and surprisingly, a saucer of milk for the cat, which she set down on the floor and the cat immediately began to lap it up. Noel served the tea and everyone sat there sipping their cups, the silence pregnant with the myriad of questions that were running through the Peters' heads. It was Noel who finally got back to the situation at hand. Can you explain why you are making yourselves look so much older? I think that should be fairly obvious, Ginny replied. A young couple would hardly be thought of as married and traveling would be difficult. Why are you two traveling alone in the first place? James asked. Ginny looked at Harry and he looked down to the floor after meeting her eyes. Looking rather troubled he said, that's a bit complicated. Just how complicated can it be for a, 15-year-old? Noel asked incredulously. You have no idea, Harry replied, under his breath. In the quiet of the early morning stillness, Noel heard him, why don't you just tell us, and let us judge for ourselves? Harry gave her a long penetrating look, never once blinking or looking away. All right, I'll tell you the story, but if you had a hard time believing me about being a wizard, this is really going to be hard for you to take. Harry then proceeded to tell them his life story, from the death of his parents, to living with his aunt and uncle, to Hogwarts, rescuing Ginny from the chamber, everything right up through Sirius' death and his decision to leave that world behind. He told of his flight to the Burrow, where he met Ginny in the middle of the night and agreed to take her with him, their subsequent bonding and finally their trip to Nice and their coming to Paris. The whole time, Noel and James had listened raptly, never interrupting or making any disbelieving sounds. By the time that Harry was finished, the light of the coming dawn was tinging the sky to the east. Ginny had held his hand the complete time he was talking, lending her moral support. Harry slumped slightly when he was done, the echo of the nightmare still in his mind. Retelling his life story did nothing to improve his melancholy. "May I have a glass of water, please?" he asked softly. James hurried to the kitchen and returned quickly with the requested drink. "May I ask a question?" Noel said, softly. "Sure," replied Harry after he took a large swallow of the water. "Why didn't you just conjure it or whatever you call what you do?" she asked sincerely. Harry gave her a thin smile, but it was Ginny who answered, "It's considered rude to conjure food or drink, unless it's an emergency, especially when you're visiting someone else's home." "May I ask what had you screaming earlier?" James asked solicitously. Harry glanced at Ginny before answering, "I had a particularly bad nightmare concerning Riddle and what he was doing." "I take it Ginny was involved, since you yelled, 'You're alive,'" asked Noel, sympathetically. Harry could just nod, his eyes misting up as the memory came sharply into focus. He gave a shudder as Ginny's pleading face flashed across his mind. Upon seeing Harry's reaction, she said, "I'm sorry I asked." "Unfortunately, it's not the first or the worst nightmare I've had," Harry replied lowly, his eyes staring off but not seeing anything in the room before him. "What now?" asked Noel. Harry looked particularly sad. "I know what I should do, but..." "But what, Harry?" James asked. Harry rose and began pacing. "You don't understand how much danger is involved with you knowing. Not only for me and Ginny, but for yourselves too." "What danger?" "Riddle. He would be very interested in his methods of obtaining it or what many of my nightmares are about," Harry said, fervently. Noel paled a little. "Surely he can't really find us, could he?" she asked, fearfully. "Yes, though the odds are exceedingly small, but the chance still exists. His network of spies and informants isn't confined to England. One slip of the tongue, one wrong word at the wrong time, and I shudder to think what could happen to you," Harry said in anguish. "But now that we know, what can be done about it?" James asked, perplexed. Harry looked at him sadly. "There's a spell I could use," he said lowly. "What would it do?" asked Noel, her face full of fright. "You'd wake up tomorrow, never remembering this night. It would be just like you went to bed and got up in the morning and nothing had happened," Harry said. "You'd erase our memories?" James asked. "More like alter them," Harry said, looking sadly at James. "I'd hate to do it, but it's really for your own protection. I mean, you two have been nothing but kind to us. You've taken us into your home and I feel so badly." "Do you really think it's necessary?" James asked. Harry looked at the face of Noel and saw her fear. "Yes, I do. It's for your own safety, otherwise I'd never even consider it," Harry replied. James looked very thoughtful. "Okay, Harry, whatever you think best. Please start with Noel." Harry went over to her. "I'm sorry," he said softly. Noel gave him a wan smile. "I know, but I don't want to live in fear," she said. "Will I feel anything?" "Not a thing," Harry replied softly. "Ready?" Noel nodded and closed her eyes. "Obliviate," Harry said softly. A bright white light shot out of his wand and seemed to disappear into Noel's temple. From all appearances she looked asleep. Harry turned to James, but he had a look on his face that made Harry hesitate. "I'd like to discuss something with you, if you're willing to listen," James said. Harry lowered his wand. "What do you want to talk about?" "Could Noel be put to bed?" James asked, looking at his wife slumped on the couch. "I'll do it," Ginny said, coming over and levitating the unconscious Noel and floating her to the bedroom. "Harry, I have a proposition for you," James said earnestly. "I'm listening," Harry said evenly. "Wouldn't it be better to have some friends and allies?" James said with a smile. "Go on," Harry replied, sitting back down. Ginny rejoined them and looked questioningly at the two men. Since she trusted Harry implicitly, she just sat down next to him and listened as they continued. "Harry, I have a fairly large business here in Europe, with offices in most of the capital cities as well as some of the other major ones. They could be a resource for you if you ever needed help," James explained. "But to avail ourselves, you would need to retain your memories, wouldn't you?" Harry asked pointedly. "Yes, but I deal in trade secrets all the time. Trust me when I say, I would never let something like this slip," he replied with a smile. "Go on," Harry said, becoming intrigued. "Even when I am not at any of the offices, we have a system set up for people who need assistance that are known to us or their friends." All you need do is go into the lobby and ask for Mr. Q, James said with a smile. Mr. Q? Asked Ginny. James laughed. Yes, a reference to a movie character from my youth, but whenever anyone asks for him, my chief of security for that location will be willing and able to help you out, no questions asked other than what can he do to help. I think you can see the benefits of having such a resource. May I discuss it for a moment with Ginny? Harry asked. Certainly, Harry, James replied. I'll just put these things away, he added, pointing to the tea service. Well, what do you think? Harry asked Ginny lowly. I'm not sure, really, Ginny said hesitantly. One part of me wants to obliviate him and the other part says that having someone to turn to if needed would be a good thing. I feel the same way, Harry replied. He stared across the room at James as he puttered in the kitchen and finally came to a conclusion. I think we can trust him, everything about him says honesty and trustworthiness. I mean they took us into their home, that has to count for something. I trust your judgment, Harry, Ginny said, squeezing his hand. James, Harry called out. James came back to where Harry and Ginny were sitting. I take it you have come to a conclusion, he asked. Pleasantly. Yeah, we have, Harry said with a small smile. We accept your offer of help if needed and therefore will not alter your memory. I'm glad that you can see the worth of my offer, James said with a smile. Since there is still some time before we have to get up, I suggest going back to bed. Harry and Ginny stood up and as they did so the cat jumped up and curled into a ball where Ginny had been sitting. James looked at it and smiled. Do you have to change it back? He asked. No, I don't have to, Harry replied, but how are going to explain it to Noelle? I'll tell her I got it as a replacement for the ceramic one that I broke, James said with a grin. Well, good night you two, or at least what there is left of it. Good night, James, Harry and Ginny replied. Albus Dumbledore was up early, waiting for the arrival of his potions master and spy into Voldemort's inner circle. Whatever he had must have been important for Snape to contact him and request a meeting so fast. He just hoped it was worth the time it was going to eat up. Finding Harry still remained his top priority. He was sipping his tea while sitting at his desk, contemplating the fact that Arthur had yet to hear from the group that had gone to Nice, along with that they hadn't returned. He hoped it meant that they had found out something concerning the whereabouts of the wayward couple. He was just refilling his cup when a knock came at the door. Enter, he called out. Snape came billowing into the office, looking as dark and unpleasant as usual. To what do I owe the pleasure of this visit? Albus asked, motioning to the chair by his desk. Tea, Severus. Snape eyed the tea as if Dumbledore was attempting to poison him. No thank you, Headmaster, he replied tersely. I have information on a series of raids that the Dark Lord is planning, Snape said, placing the parchment on the desk. I see, Dumbledore replied as he picked up the scroll and started to scan it. After looking at the list, Dumbledore looked once more at Snape. Any chance of your involvement getting back to Voldemort, if I pass this information on so it can be countered? None whatsoever, Snape replied coolly. Very well, is there anything else I can do for you? Dumbledore asked. Not really, Snape said immediately. Then with a pause, though if you have anything to pass on about what the Order is searching for, it would help me greatly in dealing with him. He is most anxious to find out anything at all. Dumbledore looked at Snape shrewdly for a moment, looking at him long and hard. It seems something has gone missing. What it is I am not at liberty to divulge at the moment. It is rather uniquely important and needs to be found as soon as possible. That's all I can tell you at the moment, Dumbledore said in dismissal. Can't you give me anything more? Snape asked, pressing a bit for something more. Is it large, small, magical? Dumbledore smiled at Snape. As these things go, it is a bit smaller than similar objects, and yes, you could say it's magical, he replied. But that is really all I can give you, Severus, he replied, the smile lessening on his face. Snape knew he'd get no more and he didn't dare try legilimency. One hint at trying it and he could lose his position and end his usefulness to the Dark Lord, something he wanted to avoid at all cost. Very well, he replied, as he rose. I hope that the Dark Lord finds that satisfactory. How did it get lost in the first place? Dumbledore frowned a little. It unfortunately slipped away, he said enigmatically. Snape thought that was a rather odd turn of phrase, but he didn't comment on it, not wishing to draw attention to the fact that he thought it seemed significant. With one last glance at Dumbledore, Snape turned and left the room. Dumbledore watching him closely as he left, wondering what the Dark Lord would do if he ever found out that Harry Potter had gone missing. Molly Weasley was beside herself with worry. So much time had slid by, at least in her estimation, since Ginny had left, and the longer it went on the more her heart broke for her daughter. She was finally ready to admit that Arthur had been right and that the life she had tried to force upon Ginny was not one that her fiery, spirited daughter could ever have accepted. The problem now was what to do about it. The twins were off somewhere, either their room out in the shed working on some prank or object that she wouldn't approve of. Ron and Charlie were playing chess at the kitchen table, and she was pretty sure Percy was upstairs in his room, reading some dull but important, at least to him, some ministry manual. She made a pot of tea and carried it into the parlor where Arthur sat, quietly listening to the wireless and staring into the fire. "May I join you?" she asked softly. Arthur looked up into her eyes and gave her a welcoming smile. "Of course, why would you think otherwise?" As Molly sat the tray down and took her place in her rocker, opposite Arthur's position at the fireplace. "Would you care for some tea, dear?" she asked, pleasantly. Arthur knew by the tea and that certain something in her voice that she wanted to talk to him about something of fairly great importance. "Yes, that would be lovely," he replied, smiling at his wife. Molly poured the tea, preparing it just how he liked it, 2 sugars and light on the milk, a proper English tea. Arthur waited, taking a sip of his tea, knowing that Molly would get around to saying what was on her mind when she was ready. He could see the slightly troubled look on her face, but it was the one she wore when she was about to admit to being wrong about something. That was one of the benefits of having been married for so long. Reading facial expressions became much easier. Molly sighed, and after taking a sip of her tea she looked at Arthur. "Arthur, I want you to know that you were right about Ginny and the life I tried to force upon her," she said with an air of melancholy, but there was also an underlying tone of acceptance. Arthur just nodded for a moment, trying to figure out if her admittance of being in the wrong really made any difference. "I'm happy to hear that, dear, but I'm afraid that the damage has been done. Ginny has left and she has now forged a new life for herself with Harry." Molly nodded in return. "I'm well aware of that, but she is young and still our daughter. I'd rather have her home where we can be of help if they need it, than out there somewhere, alone. They need their family near them. That is something that I agree with you about, but how we can obtain that, I have no idea," Arthur said sadly. "Then there is Harry to consider. He stated quite clearly his reasons for leaving. I don't see how we can be of much help with any of his problems." "Don't you think he'd come back for Ginny's sake?" Molly asked, her voice tinged with her anguish. Arthur just shook his head. "I'm afraid not. Ginny is much more likely to stay with him on the run than trying to coerce him to return to what has had to have been a nightmare of a life for him." Molly stared into the flames for a moment, taking another sip of her tea. "I'm sure you're right once again," she said with great sadness. Arthur could see how much his wife was hurting, and he wished with all his might that he could relieve her of that. Unfortunately, sometimes when choices are made, trying to rectify them was very difficult, if not impossible. Only time would ease her heartache. He watched as she sat back in her rocker and began to slowly rock, staring into the fire. He well knew what must have been going through her mind. The 4 searchers sat in the dining room of the hotel, eating their breakfasts and trying to come up with some sort of plan. The only clue that they had was the fact that Harry and Ginny had left with someone, the girl at the bistro in the station called the English woman. Bill looked at Fleur and then to Tonks. He knew he was out of his element. He was a curse breaker, having no experience in tracking down people. He was once more doubly grateful that Tonks had arranged to come along. "So what's our next move?" he asked the young Auror. Tonks finished taking her sip of tea and looked back at Bill steadily. She had been concerned that he would try to dictate everything in his obsession to find his sister. "Well, since we have only one solid clue, we need have someone at the station all day so that if the English woman comes in, we'll be able to follow her at the least, and maybe get to ask her some questions if we are able," Tonks said. "How will we know who she is?" Bill asked. Fleur rolled her eyes. "By offering a few francs to the people at the bistro to signal us when she comes in, of course," she said, like it should have been so obvious. Bill nodded. "Is that all we can do?" he asked, trying hard to hide his disappointment. "No," Tonks said with a smile. While one or two of us stay at the station, the others can go out and circle the area, showing the photographs around to see if anyone recognizes them. I know it's a long shot in a city this size, but you never know." Fleur smiled. "I found out from the desk clerk that there is an apparition point at the train station. It's down a small corridor, and to access it from the station you need to know the signal to have the guard open the door." "That's great," Bill said. "That will certainly save time traveling back and forth from here to the station." Fleur patted his cheek. "I knew you would be so pleased," she said a bit patronizingly. Bill gave her a small frown. "Please, Fleur, I'm not a child." Remus chuckled. "No, it looks like she's treating you as a favored pet." Tonks turned towards Remus. "Is that what I need to do with you?" she asked cheekily. Remus sputtered and turned bright red, wishing he'd kept his mouth shut. Bill, who had started to frown at Remus' comment, started to chuckle softly. He was sure that Fleur had been right. Tonks was going to win in the end. He wasn't sure how long it would take, but it was going to be fun to watch while that sat looking for Ginny and Harry. Since they were finished their breakfasts, they all headed for the apparition point so that they could get to the station and start their stakeout for the wayward pair. Harry and Ginny awoke quite a bit later than usual, but it wasn't unexpected considering how late they had been up. They rose and got ready to face the Peters, Noel, and see if things were still fine. Making sure their illusions were in place, they went out to the kitchen where they found James and Noel sitting down and having some tea. "It's about time you two got up," Noel said with a smile. "I guess all the tromping around yesterday tired us out more than we thought," Ginny replied, smiling back at their hostess. "Well, now that you're up, we can have a fine traditional English breakfast," James said genially. They noticed Noel had the cat sitting in her lap, where it was sleeping contentedly. When she noticed Ginny looking, she said, "See what James found for me." He said it was to replace that horrid ceramic one that he happened to break. She then looked over to James with a loving smile on her face. "He spoils me, and to tell the truth, I hated that ceramic one. It was a wedding gift from a cousin that I didn't particularly get along with while growing up. Yes, I'm sure Bernice gave it to you knowing you wouldn't like it, but wouldn't throw it out because it was a wedding gift. If I had known how much you detested it, I would have broken it years ago," James said with a laugh, while cooking their meal. "What have you decided to name the cat?" Ginny asked out of curiosity. Noel smiled while gently petting the feline laying in her lap. "I've decided to name her Magique, that's French for magic, and since that's how she appeared I think it's appropriate." James, Harry and Ginny all shared a knowing smile, while Noel smiled at the cat, that chose that moment to get up, jump down and stretch, before going over to James and circle between his legs, meowing while rubbing against him, staring up at the frying pan he had the rashers cooking in. After breakfast, it was a happy, well-rested, well-fed group that headed out for some more sightseeing in the magical city of Paris. Severus Snape approached Malfoy Manor with some trepidation. He had not learned very much from Dumbledore about what the Order was looking for, and he was sure that the Dark Lord would not be happy. That usually meant one thing and one thing only: the bearer of the news was in for a little punishment. Snape was glad to see that there were few of the inner circle present in the hall as he entered. He hated it when there was a large audience when he was being subject to the Cruciatus. The only good thing was that your muscles tensed up and you didn't make a mess of yourself, a small consolation when you were screaming your lungs out. As he came forward and bowed before the Dark Lord, he was gratified to hear him say to the others, "Leave us." Snape rose and stood before Voldemort, waiting passively for the room to finish clearing before speaking. He wasn't all that surprised when Bellatrix was the last to leave, and she shot him a look that would quail most others. He just watched her go, his face a stone mask, revealing nothing. When she shut the door, Voldemort said, "What have you learned, Severus?" "Less than I hoped to," Snape said, evenly. "All Dumbledore would admit to is that something has gone missing and the Order is trying desperately to find it." Snape was surprised when the Dark Lord did not immediately comment but just stared thoughtfully into the fire. "And he gave no indication of what it could be?" Voldemort pressed. "I did ask, but all he told me was it was a bit smaller than similar items of its type and that it was definitely magical." "Is that all he said?" Snape pondered a moment and then added, "He said one more thing, my lord. When I asked how it had gone missing, he said, it slipped away." "It slipped away," Voldemort repeated softly, more to himself than to Snape. He pondered in silence for several moments, then said, an odd turn of phrase, don't you think? Yes, my lord. I thought so too, Snape replied. What do you make of it? Voldemort asked with a thin, evil smile on his face. To me, it would seem to indicate something that could move under its own power, or he probably would have said something along the lines of someone taking or moving it, my lord, Snape replied. Yes, Severus, Voldemort hissed gleefully. I believe that Dumbledore may have told you more than he thought he did. Perhaps, my lord. He is getting rather old, said Snape. You have done well, Severus. Not as well as I had hoped, but better than I expected, Voldemort said lowly. Leave me, but try to see if you can discover anything more about what has slipped away from Dumbledore and his order. Of course, my lord, I hope to maybe probe some of the less powerful members at the next meeting, Snape said with a bow. As he turned to go, Voldemort called out after him, remember that just because I haven't punished you at this moment, that I am totally pleased with you. If you fail to find out more, you will feel my displeasure. Yes, my lord. I understand completely, Snape replied. Go, Voldemort said in final dismissal. The next couple of days flew by for both the hunted and the hunters. Harry and Ginny were treated to a lot of what Paris had to offer, from museums and churches to national monuments and even one night at the theater, all in all a wonderful second week of their impromptu honeymoon. For the searchers, it was just a long couple of frustrating, fruitless days. The couples took turns sitting at the station in hopes that the English woman would show up, but so far the staff at the bistro had not indicated that she had stopped in. While one pair sat, the other would take turns wandering the area, stopping in shops and speaking to the gendarmes, asking if anyone recognized the pair in the photographs. So far it had not turned up anything in the slightest. As the time stretched on, Fleur would sometimes sit with Tonks, or Remus. They pretty much traded off, so everyone spent some time with each of the others. Only Tonks seemed not to get disheartened at the lack of progress. She tried to explain that stakeouts were the most boring thing except paperwork that she did as an Auror, but the others, though they listened, still found it difficult to just sit and watch all the time. Fleur was sitting with Tonks at the moment and they had fun talking about how Remus seemed to be handling being in close approximation to Tonks. You, Waring, I am down, I can tell, Fleur said with a smile. You really think so? Tonks asked, unsure if it was true. Oh, yes. You should see him when he thinks you're not looking, Fleur replied. He can not keep his eyes off of you. Fleur then looked at the half-eaten croissant before her. I hope something happens soon, or I will lose my girlish figure, sitting, eating all this, she said, pointing at the pastry. But they're so good, Tonks said, taking another bite of her own. I know, that is what makes them so dangerous, Fleur replied with a chuckle. Tonks looked a little uncomfortable, finally saying, I need to use the loo. I'll be right back, as she rose and headed off quickly. Fleur watched her go and she hoped that the young Auror finally got her man. She was just looking around when she saw the girl at the counter, motioning frantically towards the door. Just exiting was a rather nicely dressed woman. Fleur's eyes opened wide, the meaning of the counter girl sinking in. What a bloody time for Tonks to go to the loo, she said to herself, rising quickly and heading out after the English woman. It took her several moments to get through the door and for a moment she panicked, not seeing the woman. Turning her head frantically, she finally spotted the woman casually walking down the street. She had been momentarily blocked by some people walking by. With one quick glance back toward their table and not seeing Tonks, Fleur began to quickly follow the woman, wanting to close the distance so she wouldn't lose her in the bustling crowds of people. With a sigh, she caught up most of the way when the woman stopped and looked in a shop window. Tonks returned from using the loo and was surprised to see the table empty. She quickly realized what must have happened and she hurried over to the bistro. Did the English woman stop in? She asked. I was able to signal your friend and she followed, or outside, the young girl said. Do you know which way they went? Tonks asked, hoping that she'd get lucky. I is not sure, but I think they went to Z right, the girl replied apologetically. Merci, Tonks replied, as she hurried for the door. She looked immediately to the right, but didn't see Fleur. Shaking her head she began to walk quickly in that direction, it was all she could do. Fleur was trying to keep up with the woman, but with the crowded pavement, it was difficult to keep her in constant view. She caught sight of her turning the corner ahead and hurried to catch up. Fleur turned the corner, trying to act normal, with her eyes scanning the way ahead, trying desperately to see her quarry. The foot traffic was much less on this side street, but to Fleur's horror, she didn't see the woman anymore. She took a few hesitant steps, not knowing what to do, when suddenly from her side and slightly behind she heard, "Why are you following me?" Fleur turned and found herself looking at the woman she had been following, and the surprise was evident on her face at being caught. "I am Zori, I didn't mean to alarm you, I was hoping to ask you a few questions," Fleur said hastily. "Why?" was the simple response she got. "We are looking for my fiancé's sister. May I show you a couple of photographs?" Fleur asked. When the woman didn't say anything for a moment, Fleur quickly took out the photographs and tried to hand them to the woman. She looked down at Fleur's hand but didn't touch the pictures, so Fleur spread them apart for the woman to see. "Haven't you seen either of these two?" she asked somewhat desperately. The woman's eyes flitted to the photographs and then back to Fleur. "No, sorry, never seen them." She then turned to walk away. Fleur said, "Please, if you can, help." The woman looked back and with a firm look said, "I said I didn't know them. Do I need to call the gendarmes?" Fleur dropped her hands in defeat. "Non, that will not be necessary. Do not attempt to follow me," the woman stated, and then turned back the way they had come. Once she got to the corner, she flagged down a taxi and disappeared from Fleur's view. She watched the taxi till it was lost in the sea of light vehicles that seemed to flood the street. Dejectedly, Fleur began to walk back to the station, where she would have to report her failure, something that she was going to hate to do, but she knew that the others needed to know. Tonks was hurrying down the street when she spied Fleur walking slowly back towards her. Fleur's face said enough for Tonks to know that something had happened and it wasn't what they had hoped for. Tonks stopped and waited for Fleur to get to her. Fleur spotted her from a little distance away and looked at her, quite dejectedly. Tonks closed the distance and put her arm around the sad French girl. "Tell me what happened," she said to Fleur, softly, without any rancor. "Of course, as soon as you left, the girl signaled that the woman was just leaving. I followed as best I could, but she spotted me and confronted me," Fleur said sadly. "I showed her the photographs, but she said she did not know them." Fleur's eyes were misting up with her frustration at failing. She said she would call the gendarmes if I bother her anymore, and then she took a taxi away. Tonks just nodded. "You did fine, Fleur. It's not your fault, I should have been there." Fleur just looked at Tonks like she was crazy. "Is this how it is on the stakeouts?" she asked with a wan smile. "Sometimes," Tonks said. "Let's get back to the station, Bill and Remus should be back soon." Fleur nodded dejectedly and they walked back to wait for the two men and report what had happened. Noelle was thinking fast and furiously, wondering who the woman who had followed her was. If she hadn't spotted that she was being followed, she would have led them right back to the apartment. She thanked God that James had her undergo some training back when Europe was still so heavily divided into East and West. This wasn't the first time she had been aware of someone following her. Steadying herself, she had the taxi driver take her up several blocks and turn to the center of Paris. When they got as far as she figured she needed to go, she had the driver pull over and stop at one of her favorite stores. What was good about it was that it had more than one entrance. She paid the taxi driver and walked hurriedly through the doors, after taking a quick look around, in case the woman had someone with her in a car. She walked straight through and out the other side, where she knew there was a taxi stand where she could immediately catch another taxi. Making sure that she wasn't being followed, she took the next taxi to a spot a couple blocks from the apartment, where she could get to it easily but make sure no one had trailed her. She finally made it to the apartment and she paused outside the doors for a moment to see if she could spot anything unusual or out of place. Seeing that no one seemed to be around or interested in her, she swiftly made her way into the lobby and to the lift. Finally feeling safe once the door had closed and the car was up past the second floor, she fumbled with her key for a moment, but recovered quickly, getting the door opened. She threw her purse down and headed right to the table where James, Harry and Ginny were seated. James immediately knew something was wrong. "What is it, my dear?" he asked. Noelle sat down. "Could I have some tea first?" she asked a little shakily. Now that she was safe, the excess adrenaline needed something to do, so she began sharing a bit. James had the tea ready in no time, and he poured out a cup for Noelle. She took a large sip which helped her to calm down. I was followed this afternoon, she stated plainly. James looked shocked. It had been quite some time since she had been followed by anyone, not since the easing of the East-West tensions. Noelle then looked at Harry and Ginny. The woman who stopped me had photographs that looked remarkably like you two, she said, with a questioning look. Harry and Ginny were shocked. There shouldn't be any photographs of them as they looked now, and how someone could have obtained any was beyond them. Us, said Ginny. Yes, though now looking at you two again, there were some minor differences. She asked me if I had seen the people in the photographs, Noelle said, calming down now that she was home. I said I didn't know the people and I left, making sure I wasn't followed, and worked my way back here. You did very well, dear, James said with a smile. Noelle got a thoughtful look on her face. Why is someone looking for you too? She asked. Ginny was the one who spoke up. Could you describe the woman who stopped you? She was an exceedingly beautiful French woman, with long, almost white hair, Noelle said after a moment's reflection. Ginny nodded her head. My brother's fiancée, from the sounds of it. She then gave a sheepish grin. See, Bill and I eloped. Noelle smiled. How romantic, she said with a small sigh. My parents, well, my mum really, wanted for me to take a different path in life, and well, I didn't want that, so Bill is my savior, Ginny said, looking lovingly at Harry. Even more romantic, Noelle said with a grin, winking at Ginny. Harry looked troubled. I wonder how they tracked us to Paris. He asked. James shrugged. It's probably something as simple as the conductors on the trains remembered you. You two are quite striking. And what about Noelle? Ginny asked. She was obviously seen meeting you two at the railway station. She does frequent that little bistro inside the front door quite a bit. Even if they don't know her name, they could still recognize her as a regular, and from there it's easy enough to sit and wait. Not all that mysterious, when you think about it, James said thoughtfully. It's a bit of a bother, don't you think? Harry said. James laughed. Yes, I suppose it is. He then got a more serious look on his face. I take it you'd rather not go back. He said, more for Noelle's benefit. Harry and Ginny both nodded. At least for a while yet, Ginny said, looking at Harry. Harry just nodded in agreement. Well, do you have any plans? James asked. Nothing concrete, Harry replied. We just plan on traveling around for a bit to see some of the rest of Europe and maybe the world. James raised his eyebrows. How you fixed for money? We're fine, Harry replied. I have a bit of inheritance that I can use. Trust me, money is the least of our worries. Well then, you just need to disguise yourselves more when traveling. That shouldn't be too hard, he said smiling, giving Harry a wink. Harry couldn't help but smile back. No, we should be fine. Harry sighed. Looking at Ginny he said, if your brother is so close, we'd better be moving on. Any idea where you will go? Noelle asked, a bit sadly. She was enjoying having the young couple stay with them. It was almost like having the children she and James had wanted, but due to fertility problems, she couldn't carry a child to term. I don't know, maybe Germany, Berlin, or perhaps to Scandinavia, Norway, Harry said. I'll miss you too, Noelle said, sadly. It's almost like having children of our own. Ginny was the one who picked up on Noelle's melancholy. Can't you have children? Unfortunately, I can't carry a baby for some reason. The doctors explained it, but it doesn't matter really, they just said they couldn't fix it and I really didn't pay attention to the technical stuff, Noelle said. They did say there was a chance of like 1 in a million, but we stopped trying, because with every failure, I just became more depressed. She then smiled brightly. But enough of maudlin things. If you two are leaving, let's have one last night out on the town. Dinner and dancing, on us, she stated looking at James. James nodded. Okay, sounds good to me, how about you two? Ginny looked hopefully at Harry, who had to laugh at the puppy dog look she gave him. Okay with us, Harry replied, causing Ginny to squeal and jump into his lap, keying him soundly. It was a very forlorn pair of women the Bill and Remus found when they returned to the railway station. What's the matter? Bill asked as they reached the table. Fleur looked up with a sad face, but it was Tonks who did the talking. It seems fate must be on Harry's and Ginny's side, she said with a rueful chuckle. How's that? Remus asked. Well, I had to run to the loo, and when I got back Fleur was missing. The girl at the counter said the English woman had just been in and Fleur followed her. Somehow the woman noticed and confronted Fleur. She denied knowing the people in the photographs, but she seemed to act like someone who knew about losing a tail. She caught a taxi and disappeared, Tonks said, giving them the condensed version of what had happened. By the time I caught up to Fleur the woman was long gone, she said, catching them up fully. Damn it to bloody hell, Bill said hotly. Fleur looked at him very apprehensively, but when Bill saw her face, he quickly calmed down. I'm sorry Fleur, I'm not mad at you, just at the fact we were so close, but missed again. He then looked at Tonks, so what now? Well, things aren't totally bad. We know that she was on foot till she noticed Fleur. That has to mean that she lives fairly close by. I know it isn't much, but at least we have that. Okay, then what's the plan? Remus asked. Well, if we look at this logically, we can narrow our search by quite a bit. Most muggles won't walk more than 3 or 4 city blocks, and since we know the direction she was heading, that cuts down the search area, Tonks explained. How do we know she was going home? Bill asked. We don't for sure, but she had just bought fresh pastries. Most people usually head straight home with something like that, Tonks said. Okay, I can believe that. Anything else? Remus asked. Since she was on this side of the street, odds are that she lives on this side. She would most likely crossed over here than further down. People just tend to walk on the side of their destination, Tonks replied. Plus she had already crossed one street, so we can eliminate that as one we need to search. Well, what are we waiting for? Bill said, rising and looking at the others hopefully. Fleur rose, showing a bit of a happier face than she had since she had confronted the English woman. She went to Bill's side. I am sorry, mon chéri, she said softly. I wouldn't have done anything different, Fleur, he said tenderly, giving her a brief key. Tonks and Remus rose too, and started towards their friends. When Tonks looked cheekily at Remus, what about me, mon chéri? She said, wagging her eyebrows at him. Bill and Fleur couldn't help but laugh at the look on Remus' face. They heard him mutter something under his breath. Tonks got an amused look on her face and said, not yet, huh? Remus just shook his head and headed for the doors, though he was a bit embarrassed by Tonks' continued blatant passes at him. He was starting to enjoy them, and just maybe he'd succumb to her one of these times, just to see what she'd do. Since they were going out to dinner and dancing, Harry and Ginny took out their best clothing, a very nice suit for Harry and a wonderful, dark blue dress for Ginny, its color making Ginny's hair stand out beautifully. Ginny was a bit nervous. Her only dancing had been learning at home and then the Yule Ball a couple of years ago, and she didn't exactly have the most experienced of dance partners then. She was looking at herself in the mirror and hoped that she looked good for Harry. She shouldn't have worried, because as she was tugging at the dress, that had a fairly deep plunging neckline, Harry walked back into the bedroom, having showered and changed in the bathroom. Nervously she turned to him. How do I look? She asked, softly. For a moment, she was worried, because Harry just stared at her, his face a blank mask. Good Godric, you're beautiful, he said emotionally. He came over and took her into his arms and kissed her deeply. Ginny beeped into his mouth and she felt her nipples harden at the intensity of his kiss. If they didn't need to leave shortly, she knew what would have happened, so she broke the kiss and rested her head on Harry's chest. Merlin, Harry, that was some kiss, she said breathlessly. You won't get an argument from me, Harry said huskily. It took a moment for Ginny's heartbeat to return to near normal, and she just let herself enjoy being in Harry's loving arms. We should really be going out into the living room, she said softly. I know, Harry said, but he didn't let go of her at that instant. He let himself be filled with Ginny's warmth and love for several seconds more before he slowly let go of her. Help me with my tie, he asked with a grin. Ginny just laughed. Of course, she said. What would you men do if your women couldn't tie your ties? She asked playfully. Go without them, Harry replied, cheekily. Ginny finished tying his tie and gave him a swat on his arm. Prat, she said, but she was smiling widely at him. She leaned in and gave him a quick kiss, but when Harry tried to put his arms around her and deepen the kiss, she spun away with a wonderful laugh, saying, we need to get going. Harry smiled at her and replied, we'll continue this later. His voice laden with promise. Ginny smiled brightly at him, I certainly hope so. She then slipped out of the door, looking back over her shoulder as she left. Harry quickly grabbed his coat and sped after her, catching her in the hall just as they got to the living room, where Noelle and James were waiting. "My, don't you two look grand," Noelle said with a smile. "However do you keep them looking so wonderful, when all you have are your packs?" "It's all how you pack them," Ginny said with a smile. Noelle just laughed. "Well, it almost seems like magic to me." "You have no idea," Harry said very softly. They all exited the apartment and headed for the lift. They could hear it coming, so they waited patiently off to the side. It finally arrived and the elderly couple from across the hall stepped out. Though their hair was gray, they were quite lively and didn't walk as if that old. Ginny looked at them closely and it was hard to tell their actual ages. The couple smiled and said, "Good evening." "Thank you," Noelle said, smiling at them. "And a good evening to you too." The woman kept walking down the hall towards their apartment, but the gentleman stopped for a moment. He looked closely at Ginny and then Harry, his eyes twinkling and a smile came onto his face. Ginny and Harry watched as the man scrutinized them closely. It looked like he was about to say something when his wife called out from down the hall, "Come on, Nicholas." The man tipped his hat at Harry and Ginny, turned and started after his wife. "Coming, Perenelle, I'm coming," he said good-naturedly. He stopped for just 1 second and looked back at the small group as it was stepping into the lift. Harry and Ginny were the last to get on, and as they did, they took one last look down the hall. Nicholas smiled at them, then as he turned to continue to their apartment, he shook his head and gave a low laugh. Harry and Ginny watched him go as the door to the lift closed. The last view they had was of the man, whispering something to his wife, and they both looked up the hall, smiling at Harry and Ginny, until the door shut completely. Ginny leaned close to Harry and whispered, "Do you think?" she asked, questioningly. Harry just shrugged. He didn't know for certain, but it seemed odd that the couple had the same names as the famous Flamels. They exited the building and instead of James's regular car, there was a limousine waiting. It wasn't big by most limousine standards, but it was more than roomy enough for the four of them. When Harry looked questioningly at James, he just laughed and said, "This way I don't need to worry if I drink a little too much wine. The limousine is owned by my company and I rarely use it, so I thought tonight would be as good as time as any." He then leaned a little closer to Harry and Ginny and added, "Plus the windows are tinted, and in case the people who are looking for you happen to be around, you can't be seen by accident." Harry didn't think that likely, but as the car approached the intersection, he glanced out the window and saw someone who looked familiar. At first he had a hard time placing him, but then he realized the man looked an awful lot like Remus Lupin and his companion looked remarkably like Nymphadora Tonks, the Auror. Harry caught Ginny's eye, but by then they were past the couple. Harry just whispered to her, "I'll tell you later." Ginny thought his voice sounded a little strange but just shrugged. It wouldn't do to wonder about it now, and Harry had said he'd tell her later, and that was good enough for her. Remus was getting tired. They had been searching the area since the afternoon and evening was now falling. The task seemed hopeless. They had been circling the blocks for hours with nothing to show for it, except aching tired feet and legs. He came to a halt. "Dora," he said tiredly. "How much longer are we going to tromp around like this?" Tonks sighed. She knew it was a long shot at best. They'd need to be exceedingly lucky to see the woman they were looking for, or Harry and Ginny, especially since the woman had probably warned them about being asked about them. She turned and looked at Remus and saw how drained he looked. She then looked up and down the street and saw virtually no one in sight, just a few cars were driving on this side street. Remus saw her look and said, "We need to rest and rethink things. Hell, they could be in this limo going by and we'd never know it." Tonks watched the limo pass, its tinted windows obscuring the passengers completely. She knew he was right, they weren't tackling this job efficiently. They need to concentrate on the times when people would likely to be coming or going from their homes or apartments. Nodding tiredly herself, she said, "You're right, Remus, let's go to where we're supposed to meet Bill and Fleur. We'll head back to the hotel and map out a strategy for tomorrow." Remus was so relieved, he didn't even protest when Tonks linked her arm through his as they turned around and headed back the way they had come. Tomorrow was another day, maybe they'd have better luck then. Harry and Ginny had a fabulous last night in Paris with the Peters. James and Noelle took them to a 4-star restaurant and then to a very nice exclusive club for dancing. It was a perfect ending to their time with their newfound friends. It was a very happy but tired group that got back into the limousine and headed back to the apartment. True to his word, James had drank a fair share of wine, as had they all. Harry and Ginny couldn't help but smile as James nibbled on Noelle's ear and whispered softly to her between nibbles. Noelle laughed lowly, turned her head and keyed James softly, saying, "Wait till we get home." James took it good-naturedly and with a smile looked at Harry and Ginny. "I'm glad you got to spend some time with us here in Paris, and I hope you have a wonderful life together." "We certainly plan on it," Harry said, smiling as he looked into Ginny's eyes. Surprisingly, they were quite bright, even though she had drank more wine than she had ever done before. "William," she said seductively, "just wait till I get you back to our room." Harry's response was to tenderly cup her cheek with his hand and key her deeply. "I can't wait," he whispered. Ginny's eyes were smoldering with her barely contained desire, and Harry was glad that James and Noelle were there, or he might not have been able to restrain himself till they got back to the apartment. Harry and Ginny's attention was drawn to the Peters when Noelle pulled James's hand out from under the hem of her dress. She laughed lowly. "Really, James? We're not alone. What will our guests think? That we're in love, just as they are," James replied, grinning at his wife. Luckily for James, they arrived back at the apartment building and their driver opened the door for the two couples. They all tumbled out of the limo, laughing and joking. James dismissed the driver and they entered the building. It took relatively little time to make their way back up to the top floor, the men laughing, the women giggling. They made their way down the hall to the door to the apartment. James was surprised to find a very fine envelope attached to their door. After removing it from the door, he unlocked it and they entered the apartment. "Who is the note from?" Noelle asked as she sat down on the couch. James was just opening it. "Give me a moment, my dear," James said, as he quickly read the note. James smiled. "It looks like you must have made an impression on our neighbors. They would like to see you tomorrow morning, if you're willing." Ginny looked at Harry, both showing surprise on their faces. If they were the Flamels, what did they want with them? Did they give a time? Harry asked, wanting to plan their escape from Paris. "It says you can knock on their door any time after 9, James replied. Harry nodded. "Okay, we'll be up and packed, so that as soon as we're done across the hall, we can leave immediately. I really don't want to hang around if Catherine's brother is close by. I know the odds are against us being seen, but why take a chance when you don't have to?" "Quite right," James replied, with a smile. "Well, it's late, so we're heading off to bed. I can't begin to tell you how wonderful it's been visiting here with you. You two have been so gracious in opening your house to us and showing us around Paris. I don't think we'll ever be able to repay you," Harry said. "Yes, I agree, you two have been the best of friends to us. We'll always remember you wherever we go," Ginny added. "Well, we'll see you in the morning, we can say our goodbyes then," said Noelle, fighting back a tear. "Good night you two," James said, as he came and put an arm around his wife. Harry and Ginny went to their bedroom and were getting undressed, Ginny with a frown of concentration. "Harry," she asked, "do you think any of the healing spells in the Marauder's notebook would be of use for Noelle?" Harry looked thoughtful for a moment. "I'm not sure, but it couldn't hurt to find out," he replied. Ginny retrieved the book from the nightstand, and began to page through it. "I think that a couple of these have possibilities," she said, hopefully. "Do you want me to go get James?" Harry asked. "Don't you think it would be a wonderful way to repay them for all they've done for us?" Ginny asked. Harry just smiled. "You're right, of course. I'll be right back." Harry was pleased that James was still in the living room, looking at some documents from his briefcase. He looked up when he heard Harry coming. Smiling, he said, "Is there something the matter?" "No, but Ginny and I would like to have a word with you," Harry said softly. James seemed to understand that Noelle wasn't included in the invitation. "Okay, let on," he replied. Within moments they were back in Harry and Ginny's bedroom. James looking at them expectantly. "James, what would you say if I told you we could probably cure Noelle of her infertility?" Ginny said, seriously. James looked surprised, not expecting what Ginny had said at all. "You can do that?" he asked. "I'm pretty sure," Ginny said. "With what Noelle described, I think it might just be possible. Would it hurt to try?" James looked very serious. "I don't know, I mean if she got her hopes up and then, if she had another miscarriage, it just might destroy her," he replied. We could do it without her knowing, Ginny said. James thought about it for several moments. If she didn't know, I could go along with it. Is she asleep now? Ginny asked. I'm pretty sure she is, he replied. She usually goes straight to bed and falls asleep immediately after a night of dancing and wine, James said with a chuckle. Why don't you go check, and come back and let us know when it's clear, Ginny said. James left and was back almost immediately. Yes, she's dead to the world, he said, grinning. Ginny took one last look at the notebook and grabbed her wand. Let's go, she said. James led her and Harry to his and Noelle's bedroom. There was a soft light on, giving them just enough light to see by. Ginny looked at Harry and James, before creeping silently over to the bed. She took her wand and passed it several times over Noelle's abdomen while muttering several spells. At first Ginny was frowning, but after a moment, she smiled. Closing her eyes in concentration, she manipulated her free hand over Noelle's body. There was a small flash of light and Ginny's smile got wider. She dropped her hands, opened her eyes and made her way back to the waiting men. She motioned with her head towards the hall, leading them out of the room. I'm positive I was successful, she said happily. What did you find? James asked. She had several nodules in her uterine wall. They act as a natural IUD and prevent pregnancy, Ginny said. That's what the doctors said. They said they were inoperable, because doing so would leave scarred tissue just as bad as the nodules, James explained. Well, I was able to banish them without leaving any scar tissue. From the spell I cast afterwards, she should have no trouble conceiving and carrying a baby now, Ginny replied with a smile. Thank you, you too. If we have a child, you have more than compensated us for having you here, James said emotionally. Well, morning will be here before we know it, so good night again, Harry said, as he and Ginny headed back to their room. James just watched them go for a moment, thinking, they are certainly a remarkable young couple. I wish them well, before heading back into the bedroom. It was a rather disheartened group of searchers that ate their dinner in the hotel dining room. Tonks seemed to be the only one who wasn't discouraged. Listen, we can't get down or we'll fail before we even begin, she said to the group. Fleur was the one who was taking it the hardest, having, as she said, blown their opportunity. I am so sorry, she lamented. If I only hadn't gotten caught, we would know where they were. Bill tried to calm her down, with some minor success, but she was still blaming herself. Tonks produced a map of the area around the train station and was studying it closely, shaking her head. What is it? Remus asked. They just have to be in this 4-block area. Everything I was taught tells me that's where they have to be, she replied. Unfortunately we still need to be there at the correct time, or we'll miss them, Remus replied. Tonks rested her head in her one hand, still staring at the map. I know, we just need to get a little lucky, that's all. Is that standard or a procedure? Remus asked with a grin. You wouldn't believe how often luck plays a part in solving a case, Tonks replied. Really, I bet at least a full quarter of our cases are solved because someone got lucky, Tonks replied, returning his grin. Tonks then looked across the table at Bill and Fleur. Fleur was looking more disconsolate than ever and Bill looked at Tonks and Remus sympathetically. I'm going to take Fleur back up to the room. Do you mind if I stay with her for a while? Remus frowned slightly but Tonks immediately spoke up. No, that's fine, she said with a grin. She and Remus watched them leave and then Remus turned to Tonks and said, so what are we going to do? Tonks flashed him a smile and said, well we could always go up to the other room. Instead of the usual response, Remus said, oh, and what would we do there? Tonks was taken a little by surprise. Well, we'd, enjoy each other's company. Smooth, Dora, real smooth, she said to herself. Well, yes, but doing what? Did you have anything in mind? Remus asked, a sly smile on his face. Tonks looked at Remus. Seriously, Remus, are you playing with my affections? She asked. Isn't that what you've been doing with mine? He asked in response. Tonks at least had the decency to act contrite. Well, maybe a little, but what's a girl got to do to get the attention of someone she's interested in? In the silence that hung between them for a moment, the strains of music could be heard coming from somewhere down the hall. Remus looked at Tonks and said, do you dance? Well, it's been a long time, she said, smiling shyly. Not as long as it has been for me, Remus replied, with a sad smile. I believe it was at James's and Lily's wedding, as a matter of fact. Tonks felt sad by his comment. Why don't we try to make a happy memory then, she said in reply, softly. It's not so much as a sad memory, quite the contrary, it is one of my happiest memories, but what came next, well, that's another story, he replied quietly. Tonks stood up and said, come on Remus, let's go find that music. Remus looked up at her and said, I thought you'd never ask. Things back in England were slowly changing back to a more normal routine. The Order had gone back to using Grimmauld Place as their meeting place, promising if they found out anything they would notify the Weasleys immediately. It was at the end of the week that Charlie approached his father. Hey Dad, got a minute? Arthur smiled knowingly at his son. Sure thing, son. What's on your mind? Charlie felt bad. As much as he wanted Ginny found safe and sound, he knew hanging around the burrow wasn't helping any. I think it's time for me to head back to Romania. Arthur nodded. Yeah, I think that's best, he said softly, smiling at his second son. We'll let you know if we hear anything. Charlie nodded in return. Thanks, Dad. I'm just sitting around here and it's just driving me crazy. At least back at the reserve I'll be busy and there's no reason to explain, Charlie. I know and understand. Yeah, but will Mum? Charlie asked, with a wan smile. I'm sure she will, Arthur replied. It may take a little while to sink in, but she'll see that it's where you belong. All right then, I'll pack my stuff and say goodbye to Mum and be on my way. Arthur stepped forward and took Charlie in a hug. Take care, son. We'll let you know as soon as we find out anything. Thanks again, Dad. Arthur watched Charlie head up the stairs to pack. Charlie was always the practical one, even if he did like working with dragons. Morning came quickly to Harry and Ginny, or so it seemed. They had made love after leaving James with Noelle, so that it was quite late when they finally got to sleep. Harry stretched and looked at the beautiful form of Ginny as she slumbered on. He figured he'd let her sleep a little more while he got his shower. He really would have much preferred to shower with Ginny, but he was sure that they'd get involved and spend too much time doing so, and he wanted to get going as soon as possible. He leaned gently over and gave Ginny a soft key, causing her to stir slightly, a smile forming on her lips. Without opening her eyes, she murmured, Is it morning already? Yes, love, but you stay here and get a little more rest while I take my shower, okay? Ginny pouted a little. I'd rather we showered together, but it's probably best if we don't. I know, who knows when we'd get started if you joined me, Harry said playfully. Ginny smiled again, giving Harry a slight nudge. You'd better get going, or neither of us will get a shower till later. Harry chuckled as he rose, looking back at his lovely wife and companion, knowing that he couldn't be happier the way things had turned out. Gathering a few things, he headed off to the shower. It was a groggy four that met in the sitting area of their suite. By the time Remus and Tonks had returned from dancing, Bill and Fleur had gone to bed in their separate bedrooms. Tonks couldn't believe the evening she had. It seemed like a dream to her. Remus had been a perfect gentleman, maybe too perfect for her liking, but they had so much fun dancing, she didn't mind. It had taken a couple of dances to get them both back into the swing of things and get accustomed to their partners, but after that, they danced most of the dances, both thoroughly enjoying themselves. Fleur was a little surprised to see the change in the interaction of the couple. They were much less tense around one another. She was genuinely happy for them and she was feeling much better after spending some quality time with Bill, just snuggling and snogging, but it was enough for now. So why are we up this early, again? Bill asked, yawning. So we can get over to the search area early enough to catch anyone who might be out and about at normal commuting time, Tonks replied. Since it had been a late night they decided to have breakfast in their suite, to save time. So it was a satisfied and more awake group that headed down towards the apparition point a short time later. They arrived at the train station and within minutes they were heading out to the area where Tonks was sure that Harry and Ginny had to be located in, if they could just catch a break. Since they had a couple of blocks to go, they stayed together for the time being. When they got to the corner where Fleur had confronted the English woman, they split up into two teams, Bill and Fleur, and Remus and Tonks. Good hunting, Tonks said with a smile, as she and Remus walked straight ahead, and Bill and Fleur turned where the woman had turned. At precisely 9 o'clock, Harry and Ginny knocked on the door across the hall from the Peterses. Both were a little nervous as they weren't sure what to expect. The door opened after a moment and a genial gray-haired man greeted them with a smile. "Please, come in. I'm glad you came." He then turned and said loudly, "Perenelle, they're here." He then ushered them into a side parlor. "Please be seated," he said, gesturing at a comfortable-looking couch. "Let me go and inform my wife that you are here." With that he turned and left them alone. Harry and Ginny sat but let their eyes wander the room. At first it looked just like a normal parlor, loaded with knick-knacks and odds and ends, everywhere. It was when they began to look at everything more closely, that things began to stand out. There were several small stuffed animals, mounted in strange positions. Harry recognized a red cap and a Grindylow, along with several others that he did not recognize. Glancing at Ginny, who had seen them too, they had a pretty good idea that maybe these were the famous alchemist and his wife. Their inspection of the room was halted by the return of the man, who was accompanied by his wife, who was carrying a tray with tea and some biscuits. The woman served the tea and once she was seated, the man said, "My name is Nicholas Flamel," Harry said. The man smiled brightly, "That is correct, and this lovely creature is my wife." "Perenelle," said Ginny. The couple smiled at them. "Very good, Harry, and you too, Ginevra," Nicholas said. "So you know who we are?" Harry asked. "Yes, but don't worry. No one else knows and we won't be telling anyone we have seen you." Nicholas replied. "I guess you're wondering why we invited you here to visit," Perenelle said, softly. "That's right. Wouldn't you be?" Harry asked. Both Nicholas and Perenelle laughed. "Yes, you are correct, my boy," Nicholas said with a smile. "Well, first off, I wanted to meet the one who saved the stone so it didn't fall into the wrong hands," Nicholas said. "I didn't do it alone, I had help," Harry replied, bashfully. The Flamels chuckled at him. "Yes you did, Harry, but you were the one that confronted Quirrell and Voldemort in the end. Without your bravery and effort, the others would have never even been there," Perenelle said. Harry blushed, but had no comment, earning him a giggle from Ginny. That drew the Flamels' attention to her. "And you, Ginevra, you too have played a part in opposing evil. Your story is well known to the few who know and understand what your struggle meant and cost," Nicholas said, quietly. It was Ginny's turn to blush, but without Harry, I would have failed and died, she said softly. "But he did save you and you did survive. You don't think these things happen by happenstance, do you?" Perenelle asked. Ginny looked at her, never having thought of her first year in survival in those terms. "And now, here you are, bonded and so much in love. Simply amazing, don't you think?" Nicholas added. Harry and Ginny exchanged shy smiles. It was one thing to know it yourself, but to have someone else say it out loud was something altogether different. "You seem to know quite a bit about us," Ginny said, surprised. Nicholas just chuckled and shrugged. "How we know and all of what we know must remain a secret for now. Who knows, sometime in the future, circumstances may change and the full truth will be revealed, but for now, just know that what we know, we have divulged to no one." Harry and Ginny shared a sigh of relief. If they were to remain undiscovered, the knowledge needed to remain a secret, and hearing that the Flamels wouldn't tell anyone was a relief to them. "Now as to the other reason we wished to see you, we have a couple of gifts for you," Perenelle said with a smile. She rose and went to a cabinet in the corner and took out several items. She went over to Harry and Ginny. "This is the most potent healing potion in existence. It is a derivative of the elixir of life and will save you even if you are an instant from death," she said, handing a small flask to Ginny. "Just a couple of drops is all you need, no more," she added, looking Ginny in the eyes. Ginny looked at her in thanks, her eyes misting slightly. "Thank you," she said huskily. For some reason, the gift of life, as it were, overwhelmed her emotions. Perenelle then turned to Harry. "Here is the key of freedom. It will open any lock, no matter what type and what magic it may have upon it," she said, handing Harry a key that appeared to be of a very old style. "It is also undetectable and cannot be removed from you by anyone else." She then looked at them both. "And finally, we present you with these," she said, holding out her hand, from which dangled 2 amulets. "These are the amulets of love. The air also undetectable and irremovable by anyone but you two. They possess many qualities, some you will have to discover on your own, but I can tell you that no matter where the other is, you can transport yourself to the side of the other just by wishing it so." Nicholas smiled as she described the amulets. "Perenelle and I have used them many times in the past, but it is now time for them to go to you too. I hope in the future you will pass them on to a deserving couple." Perenelle looked at the clock. I see it is time for you to get going. Harry and Ginny were shocked by her statement. You have far to go yet, but we have faith in you both. Nicholas said. But I have left the wizarding world behind, Harry said. Nicholas smiled sympathetically. Yes, but you haven't left magic behind. You both have a lot to learn and need to grow so that you'll understand what to do when the time is right. Harry sighed and looked slightly forlorn, realizing that he probably wasn't going to escape his fate after all. Perenelle looked at him. Fear not, Harry. The time is not come yet, and when it does, you'll be ready to face what needs to be done. You and Ginny have a part yet to play, and though I don't know how or when, I am confident that you will do what is right, both of you. Nicholas rose and went to Perenelle's side. We knew your parents well, Harry. I know you will do what is right and they will be so proud of you. Harry looked at Nicholas questioningly. Will be? He asked. Death is but the next great adventure. They may have passed on, but they watch and know what you do, he replied. Now it is really time for you to go. To delay will cause complications that you don't need to face at the moment, Perenelle said, smiling at them. Will we ever see you two again? Ginny asked. I don't know the answer to that. If it is to be, it will happen, Nicholas said offhandedly. He approached Ginny first and taking her head in his hands, he kissed her on the brow. May Merlin protect you, he said solemnly. He then went to Harry and repeated the action. Both he and Ginny felt a tingle run through them as he did so. That's my last gift, Nicholas said softly. I hope it is enough. The Flamels led them to the door. Harry suddenly had a question he wanted an answer to. If the stone was destroyed, how? Quote. Nicholas laughed. I guess Albus never thought I'd make another one. Harry and Ginny were gobsmacked at his reply and the twinkle in his and Perenelle's eyes. Go now, and learn to live and love, all else is secondary, and above all, be happy. Perenelle said as she opened the door. Harry and Ginny stepped into the hall, turning to take one last look at the Flamels. They smiled back at the young couple. Thank you, Harry and Ginny said. Use your gifts well, and not just the ones we gave to you, Perenelle said, and then with a wave and a smile, the door closed, leaving a slightly disoriented couple standing alone. The Peters dropped Harry and Ginny off at a side entrance to the train station. With last hugs and handshakes, Harry and Ginny slipped into the station. A short distance away were the public facilities, and after a quick visit, a middle-aged couple made their way to purchase their tickets to Zurich, Switzerland. Mr. and Mrs. John and Mary Douglas were very unnoticeable in almost any crowd. Ginny had giggled when she saw herself in the mirror, and doubly so when she met Harry back in the hall. Both were of average height, with plain brown hair. In less than half an hour they were boarding the TVG train that would take them to Zurich in just over 4.5 hours. Harry had transformed their packs into a couple of suitcases, and they looked like any other tourist heading from France to Switzerland. James and Noelle had the limo take them back to their apartment, Noelle feeling slightly down now that the two young people had departed. She had enjoyed having them around and all the fun they had shared. It didn't take long, by Paris standards, because of the morning traffic, and they pulled up in front of their building. James and Noelle had just stepped out of the limo when two people came up to them. Excuse us, may we talk to you for a moment, the young woman said. The older gentleman, remaining silent for the moment. Tonks and Remus were walking down the main street, having circled the first block of the grid, and they meet up with Bill and Fleur. Nothing yet? Tonks asked. Nothing so far, Fleur said disgustedly. Bill just shrugged and was preparing to pass by when a limo came around the corner. Tonks frowned, and the odd comment Remus had said the previous night popped into her head. She was just about to dismiss it when Fleur took in a sharp breath. She was looking down the side street, and the limo had stopped a short way down the street, in front of an apartment building. That wasn't what had drawn Fleur's attention. That's, she whispered loudly. Tonks immediately spun and looked in the direction that Fleur was. Are you positive? She asked. I mean yes, it is, I am certain. Come on Remus, you two wait here for a minute. If I need you, I'll motion for you to join us, Tonks said, grabbing Remus' arm and pulling him down the street. The couple was standing there, the man saying something to the driver and the woman waiting impatiently. Taking a deep breath, she approached the couple. Excuse me, may we talk to you for a moment? She asked. The woman turned towards her, while the man stood up from leaning over as he was talking to the driver. As soon as the driver noticed two people approaching, he opened the car door and stood up. He was a rather large man, having that bodyguard look about him. "Do you need help, sir?" he asked James. James looked at the two people standing there, rather passively for a moment. "That won't be necessary, Frank. We'll be fine." Frank took one last hard look at Remus and Tonks as if memorizing their faces, before getting back into the limousine and driving off slowly. Noelle had looked at the couple for a moment and then her gaze fell on the couple standing up near the corner. She recognized Fleur immediately and she got a hard look on her face. She leaned over to James and said, "The woman who followed me is standing up at the corner with another man. I think they are with these two." James smiled. "Thank you, dear. Why don't you go on up and I'll handle this," he said, in dismissal, giving her a quick key. Noelle took one last look at Remus and Tonks and said, "Fine, but if you're not upstairs soon, I'm calling the gendarmes." "I really don't think that there will be a need for that, dear," James said with a grin. "I don't care, get up there soon, okay," Noelle said, before she entered the building. James looked at Tonks and Remus. "Would your friends wish to join us?" he asked, motioning with his head towards Bill and Fleur. Remus motioned with his hand to Bill and Fleur, who quickly joined them. James looked at each one of them closely and then said, "What may I do for you?" Tonks took out the photographs of Harry and Ginny. "Have you seen either of these two?" she asked. James looked at the photographs passively, giving away nothing. "What is it to you if I have or haven't?" he asked. Bill stepped a little closer. "The girl is my sister." "And the young man?" James asked. "He's her boyfriend," Bill said. Fleur made a disparaging sound, causing Bill to grimace. "Well, we think they may have eloped," he said, chagrined. James chuckled. "I take it the family disapproves." Bill sighed. "It's rather complicated. Usually is when two young people choose to elope," James replied, smiling at the group. "Have you seen them?" Tonks asked again. James eyed her closely. "You're some kind of law enforcement personnel, aren't you?" he asked, shrewdly. "Yeah, some kind, but I'm here strictly as a friend of the family," she replied. James looked up and down the street. "Why don't we step into the lobby? We can be more comfortable there," he suggested. The four searchers exchanged glances, hopeful that they were getting somewhere. At least the man seemed willing to talk to them. "Okay," Tonks said. James led the way, letting them through the door, and over to a small sitting area. After everyone was seated he said, "What do you want to know?" "Have you seen them?" asked Remus. "Yes," James said after a moment. "Unfortunately, you are too late, they are gone." "Do you know where they have gone to?" Tonks asked. James smiled. "No, I don't." "Are you sure?" pressed Bill. "Quite sure. There was some general talk about Germany or maybe Norway, but nothing concrete and they may have decided to go elsewhere as far as I know," James replied. Bill slumped in his seat. "Damn," he said quietly. James looked at him sympathetically. "Do you want my advice?" he said affably. Remus smiled sadly. "We might as well hear it." "Go home," James said bluntly. "Give them some time. I think eventually they'll remember their families and their life back in England. Right now, they are exploring the world, learning to love one another, growing up and together. So just go home and leave them be." Bill scowled but Fleur placed her hand on his arm so he remained silent. "Tell us why we should follow your advice," Remus asked. James looked at him. "Over the last week I came to like them, very much. If I'm not mistaken, they both have had quite a bit of hardship in their pasts. They need time to deal with that, they need the time so that their hearts can heal. Give them that time." Remus looked at James. "You really do care about them, don't you?" James nodded. "My wife and I fell in love with them this week. They are both extraordinary young people. I'm sure that they'll be fine, and if you try to force them back or to do something they don't want to, I think you'll drive them away forever, and that would be a shame." Remus stood up and approached James, extending his hand. "Thank you, I think you're right." James shook his hand. "I've been in business for a long time and I need to evaluate people every day. I think I got to know them as well as just about anyone. I know how special they really are," James said to Remus, squeezing his hand slightly when he said special. Remus' eyes widened slightly, his mind racing. Was this man telling him he knew what Harry and Ginny really were? He looked at him questioningly. James smiled slightly. "I think what they have is, shall we say, magical." He then gave him a curt nod. I really should get upstairs before my wife calls the gendarmes, he said with a smile. Remus watched as the other's eyes took on a look of bewilderment, not having seen James's look or felt the hand squeeze. Thank you for your help, it's been invaluable, Remus said. He then looked at Tonks and the others. Come on, let's go, we'll gain nothing more here. Tonks stood and looked from Remus to James, and you could see a light of understanding come on in her features. Okay, Remus, she said. She then looked at James. Thank you. James Peters, he replied. Remus gave a chuckle. His father's name was James. James looked at him in surprise. Really, he never said. Fleur shook his hand next. Please tell your lovely wife, I didn't mean to scare her the other day. I'm sure Noelle knows that, but I'll be sure to pass that on. Bill laughed ruefully. Noelle, huh? All we knew her was as the English lady, from the people at the bistro. James chuckled. Ah yes, the French, he said, then looking at Fleur he added, no offense. Fleur smiled. None taken, I know how my countrymen can be. James looked at the group. I think you're making the right decision and I think in the long run, it will prove to be so. He then turned and headed for the lift and left the searchers standing there. Bill sighed. I guess we might as well head home. The others sympathized with him, but knew he was right. There was no use continuing without anywhere to look and they didn't want to jeopardize the possibility of Harry and Ginny returning on their own. With one last glance at James as he boarded the lift, they turned to go to the hotel, pack their things and head back to England and home. The four searchers returned to their hotel and settled in the main area of the suite. Remus had been very quiet and contemplative during the walk back to the train station where they had apparated from. Though dying of curiosity, the others had remained silent, waiting till they were someplace private to hear what he had to say. Once settled, Bill having poured everyone a fire whiskey, though it was early, he figured it was called for after the morning's events. So, began Tonks, are you going to tell us what you found out that the rest of us don't know? She asked, taking a sip of her drink. A small smile crossed Remus' face as he looked at his companions. He knows, was all he said. Fleur looked at him questioningly. Knows. What does he know? That Harry and Ginny are magical, Remus replied, his smile spreading a bit. Fleur looked at him skeptically, but Tonks and Bill each gave a nod. How can you be so sure? She asked, frowning slightly. Remus smiled again, by the look in his eyes as he talked about them being magical and the subtle squeeze of my hand when he said how special they were, he replied, also taking a sip of his old Ogdens. Bill nodded slowly. I can see that, he said lowly. There was something about the way he said it that carried more than just the simple words he spoke. Tonks nodded her head in agreement. Yes, his tone spoke volumes. Bill looked a little sad. I guess all we can do is go back and let everyone know what we found out. Do not be so sad, mon chéri, Fleur said sympathetically. I know I shouldn't, but I feel that somehow I have failed, Bill replied, his melancholy coloring his voice. We haven't failed, Bill, Remus said. True, we aren't bringing them back with us, but we did find where they were, that they are safe for the moment and that they have made some true friends. I think we've done pretty good considering the circumstances. Bill looked at Tonks. I owe you a great deal of thanks. Without you I'm pretty sure that we wouldn't have found out anything other than that they'd been in Nice. Thanks, Bill, but I'm not sure I deserve all the credit, Tonks said somewhat sheepishly. Don't sell yourself short, Remus said with a smile. You have been invaluable. Tonks smiled at him, her eyes bright. So I'm handy to have around? She asked, her tone playful. Remus rolled his eyes, shaking his head slightly. Yes, I have to admit you are handy to have around. Fleur smirked at Bill, her eyes alight with mirth. I zuggest we spend one last night, in Paris having Zoom fun, Bill read her look and knew what she had in mind. Sounds good to me. What about you two? He asked, looking at Tonks and Remus. To his and Fleur's surprise, Remus nodded. Sounds like a good idea, he said, smiling at Tonks. Fleur brightened immediately. If we're going to spend the night on Z-Town, we need to go shopping, she said enthusiastically. Rising and grabbing Tonks by the hand, she hauled the surprised Tonks to her feet and headed for the door. Tonks looked at her with a great deal of trepidation, but Fleur ignored her completely and began to drag the young Aurora with her. Tonks gave one last pleading look back at Remus and Bill before she disappeared out the door with Fleur. Bill gave a low chuckle and glanced at Remus, Poor Tonks, she doesn't know what she has gotten herself into, he said. Then with a smirk he added, but I'm sure you'll appreciate the results. Remus surprised Bill once again by saying, I certainly hope so. Harry and Ginny, or as they now appeared, John and Mary Douglas, disembarked from the train at Zurich's Hauptbahnhof, the large central train station in the heart of the Swiss city. Harry steered them over to a tourist information booth and was greeted by a very nice-looking young Swiss girl. She appeared to be in her early 20s, had a bright cheery face and a welcoming smile. How may I help you? She asked in clear English, though she definitely had a European accent. We are looking for a place to stay, Harry said. Some place quiet, and away from the hustle and bustle of the regular tourist areas. How long will you be staying? The young woman asked. Perhaps a month, Harry replied. Ginny shot him a questioning look, but Harry just winked at her and kept his attention on the young woman. If you are staying that long, I suggest renting a villa or chalet. You get more for your money and can usually find something more reasonable and secluded, the woman replied. That sounds wonderful. Ah, I'm sorry, what is your name? Harry asked. Alina, the young woman replied. I'm sorry, we are not permitted to give our last names, company rules, she added, somewhat embarrassed. That's fine, Alina, Harry replied with a smile. I like the idea of a chalet or something similar, but it needs to be very secluded, and it doesn't need to be very fancy, Harry said. Alina got a look of deep concentration on her face, and then glanced around as if checking to see if they were being observed or overheard. Are you looking something that is very reasonably priced? She asked in a low voice, keeping her smile in place. As long as it is very secluded where we won't be disturbed, Harry replied. Alina glanced around once again. I get off in a few minutes, can we meet somewhere close by? Harry glanced at Ginny, who shrugged her shoulders, not knowing exactly what Harry had in mind. Harry smiled at her and then turned his attention back to the young Swiss woman. Okay, we will meet you just outside the main entrance. How long will you be? About 10 minutes, Alina replied. Okay, we'll see you then, Harry said. He then took Ginny by the hand and led her away. Alina watched them go. There was something about the couple, though they were older, the way they had acted towards one another was not the way a typical middle-aged couple behaved. It didn't bother her so much as intrigued her. Giving one last glance at the clock, she was interrupted by someone coming over and asking for directions to the theater district. Things at the borough had settled into an uneasy routine. Molly cooked and cleaned like before Ginny had left, but something seemed missing, something seemed to have taken the heart out of the place. The twins had gone back to living above the shop, knowing that if anything changed or if anyone found out or heard something, they would be informed, but there wasn't any compelling reason to be at the borough all the time. Percy had finally moved into London to be closer to the ministry and his new job. He too saw no reason to hang around the borough since nothing seemed to be happening in the search for the missing couple. Ron was at a loss about what to do. His anger at Harry had subsided, but if you looked closely you could see it was smoldering just under the surface, just waiting for the opportunity to burst forth if an adequate target should present itself. Hermione was still staying at the borough, though she had begun to talk of returning to her parents. She also didn't know what to feel about Harry's disappearance, vacillating from concern to anger at his sudden departure. She couldn't understand how he could do that to her and the Weasleys. Arthur was the only one who had returned to what could be called normal. He was genuinely pleased that Harry and Ginny were together, and though he wished he could have been more help to them, he understood Harry's and subsequently Ginny's need to get away. His attitude had led to a little friction between him and Molly, but he wasn't worried. He knew in the long run, Molly would get over the fact that Ginny had run away rather than face what she had been tried to be forced into. Molly was in her accustomed place, the kitchen, where it seemed that she thought if she acted like everything was okay that it would be, as if denying what had taken place would undo everything that had taken place. When Arthur came in and sat down, she turned to him with a troubled look and said, "Why haven't we heard from Bill?" Arthur sipped his tea, buying himself a little time while he contemplated his answer. "I'd hazard a guess that they don't have anything to report as of yet," he replied thoughtfully. Though, the fact that they didn't return immediately would suggest that maybe they are tracking down a letter too. Molly's eyes brightened at his suggestion that the searchers may have found something out. "Do you really think so?" she asked, trying to hide her eagerness. You know I have always told you what I felt is the truth, and I won't change that now, Arthur replied. The fact that they haven't returned probably means that they are pursuing a lead. The fact they haven't called would suggest that they are either in hot pursuit or have nothing concrete to report. Any supposition on our part would be counterproductive. Molly sighed. I know you're right, but I just want to know what's going on, she said fervently. As do I, but until we hear from them, it is pointless to speculate. They paused their conversation when they heard footsteps on the stairs, and in a moment, Hermione appeared. Good morning, she said, somewhat glumly. Where's Ron? Molly asked, ignoring Hermione's mood for the moment. Up in his room, sulking, Hermione replied, her face showing that he was the source of her mood. Molly sighed. What is it this time? She asked. Hermione sat down after getting herself some juice. The same old stuff, she replied. He is still mad at Harry for taking Ginny with him. She took a drink from her glass and then looked at Molly. What really bugs him the most I think is that Harry didn't take him along instead. Arthur gave a low chuckle. Somehow I don't see Harry running off with Ron. Not that they weren't best mates and all, but Ron just isn't someone to go off on the spur of the moment, leaving home and family behind, especially home cooking. This did have the effect of causing Hermione to smile. No, Ron isn't likely to go missing meals, she said, smiling at Arthur. Molly looked a little forlorn. No, he definitely wouldn't want to miss out on any meals, that's for sure, she said, a little ruefully. Hermione sighed and looked at Arthur and Molly. I'm going to go home after breakfast, she stated plainly. Arthur nodded, while Molly looked a bit surprised. Well, whatever you think best, dear, she said sadly. She had gotten used to having the bushy-haired girl around. Hermione could feel Molly's regret at her announcement. I just don't see what staying here will accomplish, she added softly. I mean, there isn't anything for me to do, and all Ron and I do most of the time is argue about the situation, that is if he is talking to me at all. Molly nodded. She knew her youngest son all too well, and his moodiness could be very trying at times. We'll keep you informed of any developments, Arthur said. Thank you, Mr. Weasley, I appreciate that, replied Hermione. Think nothing of it. You are friends with both Harry and Ginny. It's only right that we do so, Arthur replied. Do you think there is any chance of Ginny leaving Harry and returning without him? Hermione asked, after a moment. Arthur looked at her and shook his head. I feel certain that Ginny won't abandon Harry, he said. He knew that Hermione was not aware of the bonding, very few were. They had decided to keep that information secret. No one besides him, Molly, Bill, Fleur, Tonks, Kingsley and Dumbledore knew that little piece of information, and that was just fine with Arthur. The fewer who knew the better. Hermione slowly finished her breakfast, and she left to go gather her things. She had already packed, so she was back before too long. Thank you for your hospitality, she said softly. You're welcome, Hermione. You know you're welcome here at any time, Molly replied. I know, Hermione said softly. She fidgeted for a few moments, sighed and then stepped over to the floor. She took one last glance up the stairs, feeling a little sorry that she was leaving without reconciling with Ron, but he didn't seem to want to talk to her right now. With one last sigh, she tossed the flow powder and disappeared. Harry and Ginny didn't have long to wait, and right on time Alina appeared, smiling at the couple. I'm glad you decided to meet me. See, I have a cousin with a small chalet way up in the Alps that seems perfect for what you were looking for, but I couldn't say anything while at the desk, she explained. There seems to be a lot of rules working there, Ginny replied. Alina rolled her eyes. You can say that again, she said with a small laugh. I called my cousin before I left and he will meet us at a little restaurant not far from here. I hope you don't mind, but I'm famished and dealing with some of the tourists really makes me work up an appetite. I take it, we're not some of those, Harry said with a smile. Alina laughed. No, not even close. Somehow you two seem much different than the normal tourists that come here to Zurich, she said, looking at them appraising Ly. There is just something about you two, I can't explain it, it's almost like you're much younger than you look. Harry and Ginny chuckled knowingly but said nothing, though they did exchange glances, knowing that Alina was telling the truth without knowing it. They walked on, talking about Zurich, with Alina pointing out many of the historical buildings and explaining about the city. Harry and Ginny listened intently, liking the easy way in which the young Swiss woman talked with such passion about her city and country. They arrived at the restaurant and Alina led them over to a small table to one side. Eric is not here yet but should be along soon. Is it okay if I order something to eat? We'll join you, we haven't had lunch yet either, Ginny said, smiling. Would you like to try some of the local favorites? Alina asked, excitedly. Ginny looked at Harry, her expression saying she thought that was a wonderful idea. Harry smiled back and said to Alina, that would be fine with us, why don't you order? Alina motioned to the waiter and ordered. In a few minutes their food was brought over. Pointing to a platter of cut meats, Alina said, this is Zürcher Geschnetzels, or meat in the Zurich style. And this, she added, pointing to a platter of grated and fried potatoes, is Rosti. A large loaf of bread was also among the foods placed on the table along with a platter of several different kind of cheeses, and the three set about eating. As they ate, Alina continued talking to the pair. Eventually her curiosity got the better of her. May I ask why you were looking for such a secluded place to stay? She asked a bit sheepishly. We are doing some research and want a place where we can be left undisturbed, Harry replied. Ginny smiled at Harry, knowing the research was going to be working through many of the spells in the Marauder's notebook. Ah, academics, Alina said thoughtfully. You do kind of look like the type, but you sure don't act it. How so? Asked Ginny. Alina blushed. Well, usually they are more, shall I say, stuck up. Most would never take the time to talk to someone as young as me and treat me so much as an equal. Ginny almost choked on her mouthful, knowing that in reality they were much younger than the 20-something young woman they were with. Well, to us, age is a state of mind, Harry replied, smiling at their hostess. Alina then ordered carrot, a small pastry filled with chocolate and covered with green icing. You really must try these, they are sinfully delicious, she said with a smile as she grabbed one. As they were finishing up, a man who appeared to be in his late 20s entered the restaurant and smiled when he spotted Alina. He came right over and sat down, grabbing one of the carrots. Smiling, he said, "Ah, Alina, you know I can never resist these." Alina rolled her eyes and said, "This is my cousin, Eric. Eric, these are my new friends John and Mary. They are looking to rent a chalet and I told them about yours." Eric looked at Harry and Ginny skeptically. It's a bit rustic, are you sure you wouldn't prefer something a bit more modern? Rustic is fine, just as long as it's secluded and somewhere we can be left undisturbed, Harry replied. Well, I was going to do some work on it, Eric said, slowly. Are you saying you won't rent it to them? Asked Alina, looking slightly crestfallen. Well, no, Eric replied. I'm just not sure they want something like my Alpenheide way. Why wouldn't we? Asked Harry. For one thing, there is no electricity, Eric replied. Not a problem, replied Harry. It can only be reached on foot, you need to hike in the last part, not an easy trek, Eric said, looking at the middle-aged couple. All the better, Harry said with a smile. Eric shrugged, if you're sure. How much? Asked Ginny. Eric looked thoughtful for a moment. Well, normally I'd ask $1,000 for a week, but it does need some work. What kind of work? Asked Harry. Eric looked surprised. Well, I was going to redo the roof and there is some carpentry that needs doing, along with some other odds and ends. What if we offer to do the work while staying there? Harry said. A surprised look came over Eric. If you did a good job and really did some of the repairs, well, I'd say $1,000 for the month. It's a deal, Harry said quickly, smiling at him. Eric seemed a little surprised by how quickly Harry had agreed to rent the chalet, but after a moment, he smiled and shook Harry's hand. Wonderful, he said. Alina can help you when she isn't working by bringing you supplies. The chalet needs to be restocked and she can let me know how you are progressing on the repairs. Inwardly Harry groaned, but he didn't let on that he really didn't want the disturbances. That will be fine, he answered. Well, I'll meet you in say, an hour and then we can get started. I suggest you change into something a bit more suitable for hiking, Eric said as he stood up. At the usual place? Alina asked her cousin. Yeah, as always. It's good to see you again, Imp. You should visit us more often, Eric said to Alina, before heading for the door. Alina rolled her eyes. He doesn't understand. My Grossmutter and I have very different opinions on the proper behavior for a young woman, she said lowly. I can sympathize, Ginny responded. My mum and I have the same problem. Alina looked at Ginny in surprise. At your age? She asked incredulously. Ginny immediately recognized her mistake but recovered quickly. well, more when I was younger, but she still doesn't agree with the life I've chosen. Alina sighed, so I shouldn't expect my family to change their minds. Ginny looked back at the young woman, who knows, but you can never tell what the future might bring, she said, glancing at Harry and smiling at him while squeezing his hand. Alina smiled at them. Well, we'd better be going. I need to show you where you can change into something more suitable. Too bad you don't have packs instead of those suitcases. Harry gave a low chuckle. We'll just have to do something about that then before we leave. Ginny stifled a giggle, but her eyes were dancing with her mirth as she met Harry's eyes, and Harry couldn't help but smirk back at her. Alina showed them to a nearby stop on a local train line that had facilities. She stayed outside while Harry and Ginny went in to change. With no one nearby, Harry and Ginny slipped into one of the family restrooms, where they quickly transformed their clothing into suitable hiking attire. Can you keep Alina busy for a few moments? Harry asked. Sure, but why? Ginny asked. Harry transformed their suitcases back into their backpacks and said, I need some way to explain this. Ginny smiled. Good thinking, and sorry about the slip earlier, she said sheepishly. Don't worry about it, you did a great job covering for yourself. Taking one last look in the mirror, the young couple considered themselves ready for their journey. With a deep breath, they stepped out and went to meet Alina. Harry going the other way so he could come back from purchasing the backpacks. Bill and Remus were waiting patiently for the two women to make their appearances. They had come back carrying several packages, and Tonks was even excited at what she had purchased. They had steadfastly refused to show what they had acquired and told the two men they had to wait till the evening. They had a late light lunch and rested till it was time to get ready. Fleur and Tonks had ensconced themselves in one of the bedrooms to get ready, leaving Bill and Remus waiting. Fleur was the first to appear, and she looked exceedingly beautiful. Though she had done a few things to curtail her Veela charms, they couldn't be blocked completely. A few moments later, Tonks came hesitantly into the room, looking somewhat confident, but also a little hesitant, unsure on how she would be received. Remus and Bill just stared for a moment, and for an instant Tonks thought something was wrong, but then Bill let out a low whistle in appreciation to the stunning change that had taken place. Remus just stared, transfixed by the beautiful woman before him. Gone was the bubblegum pink hair, and along with it the tomboyish look. In its place was a sophisticated-looking young woman, with beautiful longish dark auburn hair. The dress she was wearing had a slightly plunging neckline, hinting at more than showing the wonderful treasures that she possessed. It had a low-cut back, and went down, flared over her hips and draped down to mid-calf. You could tell by the way the material floated, it would spin and sway nicely when she moved and danced. Tonks' eyes never left Remus, trying hard to judge what he thought. She was just about to panic when he said lowly, "My God, Dora, you are beautiful." Bill and Fleur smiled and knew that Remus had never stood a chance, especially now that Tonks had revealed just what a stunning beauty she really was. "Thank you, Remus," Tonks said softly as she blushed slightly. "Can you believe that is, natural, color?" Fleur said, smiling. "I can't understand why she insists on the, horrid pink." No one commented on Fleur's observation, least of all Remus. "Are we ready to go?" Bill asked, smiling at the way Remus' eyes were locked on Tonks' form. "Yesh, let's get going," Fleur said, "the night is young and Paris is calling." Tonks took a step towards Remus and he blinked several times. "What?" he asked, looking from Bill to Fleur. This elicited a laugh from the others and Remus blushed, something he had thought himself well past. Fleur led them down to the lobby and to the hotel's apparition point. Avenue made us reservations at a very nice magical restaurant, and then we can decide where to go from there." Bill smiled at his fiancée. "Lead on, my dear, you know Paris better than any of us. Join, Anz and I will guide us to our destination," she said with a smile. Everyone joined hands and in a moment, they were gone. Eric looked back at the people behind him. He was very surprised at how well the middle-aged couple were doing at keeping up. He had purposely set a slightly faster pace than normal, hoping that the seemingly out-of-shape couple would decide to turn back. Instead they seemed to relish the faster pace, shouldering their packs and walking comfortably with him and Alina. Smiling, he saw Alina and the couple in an animated conversation. The two older hikers having no trouble keeping up a conversation while walking at the pace he was setting. Something that from their looks he would have thought impossible. It's not far now, he called back. His three companions caught up to him, and though John and Mary had a healthy glow about them, they were in no worse shape than either him or Alina, who hiked often in the Alps. Ginny was looking around at the vistas and landscape. "It's beautiful here," she said with a smile. Harry stopped next to Ginny and pulled her into his arms, smiling just as widely as she was. "Yes, it's beautiful," he added, looking around as well. Alina walked the couple of steps past them and joined Eric on the top of the slight rise they were climbing. As Harry and Ginny looked around, he whispered to Alina, "Your friends are doing much better than I expected." Alina frowned at him, "So that's why you have us going so fast. You tried to get them to back out." "Why, Eric? I'm not quite sure, really. I just feel that there is more to them than meets the eye, like they aren't being 100% honest with us, you know." Eric replied, looking at the couple below them uneasily. Alina sighed, "I know what you're feeling, Eric. I felt it too, but I'm sure it's because they act so much younger than they are. I've talked with them for quite a while now and I get nothing but good feelings from them. They are warm, open and caring, I can tell." Eric nodded, "Okay, I'll take your word for it, you always have had a great sense of people." Alina smiled, "Trust me, Eric, they are okay. Well, we should press on. I want to get back early. Carl and I are meeting a couple of young ladies and I don't want to be late," he replied with a chuckle. Alina rolled her eyes as she swatted his arm. "Men," she said loudly, "aren't you ever going to settle down, Eric?" Eric shrugged, "Who knows, maybe this is the one," he replied a bit softly. "Ah, tell me more," Alina pressed. "Later," Eric replied with a grin, "let's finish getting your new friends to the chalet." Alina scowled at him and shook her head, muttering under her breath about her cousin and his playboyish ways. It didn't take much over a half hour for the four to finish their trek to the chalet. It was a small building with the classic A-frame roof, though looking slightly run down, it had a warm and inviting look to it. It was nestled into the hillside, tucked in at the edge of a small forest, with a beautiful view across the valley. Harry and Ginny smiled when they saw it. It would be a perfect place to study the Marauder's notebook undisturbed. There was a small balcony and plenty of glass on the front side, facing south, the direction they had approached from. Eric pressed forward as they approached and opened the door. "There are no locks on the outside. We keep it open in case hikers or herders need shelter in the winter," Alina explained. "It's so far off the beaten track that we don't worry about vandalism or stealing like they do at many of the newer, more accessible rentals." Once inside, Eric quickly went over where everything was: extra oil for the lamps, how the pump worked for water and the new, state-of-the-art waterless loo that he had installed. There were 2 bedrooms, a smaller one on the first floor and a much larger one on the second. It had the balcony that looked out over the valley, affording them a view of the whole valley before them. "This is wonderful," Ginny said, enthusiastically. Eric blushed a little. "Yes, I enjoy hiking up here and staying during the fall and winter sometimes. So far from modern-day life, very peaceful." "It's exactly what we were looking for," said Harry, setting his pack down. Eric then took Harry off to show him what work that he needed done. Besides fixing some of the loose shingles on the roof, the formerly brightly colored trim needed repainting, along with some minor carpentry work in the kitchen. "I'm sorry that I haven't had a chance to install the new gas stove," Eric said apologetically. "You'll have to use the old wood-fired one." "No problem," Ginny replied, "it's almost exactly like the one my mum has." When Eric and Alina looked at her in surprise, Ginny said, "We don't have what you consider many modern conveniences back home either." "You two are a most unusual couple," Eric said, shaking his head. "We'll take that as a compliment," Harry replied with a smile. Once Harry and Ginny were settled in, Eric said, "We need to get going if we're going to get back before dark. Alina or I will be back at the beginning of next week with more supplies." Alina laughed, "He means I will." Eric laughed too. "Guilty as charged," he said with a smile. "Goodbye you two, take care, see you in a week," Alina said as she followed her cousin out the door. "Goodbye," Harry and Ginny said, arm in arm as they watched the 2 others start back down the path. Ginny grinned at Harry as Eric and Alina disappeared from view. "Let's go try out that bed, it looks really comfortable." From the look in Ginny's eyes, he knew that they weren't going to be sleeping. Ginny awoke with a smile on her face. She and Harry had made love in the large, warm bed that looked out onto the balcony and the valley beyond. Her smile faded to a small frown when she realized that she was alone. "Harry," she called out, as she rose. She threw on one of Harry's tees and went looking for him. She descended the stairs and frowned further when she still couldn't locate him. Just when she was beginning to worry, Harry came in the door, the Marauder's notebook in his hand. "Where have you been?" she asked, her displeasure coloring her voice. "Sorry, my love," he said apologetically. "You were sleeping so peacefully, I didn't want to disturb you." "That doesn't answer my question," Ginny said, her tone more neutral. Harry lifted the notebook. "I thought I'd see if I couldn't set some wards," he explained. Ginny's eyes lit up. "Were you able to?" she asked, torn between annoyance that he had done so without her and wondering whether he had been successful. Harry smiled at her. "Yes, I'm sure I was able to set the basic wards," he said in satisfaction. "I think later we can set some of the more complex and stronger ones, but I figured what I did was okay for a beginning." He came over and took her into his arms, gave her a key and said, "I figured you'd want to help with that." Ginny sighed and snuggled into Harry's embrace. "Good thing," she teased. She then looked at him. "Since we're alone, do we need to keep up the transformations?" she asked. "I see no reason to. We just need to remember to reapply them when we get company," Harry said with a smile. "If the wards notify us someone is coming, we'll need to change back to John and Mary." Ginny nodded and smiled as she took her wand and returned to her own appearance, Harry doing likewise. "So what are we going to do first?" Ginny asked. "Well, all the exertion this afternoon has made me hungry. Why don't we fix something to eat first and then we can discuss what we're going to do from there," Harry said, smiling at Ginny. Ginny set to work in the kitchen, unpacking the supplies that Alina had brought with them while Harry got the stove going. It was preloaded with wood and a simple incendio set it ablaze. Harry took in Ginny's attire and couldn't help but smile at how lovely she looked, dressed so simply in his tea. In no time at all, they had a simple meal ready and they sat down to eat. While Ginny didn't have her mother's touch, she was a more than adequate cook and the meal was excellent, according to Harry. While they ate, they discussed their trip and the hike to the chalet. Both were exuberant in their observations and taken with the natural beauty around them. "While setting the wards, I spotted a clearing in the woods that should be perfect for practicing in," Harry said. Ginny had snagged the Marauder's notebook and was paging through it slowly, looking over the spells and other information. "I think we should start with these more advanced defensive spells," Ginny said thoughtfully. "Sounds good, but I also want to work on the more advanced warding spells too. I have some set, but they need to be strengthened and the area expanded to include the clearing," Harry added. "Plus, I'll think we ought to prioritize learning to apparate." "Yes, I can see that," Ginny agreed, nodding slowly. "Are you sure that no one can detect our magic here?" she asked. "Well, not 100% right now, but with the more advanced wards, we will be totally undetectable, so I suggest tomorrow morning we work on doing that first," Harry said. Ginny nodded and then yawned. "I know it's not that late, but we hiked hard today. I think we should turn in early so that we can get an early start tomorrow morning," she said with a tired smile. "Sounds like a plan to me," Harry replied, also yawning. He too was feeling the effects of the day now that he was fed and relaxing. They cleaned up quickly, sending the dishes to the sink to clean themselves as they headed back up to the bedroom. In a short while, both were cuddled in bed and fell fast asleep. Remus awoke and he couldn't help but smile at the memories of the previous night. Tonks had looked absolutely stunning and they all had a marvelous time dancing the night away. After dinner, Fleur had led them to a magical night club where the music was much more traditional than the modern Muggle world. They all had danced and had a great fun, enjoying their last night in Paris. He and Bill had taken turns on occasion, he dancing with Fleur and Bill with Tonks. While dancing with Fleur was enjoyable, the time he spent dancing with Tonks had been exceptional. He couldn't remember having spent a more enjoyable evening and he knew that it was because of the young witch that was taking root in his heart. Just then, the warm, soft, enticing body that lay next to his stirred and he looked over at the vision of loveliness that was cuddled next to him. Smiling, he had to chuckle to himself, wondering why he had fought her advances for so long. "Good morning," he whispered into Tonks' ear. Tonks opened one eye and looked at him sleepily. "Mornin'," she muttered. "We need to be getting up," Remus said with a grin. Tonks groaned. "I'd rather not," she beeped lowly. "Sorry, we are." Leaving in a little while and you don't want to be the only one not ready, do you? He asked, a smile on his face. Tonks glared at Remus. How can you be so cheerful at this ungodly hour? She asked testily. It's just after 9, Remus replied. See, Tonks said. I hardly consider 9 an ungodly hour, Remus replied, somewhat indulgently. For you, maybe, she said. Come on, I'll treat you to breakfast, Remus said, good-humoredly. Tonks sighed. Okay. I'm getting up, she said, in resignation as she rolled over and sat up. In the other bedroom of the suite, a similar scene was taking place. Fleur grumbled at Bill as he tried to get her up. Wanting to get back to England and the borough as soon as possible. Bill, please, just 5 more nights, she begged, gumpily. I warned you last night, my love, it's time to get up, Bill chided. Fleur pouted, but Bill ignored her, not letting her get a chance to use her Vila charm on him. Fine, she said, as she finally got out of bed. Bill tired to take her into an embrace, but failed, as Fleur ducked below his grasp, and went into the bathroom, shutting the door firmly behind her, leaving Bill to wonder about the peculiarities of women. It was a short time later that all 4 assembled in the sitting area of the suite, Tonks blushing furiously at the grin that Bill gave her as she emerged from the bedroom after Remus. In no time at all, they had settled the bill, made their way to the apparition point and left for England. Tonks insisting that because of how tired they were, that they play it safe, and apparate in several smaller jumps, instead of one long one. She didn't want anyone splinching themselves now that they were on their way home. Because of that, it was a little after 11 a.m. when they appeared outside the wards of the borough. Bill sighed, knowing that some of their news would be welcome, but wondering how his parents would take the news that they had lost the trail in Paris. The early morning light was filtering through the balcony windows and it was Harry's turn to awaken to find himself alone in bed. Far from being alarmed, he smiled as he could hear Ginny humming happily downstairs in the kitchen. He could also smell the wonderful aroma of breakfast cooking, making his stomach growl and his mouth water. He had just put on his dressing robe and as he headed for the stairs, he paused as he saw Ginny coming up bearing a tray full of food. He stopped and smiled, Ginny being unaware of his presence, since she was concentrating on not spilling anything. Ginny jumped a little when he said, "Can I help you with that?" She smiled and let him take the tray as she came level with him. "I thought we might eat out on the balcony this morning," she said, as she gave him a quick key. "That sounds wonderful," Harry replied, as he turned and headed toward the balcony door. Within moments they were seated at the small table on the balcony. It was slightly cool, but not unpleasant, and they had a fine view of the valley below them as they enjoyed the meal that Ginny had prepared. "So, we are going to work on setting the ward first," Ginny said. "Yeah, I think that we should do that first," Harry replied. Ginny nodded. "Okay, then what?" she asked. "I thought we might see if we can't make a couple of the repairs before we do anything else," Harry said. When Ginny looked at him questioningly, Harry said, "That way if we get involved in practicing we'll have accomplished something on the chalet for Alina to report back to her cousin." "Okay, did you have something in mind?" Ginny asked, thoughtfully. "I thought that we could see if we could repair the roof, or paint the trim." "I think that is a splendid idea," Ginny replied. "The sooner we get some of the work done, the more uninterrupted time we'll have for working on the notebook." Once breakfast was complete, they got dressed and went out and set to work. Harry found a ladder and a supply of pre-split shingles in the shed near the chalet. There was also a supply of firewood stored there. Ginny helped Harry with the ladder and also a number of the shingles. She watched him get ready and said, "While you are on the roof, I think I'll restock the firewood for the kitchen. I saw the bin was about half empty." "That sounds great, we should do all we can to keep everything shipshape," Harry replied. He donned the tool belt that had the hammer and the nails he needed and climbed up onto the roof. The pitch of the roof was steep, but Harry managed to find a stance that afforded him the safest way to work and he set right to it. He noticed in some areas that several of the adjoining shingles to the missing ones were in poor shape, so he decided to replace them too. Tearing the loose and damaged ones out, he then replaced them, along with the missing ones. No sense in doing the job half-heartedly. While Harry was working on the roof, Ginny set right to work, carrying several loads of firewood into the chalet, replenishing not only the kitchen supply but also the nooks by both fireplaces, the one downstairs and the smaller one in the bedroom upstairs. Seeing that Harry was still working on the roof, she decided to start painting the trim on the lower sides that could be reached from the ground. All in all, they had a very productive morning. As she finished up the first color, she saw that Harry was just about done with the first half of the. She took a few moments to admire Harry as he worked, noticing the care he took in making sure he did a good job. Smiling, she went inside to fix lunch for the two of them. Her timing couldn't have been better. Just as she went out to tell him that lunch was ready, she found him descending the ladder. "Lunch is ready," she said, as she came over to him, giving him a key. Harry noticed the painting she had done and smiled at her. "I see you've been busy too," he said with a grin. "Well, I wasn't just going to sit around watching you," she replied. There was a picnic table near the side door, so Ginny brought lunch out while Harry cleaned up. Joining Ginny, he grabbed the Marauder's notebook so they could discuss the wards he wanted to add to those he had already put in place. Harry immediately set to eating the sandwiches that Ginny had made, and she giggled a little at the gusto with which he ate. "What?" he asked, looking at the amused Ginny. "Nothing, Harry. I just, well, enjoy watching you. You worked hard this morning, harder than I've seen anyone else do. I mean, it's nice to see you working hard. Something that I haven't seen a lot of." When Harry looked at her questioningly, she said, "My brothers never work as hard as I saw you doing. I guess I'm just not used to seeing someone work without magic before, at least not at a job like fixing a roof." Harry just shrugged. "I guess I've never thought about it. I'm just used to doing things like this at my relatives'." Ginny frowned, wondering just how bad things had been for him at the Dursleys'. Finished his sandwiches, Harry grabbed several of the apple slices that she had prepared, and as he munched on them, he opened the Marauder's notebook. "I thought you might like to give a go at setting a couple of these wards," Harry said thoughtfully as he paged through the book. Ginny's eyes lit up. "Really?" she asked. Harry smiled at her. "Of course," he replied. "We both need to work on learning this stuff, so I see no reason not to let you help." Ginny couldn't help but smile, once again being taken by Harry's attitude about having her help and learn magic. After lunch was done, they set right in reinforcing the wards. Harry showed Ginny which ones he had chosen that he thought would give them the best protection, and he had Ginny preform half of them while he did the others. With the instructions from the Marauder's notebook, it went fairly easily, and in no time at all they had stronger and more complete wards in place. Ginny at first wondered why Harry didn't include any anti-Muggle wards and felt quite chagrined when he pointed out that Alina wouldn't have been able to find the chalet if they did so. Once they were done, both were feeling the effects of expending so much magical energy, but they were both happy with the results and how quickly they had caught on to the instructions for placing what were fairly complex and supposedly difficult spells. They spent the rest of the afternoon in exploring the area in close approximation to the chalet. Harry showed Ginny the small clearing in the forest, and she agreed it looked ideal for working on the rest of the spells that they wanted to work on. It was completely surrounded by the forest, and very close to the chalet, the perfect spot to work without being seen by anyone who might be traveling nearby, and with the wards now in place, they didn't have to worry about someone stumbling upon them unexpectedly. "Harry, we couldn't have planned a better place to train," Ginny exclaimed with delight. Smiling, Harry said, "I know, it's as if it were put here just for us." Ginny slipped her arm through Harry's and looked at him lovingly. "When will we start?" she asked. "Tomorrow morning," Harry replied. "I want to get to work on learning to apparate first. I think we really need to learn that skill." Ginny's grin matched his own. "I agree, the ability to get away quickly could be a lifesaver," she said. "Plus we won't leave a trail to be followed. We should both read and reread the section in the notebook tonight," Harry said. Ginny nodded. "Good, after dinner we can settle in and study. I think we also need to read the section on what to do if either of us splinch ourselves," Ginny replied. Harry cocked his head at her. "I agree, we can't be too careful." Ginny snuggled close into Harry's side. "Sometimes I still have trouble believing what we are doing," Ginny said, with a sigh. Harry pulled Ginny closer, giving her a quick key. "I know," he said softly. "It's like a dream sometimes. You, me, bonded and on our own. It is a little overwhelming at times, but I wouldn't have it any other way." Ginny loved times like this. Harry's arm around her felt so right, so comforting and safe. She couldn't believe it had been such a short time. It felt like they had been together for as long as she could remember. After wandering around a little further, they headed back towards the chalet, taking a slightly different route than they had used coming out. As they passed through a small thicket, they heard the sound of falling water. They looked at each other with wide eyes and smiles. They hurried through the small break the trail created and found a small waterfall with a pool below it. While not very large, it was big enough to bath in and swim a little. Though it was a little ways up the mountainside, Ginny looked at Harry with pleading eyes. "Can we add this area to the wards?" Harry thought she looked so cute, with her puppy dog eyes and imploring face. He knew there was no way he would be able to refuse her. "We'll add this place to the wards, but not today, we are both too tired to attempt it," Harry replied. When Ginny pouted a little, he added, "We'll do it soon, I promise. I don't want to drain us too much, and the consequences of getting it wrong are not worth the risk." Ginny sighed, knowing Harry was right. "Okay, love," she replied, "but I hope we can add it soon. I'd really like to be able to come back here and enjoy the water." Harry smiled, remembering her wearing the two-piece suit at the beach. "Don't worry, I can't wait to see you in that black suit again," Harry said, grinning at Ginny. Ginny looked back at him and brazenly said, "Who said anything about wearing a suit?" Harry's jaw dropped open and he looked at her in surprise. "Well, we are kind of secluded here. Add to that we'll be protected by the wards," she said, letting Harry finish the thought for himself. Harry pulled Ginny to him, catching Ginny by surprise. He captured her lips with his, giving her a key that sent a shiver down her spine with its intensity. When they finally broke apart, Ginny blinked several times, smiling at her husband. "Merlin, Harry, that was some key. You're some witch," he replied, keeping an arm around her waist. Ginny rested her head against Harry's chest and let the warmth of his love fill her. They stood that way for several moments until Harry said, "We really need to be heading back, we don't want to be caught here in the dark." Ginny gave him one last squeeze before relaxing her grip and she turned to continue walking. The path opened up more on the other side of the small clearing that held the pool and the waterfall, allowing them to walk side by side, Harry's arm still around Ginny. In very little time they found themselves coming out of the woods, a short way upslope from the chalet. The searchers appeared outside the wards to the burrow. It had taken them 3 apparition jumps to get there, not wishing to chance one long one from Paris. Ron was sitting outside on the porch bench, shelling peas for Molly when he saw them walking towards the house. "Mom, Dad," he cried out. "They're back." Molly was the first one to come flying out the door, but the excited look on her face disappeared once she saw there were only 4 people. Arthur followed a few moments behind his wife, his face much harder to read. He looked at Molly's crestfallen look and said, "I know you're disappointed, but let's hear what they have to say before getting too upset." Molly nodded sadly as she stifled a small sob. She dabbed at the corner of her eyes with her apron and put a smile on her face. Arthur could see it was forced, but knew it was the best she was going to be able to do, given the circumstances. It was a somber bunch that approached the 3. Arthur, with his arm around Molly, with Ron having stood, but he remained slightly apart from his parents. "Hi Mom, Dad," Bill said, his voice tinged with his regret. "Bill," Arthur replied. "Come on inside you 4, you look knackered," Molly said. "Have you had lunch yet?" "No, Mom, we haven't," Bill replied with a small smile. Molly led the way and as everyone filed in behind her, she set right to work at the stove. As they sat down, Molly saw that Ron had followed them inside. Instead of chastising him for not finishing his chore, she said, "Ron, please get everyone something to drink." Ron nodded, knowing that to raise a fuss would not be a good idea. He said, "Yes, Mom." In no time at all Molly had a lunch of hearty soup, with fresh bread set on the table. She sat down with the others but didn't take anything for herself. Arthur looked at her, raising an eyebrow at her, but she just gave a slight shake of her head. He knew that she was too nervous to eat, so he let it pass. He just hoped that the news they brought wouldn't upset her too much. When everyone was done eating, Molly, Arthur and Ron turned their attention to Bill. He noticed their looks and with a small sigh said, "Well, I guess you're wondering what we discovered." When Molly glared at him he looked sheepishly back at her and said, "Sorry, stupid question." Arthur looked at his eldest son and gave a shake of his head. "Well, did you find out anything?" he asked. "They had been in Nice," Bill replied. Molly's eyes widened in response. "But they had left before we got there," Bill added. Molly sighed sadly when she heard Bill's pronouncement, closing her eyes for a moment as she struggled to keep her emotions under control. Bill, you are a horrible storyteller, Fleur said in disgust. Bill rolled his eyes, but before he could say anything, Tonks spoke up. We were able to find people that they had met and made friends with. One was an XMI5 wizard who indicated that they were doing very well. I get the feeling he was protecting them. Both Molly and Arthur looked surprised at Tonks' revelation. We were then able to track them to Paris, where once again, we were able to find a couple who had befriended them. They were an English Muggle couple, and were pretty sure that the man at least knew they were magical, Tonks said. Muggles, you say? Arthur said in surprise. Yes, and then gentlemen told us to give them some time, and maybe they would come back home, Tonks continued. He indicated that we had just missed them. Did he give any indication of where they were headed? Arthur asked, looking slightly worried. Bill sighed, he said he wasn't sure. They had talked about maybe Berlin, or somewhere in Norway. He also admitted that they could have been going someplace else. Arthur nodded thoughtfully, but Molly looked stricken and stood suddenly. Excuse me, she said softly, as she headed for the stairs. Arthur watched her go, then said, I'm surprised you did as well as you did. Bill smiled, well, if it wasn't for Tonks, we wouldn't have done as good as we did. Tonks blushed at Bill's compliment. I just did what I could to help, she said sheepishly. I know that, Bill replied. I just want to admit that I had reservations about you coming and that I found your help invaluable. He then got a smirk on his face, saying, besides I wouldn't have missed you and Remus finally getting together for the world. Remus, who had been sipping his tea, choked and had to have Tonks pound him on his back. Arthur gave a chuckle, so she finally wore him down, did she? Fleur smiled and said, yes, EET was so interesting to watch. Bill and I knew that she would get, I am in the end, but didn't figure for, I am to cave so quickly. Remus just shook his head and decided that silence was his best option at this point, not that he regretted for one moment his relationship with the young metamorph. Quite the contrary, he was totally taken with her and couldn't remember the last time he had been so happy. Ron was listening, wide-eyed, and figured he really didn't need, or for that matter, want to hear any more. I guess I'd better get back to the peas, he said lowly. Arthur nodded at his son, that would be a good idea, I'm sure your mother will appreciate having them done. He then sighed, and rising said, I'd better go check on her. As Ron went out back, Arthur headed up the stairs, where the four who were left, heard the door to their bedroom open and then click shut quietly. Bill sighed, I still feel I failed Mum, he said to no one in particular. Remus looked at the young curse breaker, Bill, we did the best we could. We found out where they were and that they are fine for the moment. They seem to have made some friends who it seems are willing to help and protect them. Short of bringing them back, I don't see what more we could have done. Bill looked at the older wizard, I know Remus, it's just. I don't know. I feel I should have done more, he said. In frustration, running his hands through his hair. And just what would that be? Remus asked, softly. They watched as the frustration and tension drained from Bill. I don't know, he admitted. Try to see if they went to either of the places mentioned, he said, questioningly. Tonks shook her head, I'm certain that they went to neither of those places, she said, with a tone of certainty. What makes you say that? Fleur asked, quizzically. Tonks shrugged her shoulders, just my gut feeling, she replied. You did really well in Paris, if not Norway or Germany, where do you think they would have gone? Bill asked. Tonks sighed and looked thoughtful for a moment, I'd say, either the Tyrol area of the Italian, French, border or Switzerland. Why there? Remus asked. Seclusion, mainly, Tonks replied. With needing to study and practice the information in the notebook you mentioned, they'd need somewhere isolated, and though Norway fits the bill, I think its climate would be a deterrent. Bill looked at her with a frown, then why didn't you suggest going and checking? Tonks shrugged again, we had agreed to come back after talking to Mr. Peters, adding the fact that I am pretty sure they knew we were looking for them, I doubt we'd have had as easy a time in finding them. What do you mean? Bill asked, accusingly. Tonks turned to Remus and said, did you recognize the limo that the Peterses got out of? Remus looked puzzled for a moment and then looked surprised. You don't mean, he said in surprise. Tonks just smiled and nodded. What? Bill said in frustration. Remus chuckled lowly, well Bill, the evening before, when we were looking, I was tired and we were right at the corner to the Peters' apartment. As a limo drove by I said, that Harry and Ginny could have been in it and we'd never know because of the tinted windows. You think they were? Bill said in wonder. Tonks nodded. I'm pretty sure it was the same limo, she said, at least the drive looked like the same man. So close, Bill whispered as he slumped in his chair. Like I said before Bill, it seems like we weren't supposed to find them, Tonks replied. Molly was staring out the window when she heard the door to the bedroom open softly, then click closed after a moment. Without looking she knew it was Arthur, feeling his presence as he came up behind her. Arthur put his arms around her waist and felt her lean back into him. Oh, Arthur, she cried softly. Shish, he replied as he gave her a hug. I know, but for now I think they are where they need to be. Molly turned in his arms till she was facing him. Do you really believe that? She asked, without any rancor. Yes I do, he replied. Molly sighed and rested her head against him, letting his warmth and the sound of his heartbeat comfort her. They remained that way for several minutes before Molly spoke. But they're so young, she said softly. In years, yes, Arthur replied, but neither has been truly a child for quite some time. He felt Molly shudder with the memories of Ginny's first year at Hogwarts and of what she knew about Harry's life growing up at the Dursleys. My head agrees with you, but my heart doesn't want to admit it, she said, sadly. Arthur gave her a key and tucked his head next to hers. I know, dear, but the fact is that they have both been touched by something we can only guess at. Molly shuddered again and let a small sob escape her lips. But I know that they are both strong young people, and if anyone can do what needs to be done, they will do it, Arthur said, his voice filled with conviction. I pray for that every night, Molly replied, and that they'll come home safe to us. I do too, Arthur said, I do too. They stood there for several minutes, neither speaking, no words necessary as they held one another. Molly finally leaned back and gave her husband a thin smile. I guess we'd better get back downstairs, she said, sounding a bit better. Arthur nodded. You go on, I'll be down in a moment, he said softly, giving his wife a reassuring look. Molly gave him one last quick hug, before she left. After she was gone, Arthur sagged a little, looking out the window, much as Molly had been doing when he had arrived. Please God, keep them safe, he said out low. After a moment, he turned and followed his wife down to the kitchen. Harry awoke feeling quite refreshed, glad they had gone to bed early. He glanced at the vision of beauty snuggled next to him and he couldn't help but smile. Ginny looked oh so beautiful in the soft morning light. Her skin fairly seemed to glow and the freckles on her face stood out slightly. Leaning over he tenderly kissed her. Ginny awoke feeling Harry's lips on hers and she smiled as she kissed him back, beeping softly at the wonderful sensations that coursed through her. That's a great way to start the day, she murmured. I totally agree, Harry replied, smiling at his wife. Ginny stretched and sat up, piling her pillows against the headboard, Harry following suit. Ginny grabbed the Marauder's notebook and opened it to the section on apparating. She reread the section carefully, with Harry reading along with her. It sounds so easy, Ginny said with a sigh. Well, straightforward anyway, Harry said. What I don't really understand is this part about letting your magic flow into the nothingness of between and taking your body with it, Ginny said with a small frown. Harry looked at where her finger was resting on the page and with a sigh said, well, we'll figure it out. If they could do it, we should be able to too. I sure hope so, Ginny said, looking at Harry. Harry gave a chuckle. It sure looks like my mum didn't think much of the ministry teacher with her 3D method, he said, looking at a notation on the page. Ginny glanced back at the notebook. Yeah, destination, determination and deliberation, she said scoffingly. I mean, really. That doesn't sound very helpful. Ginny closed the book with a snap. Well, we aren't going to get anything done laying here in bed, she said as she rose. Harry couldn't help but watch Ginny's nude body as she headed for the loo. She looked back at him and scoldingly said, come on lazybones. Harry couldn't help but notice her smile as she did, and with a smile of his own, he rose and followed her. It wasn't long and they were down in the clearing, fed and fresh, eager to get to work. Ginny was looking once more at the notebook while Harry was looking about the clearing. I'm surprised that there isn't any wand movement, she said with a frown. I'm not, really, Harry replied. It's not like there is a spell to cast. It's just gathering your magic and, for lack of a better word, pushing it into nothingness. Ginny sighed. Well, shall we get started? Harry nodded and looked across the clearing, picking a spot near a prominent rock as his focal point. Your mum's note says it helps to close your eyes at first as you're learning. It will help you concentrate, Ginny said encouragingly. Harry nodded, stared for several moments at his destination, closed his eyes and tried to concentrate on gathering his magic. At first he could feel nothing but the normal things around him, and it was just when he was about to give up and open his eyes when he became aware of a feeling of pressure rising in himself. So startled was he that he lost his concentration and opened his eyes in surprise. What is it, Harry? Ginny asked, looking at him intently. I felt something. Right at the end, he said. Try again, Ginny said excitedly. Taking a deep breath, Harry closed his eyes again and tried concentrating on the feeling he had experienced before. It took a few moments, but then he felt the same pressure like before. Feeling elated, he tried to push it, but nothing happened. He stood there several moments and he found himself starting to shake from the effort. Suddenly, as if he had been holding a heavy weight that he couldn't support anymore, he felt the pressure disappear and he sagged, quite tired from the effort he had been expending. What happened? Ginny asked softly. Nothing. I felt this pressure build, but it was as if I didn't know what to do with it, where to put it, Harry said thoughtfully. Well, you rest for a bit and I'll give it a try, Ginny said. Harry nodded and let Ginny take his place, while he went and picked up the notebook and reread the section again, hoping to find some clue to help with the next step. Ginny experienced almost the same as Harry, though it took her several minutes more than he had. They took turns for a couple of hours and neither had any success past the feeling of gathering their magic. Harry was sitting watching Ginny's latest attempt, the notebook open on the ground next to him as he sat contemplating what they were doing wrong. A small breeze came up and turned the page. It was then that Harry noticed a notation near the bottom of the page. It was in a different handwriting, a male's. His eyes seemed drawn to it and he found himself reading the paragraph. Prongs did it. He finally found out what we were doing wrong. We've been pushing, and he said the secret was to think of your magic as water, and once you have it built up, think of it as releasing the pressure into the nothingness and flowing to your destination. The harder you try, the less success you'll have. Brilliant. Harry read the passage several times before he said, Hey Ginny, come look at this. Ginny was hot and tired from all the effort she had been putting into pushing her magic. She came slowly over to where Harry was and flopped down next to him. What is it? She asked tiredly. Here, read this, he said, thrusting the book at her. Ginny frowned at first, but then her eyes took on a look of surprise. Well, this would have been more helpful if it was with the other information, she said with a chuckle. Do you want to give it another try? Harry asked excitedly. Ginny took a deep breath. As much as she did, she knew she was pretty tired and didn't know if she could hold her magic in her present state. As much as she wanted to go, she said, I'm pretty tired and should rest, why don't you give it a try? Harry sprang up and went to the spot they had been using. He concentrated on the spot next to the rock, closed his eyes, gathered his magic, and instead of pushing, he pictured it flowing out. He was suddenly surprised by the strangest feeling coming over him and he opened his eyes in shock. He looked straight ahead and was disappointed to see the rock still in front of him. Harry, you moved, Ginny shouted. Harry looked around and found he was about 2 feet past his starting point in the direction where he intended to go. Excited, he closed his eyes and once more concentrated on the spot beside the stone. He gathered his magic and let it flow once again, this time ready for the weird feeling that had washed over him. Without opening his eyes, he knew he had done it and a smile crept onto his face. He was just opening his eyes and turning around when he felt Ginny slam into him, taking him into a huge hug. You did it! You did it! She cried. That was brilliant, he replied softly as the wonder of his accomplishment hit him. Try going back to the start, Ginny said, barely containing her excitement. Okay, he replied. Ginny stepped away and watched Harry intently. He closed his eyes and with a pop, he appeared across the clearing. Harry, that's fantastic, Ginny cried out again, as she rushed back over to him. Your turn, he said, turning towards Ginny. Just picture your magic flowing like water and be prepared for the weird sensation. I think I was lucky just to end up short and not splinch myself. Ginny nodded excitedly, closed her eyes and stood very still for a moment. Harry watched nervously as Ginny remained where she was. Then suddenly she flashed out of existence, but immediately reappeared where she was. She looked at Harry sheepishly. "I was surprised by the feeling," she said, somewhat embarrassed. "Well, you're ready for it now. Try again," he said with a smile. Ginny took a deep breath, closed her eyes and then disappeared. In the space of a heartbeat she reappeared across the clearing. Ginny squealed in delight. "I did it," she cried out. "Yes you did," Harry said, a huge smile forming on his face. "Try coming back," he said. Ginny flashed him a smile, closed her eyes and appeared near him from where she had started. "Fantastic, Ginny," Harry said, his pride evident in his voice. Ginny rushed to him and wrapped him in her arms. "I'm so glad you found that extra notation," she said happily. "So am I," Harry said, matching her elation with his own. "I don't know about you, but I'm famished," Ginny added tiredly. "I am too," Harry replied. "Shall we try apparating back to the chalet?" Ginny asked hopefully. Harry smiled at her. "I can't see why not," he replied, smiling at her. "Go ahead, I'll be right behind you." Ginny nodded, smiling at him, before closing her eyes. Harry saw her relax and then with a soft pop, she disappeared. Harry couldn't help but smile as he followed her in a matter of moments. Lord Voldemort sat brooding. He was no closer to figuring out what the Order was looking for than he had been the night Snape gave him his report. Though he had used the Cruciatus on his spy as an incentive to learn more, nothing had been found out, and that in itself was worrisome. Whatever was missing was being a closely guarded secret, and it seemed that no one knew what he needed to know. Voldemort rose and began to pace, Nagini watching him closely in case she needed to follow her master from the room. Tiring of watching, she slithered closer, hissing her displeasure. Voldemort halted and stared down at her dispassionately. "Yes, I feel like you do, my pet. Something is going on and not knowing is very irritating," he said as he reached down and stroked her head. Nagini leaned into his hand, enjoying the attention she was receiving from her master. She was startled and hissed her displeasure when Voldemort suddenly withdrew his hand. With a hard look, Voldemort turned suddenly and bellowed out, "Bellatrix!" In what seemed like no time at all, Bellatrix appeared, hurrying to avoid displeasing her master. "You summoned me, my lord?" she asked somewhat fearfully. Voldemort eyed the prostrate form before him. "Though I am very displeased with the results of the attempt to recover the prophecy, I am willing to give you a chance to redeem yourself," he said dispassionately. "Name it and it shall be done," Bellatrix said passionately. "I want you to free the others who failed me from Azkaban," Voldemort said. Bellatrix's eyes widened in surprise. "As you command," she said shakily. "It is time for the Dementors to rejoin our ranks. That should make the task easy enough even for you," Voldemort sneered. Bellatrix knew not to respond to the barb. It would only draw Voldemort's wrath, something she didn't wish to do, having experienced it more than she wished to already. "I will not fail you," she said lowly. "See that you don't," Voldemort said menacingly. Bellatrix couldn't help but blanch at his pronouncement and she shuddered involuntarily. Voldemort smiled at her reaction. It was just what he had been looking for. "You are dismissed," he said, a slight tone of disgust coloring his voice. Bellatrix hurriedly got to her feet and backed out of the room, glad that she had escaped without punishment for the time being, but she knew if she failed to free the members in Azkaban, her punishment would be terrible, so terrible she doubted that she'd survive. Harry awoke with an uneasy feeling, but he wasn't sure what was causing it. He laid in the semi-darkness of the coming dawn and listened carefully. At first nothing seemed out of the ordinary, just the normal sounds of nature around the chalet penetrated the silence. Then just when he had closed his eyes again, he heard something moving on the balcony. It was a soft sound, barely discernible over the sounds of the night, but as he laid there, he heard it again. Slowly he reached for his wand on the nightstand, moving as slowly as he could so as not to attract any attention to himself. It took several moments before he could wrap his fingers around his wand and he slowly brought it back to his side. He was just about to move when he felt Ginny stir beside him. "What is it?" she whispered. "I heard something on the balcony," he replied, his voice so soft it was barely audible. Ginny listened intently and at first heard nothing, but then when she was about to say something to Harry, they both heard the soft rustle of something outside the glass. Ginny looked at Harry and shifted her gaze towards her own wand, laying on the night table on her side of the bed. Harry nodded in understanding, and with that Ginny rolled over slowly, as if she was still asleep. Harry rolled near her. "Cast a lumos when we stand," he whispered. "On 3. Ginny nodded imperceptibly in reply. 1, 2, 3. He counted softly. On 3 both Harry and Ginny sprung from the bed, Ginny casting her spell as her feet hit the floor. Harry had his wand extended, ready to counter any threat that may be present, but what they saw froze the pair. Staring back, illuminated by the light from Ginny's wand, were 2 great golden eyes that blinked at them irritably. Then with a sudden move, the intruder fluttered her wings and hooted at them in displeasure. "Hedwig!" Harry exclaimed. Ginny was just as stunned as Harry, and they stood immobile for a moment. "I'd completely forgotten about her," Ginny said. "The last time I saw her was when we left the burrow." "How'd she find us?" Harry asked, as he went to the door to the balcony. "We're unplottable and untraceable," he added in wonder. Ginny looked thoughtful for a moment. "Well, she is your familiar," she said. "She has a special bond with you, so I guess she can find you anyway." Hedwig hopped up on Harry's proffered arm. "Is that right?" he asked his owl. Hedwig hooted softly and bobbed her head in a clearly affirmative manner. Harry gently scratched her on the neck, and Hedwig nipped softly at his fingers affectionately. Ginny came up to stand beside Harry and was surprised when Hedwig greeted her identically as she had Harry. Smiling, Ginny gazed at Hedwig. "You are so beautiful," she whispered. Hedwig replied with a low hoot, indicating that she thought that was obvious. Hedwig took one last look at the pair, then turned and hopped down onto the back of a nearby chair, tucked her head under her wing and appeared to go to sleep immediately. "Looks like she has the right idea," Ginny said with a giggle. Harry took one last look at Hedwig, a smile on his face. "Yeah, we still can get a few more hours of sleep," he said, wrapping an arm around his wife. They went back inside and got into bed. "Knox," Ginny said, extinguishing her wand. Harry sighed contentedly as Ginny tucked back into his side, and the last thing he was aware of before drifting off to sleep was of the wonderful fragrance of Ginny's hair that was just below his nose. The next several days passed quickly for Harry and Ginny. Their mornings were spent in doing some of the repairs to the chalet, and then they worked on learning as much as they could from the Marauder's notebook in the afternoon. Harry was amazed at the progress they were making. With the detailed instructions from the notebook, they were learning spells at a prodigious rate. It was after a particularly strenuous workout that found both of them sweaty and a bit tired that Ginny looked at Harry and said, "I thought we were going to add the stream and pool to the warded area." Harry looked at her sheepishly. "I guess I kind of forgot," he said, looking crestfallen. Ginny couldn't help but smile at the look of guilt on Harry's face. "Well, to tell the truth, so had I," she said with a grin. "But I would really love to take a dip today," she added as she came over to Harry. "That sounds great," he replied, smiling back at her, remembering what she had said about the manner in which she would be attired. "Just let me rest for a few moments and I'll extend the wards so we can enjoy a swim." "Well, you wait right here and I'll get us some drinks and a snack," Ginny said, giving him his quick key. Harry nodded and watched as Ginny dissipated away, a smile forming on his face at the ease with which she did it. He went over to one of the large flat rocks at the edge of the clearing and sat down. He had just laid back and closed his eyes when he heard Ginny reappear right next to where he was laying. "I thought you'd pick this spot," she said pleasantly. Harry opened his eyes and looked up at Ginny. He was surprised to see she had taken her hair out of its play. It was now framing her face, and with the sunlight shining on it, her hair sparkled with 1,000 shades of red. Ginny noticed his scrutiny and smiled at him. "What?" she asked softly. "You are so beautiful," he whispered in reply. Though pleased, she blushed slightly as she felt a thrill run through her body. Though he kept saying it, she knew she'd never tire of hearing it from him. "Thank you," she said softly as she sat down next to him, placing the tray she had brought between them. Harry rolled onto his side, facing her, propping his head on his hand. Ginny had brought some cut fruit along with some cold spring water, just the thing for rejuvenating his depleted energy. They sat eating and talking softly, discussing what they had accomplished so far and what they wanted to work on next. They had already mastered a lot of the intermediate defensive and offensive spells from the book, and they figured to start on some of the more advanced ones. "Don't you think it's a bit odd at how fast we're picking this stuff up?" Harry asked as he nibbled on an apple slice. Ginny sighed and looked thoughtful. Well, some, but the instructions in the notebook are very detailed, she replied. Harry nodded slowly. Still, he said thoughtfully, if you had said to me we'd be as far as we are now when we started, I would have laughed at you. Ginny just shrugged. I know, she said with a sigh. I can't explain it either, Harry, she said softly. It just seems to be coming easily for us, like we were meant to learn it fast. Harry frowned a little, but kept his thoughts to himself, and Ginny wondered if he was thinking about what he had been prophesied to do. He hadn't mentioned anything about the prophecy since he had told her the night they had fled the burrow and the magical world. Then as quickly as it came, the frown was gone and Harry looked up at her smiling. Let's see about those wards so we can go for a swim, he said happily. Ginny smiled back at him, glad for now that the doom that seemed to be following them was banished for the moment, though she knew they'd have to talk about it sometime in the future, the distant future she hoped. Taking her wand, Ginny banished the tray and remains of their snack back to the chalet. Rising, she extended her hand to Harry. Come on, I want to take that swim, she said smiling at him. It seemed to take no time at all to set the wards, apparate back to the chalet to change and grab some towels, and they were back at the pool. Ginny was wearing her dressing gown, and as she approached the water's edge, she looked back at Harry, a saucy look on her face. She then undid the belt of her gown and shed it off her shoulders. She smiled widely as she heard Harry's sharp intake of breath. True to her word, she was wearing only that which she had been born in. Harry stood there mesmerized by the vision before him. Eve herself couldn't have been any more beautiful than the young woman standing before him. Her long hair falling down to just above her pert bum, her flawless skin seeming to glow in the late afternoon sunlight. You coming? She asked, her voice full of her delight. She then gracefully dove into the water, leaving a stunned Harry standing there looking at the spot where she had been. Then in an instant he shed his own dressing gown, though he had put on his trunks, and with a short run, he dove in after his wife. Though the water was cool, it wasn't unpleasantly so, and Harry surfaced quickly, looking around for Ginny. He quickly spotted her over by the small waterfall that fed the pool. She was watching him with a smile on her face and a sparkle in her eyes. We're alone, Harry. Do you really need that suit? She asked playfully. She was standing in water that came up to her chest, giving a slight glimpse of her budding beaks. Smiling back at her he said, I guess not, as he reached down and removed them, tossing them onto the bank from where they had entered the water. Once divested of his trunks he quickly swam over to where Ginny waited and took her into his arms. Ginny wrapped her arms around his neck and kissed him deeply, relishing the feeling of Harry's body pressed into hers. Harry returned her kiss with equal vigor, and before they knew it, both were panting from the lack of breath. Ginny murmured, as they broke the kiss. Harry was aware of Ginny's erect nipples pressing into his chest and he felt himself stir in reaction. Ginny giggled as she felt Harry's hardening member press into her and she smiled coyly at him. Later, big boy, she said, her voice full of mirth. Harry couldn't help but smile at her and he kissed her again. Ginny kissed him back, but then pushed him gently in the chest and began to swim for the far end of the pool. Surprised at her action, it took Harry a moment before he took off in pursuit. The pool wasn't that large and he found Ginny waiting for him at the end where the water spilled out in a small brook. Just as he reached her, she slipped past him and began to swim slowly back toward the waterfall. When she reached the center of the pool, she rolled over onto her back and looked back at Harry. His eyes were hooded with his desire, taking in the lovely nymph that floated before his eyes. Her beeps and fiery nether hair, poking up out of the water. Once again he seemed mesmerized by the sight before him. Ginny couldn't help but smile, feeling her desire building inside, fueled by the look of love and want that Harry was giving her. Scissoring her legs, Ginny slowly propelled herself back to the falls, keeping her eyes on Harry as he followed her. She was surprised at the slow pace that Harry kept as he came to her, but she smiled wider when he finally reached her and took her once more into his arms. You are without a doubt the most beautiful woman alive, he whispered to her, huskily. I think you're slightly biased, Ginny replied, though she was thrilled by his compliments. Growing up as mostly a tomboy due to having only brothers, she had not considered herself to be beautiful. It had just never been something she thought about. With Harry, it was totally different. She did feel beautiful. How could she not, with the way he looked at her, treated her and above all, loved her. Ginny relaxed into Harry's grasp, her arms wrapped around his neck and she sighed contentedly. "I love you," she whispered softly. Harry squeezed her tight to him, his passion of a moment ago, replaced by a deep feeling of love. "I love you too," he whispered back. Ginny just stayed where she was, letting Harry's warmth and love wash over her. It was several moments later when she said softly, "Take me back to the chalet and make love to me." Harry didn't need to be told twice. Without hesitation he apparated them directly to their bedroom and gently set Ginny onto the bed. Though Ginny could see the desire in his eyes, he said, "I'll be right back." Ginny was surprised when he disappeared with a pop, but before she could move, Harry reappeared with their dressing gowns, and more importantly, their wands. He smiled at her, tossed the clothing over the chair, dropped their wands on the nightstand and joined Ginny in the bed. It was almost dark, when a very satiated couple rose, put on their dressing gowns and headed down to the kitchen to get something for dinner. Both smiling at the other as they descended the stairs hand in hand. Albus Dumbledore could remember only being so despondent a couple of times in his long life. The imprisonment and subsequent death of this father, the death of his mother and the death of his sister coming to mind. Now he was faced with the fact that Harry Potter had completely and thoroughly disappeared with no trace after he and Ginny Weasley had left the burrow. All his great plans for training and honing Harry to face Voldemort lay in shambles and he was left with nothing to go on. It was a very humbling feeling for the vaunted wizard. He felt as if he had aged 100 years in the few short weeks since the couple had disappeared and he felt as if each and every one of them lay heavily on his shoulders. He glanced over at Fawkes who looked back mournfully, giving him a sad trill, echoing his demeanor. "I admit it, Fawkes, I was wrong," he said softly. "I should have handled things differently." Fawkes spread his wings and glided the short distance between his perch and the headmaster's desk. He landed and walked the couple of remaining steps till he could run his head into Albus' hand. He then trilled encouragingly at the melancholy man before him. "It's a hard thing to admit after thinking myself so infallible all this time." Fawkes just stared up at him, but Albus got the distinct impression that his phoenix was saying, "I told you so." Albus just nodded. I know," he said dejectedly, "but what can I do now to rectify the situation? No one can find them." Fawkes' soft sad trill told him that his familiar understood and wished he could help, but that he was just as baffled as everyone else. Albus stared out the window across the grounds of the school, the uneasy feeling that he had been experiencing for the last week, growing stronger with each passing day. Something was going to happen, and soon. He knew it just as he knew that he had blundered with his handling of Harry, and the thing that galled him most of all was that he could do nothing about either situation. Sighing, he dimmed the light and headed off to his quarters, knowing that he was between that proverbial rock and hard place. He just hoped that he could withstand the pressure and somehow right the wrong that he had done to one of the most decent young men to ever grace the halls of Hogwarts. The next week flew by for Harry and Ginny. Their mornings spent in working on the chalet and their afternoons spent on learning magic, both endeavors proving to be very successful. Harry had finished the other side of the roof and Ginny had finished painting the trim, making the chalet look much better. Both were surprised at how much progress they had made on learning the spells from the notebook. They had mastered defensive spells, made great headway on offensive spells, as well as disillusion and concealment spells as well. So engrossed had they become that they lost track of time and forgot that Alina would be showing up with more supplies. Harry and Ginny were relaxing after a hard afternoon working on their magic when, as they were returning to the chalet, the wards sounded that someone was approaching. Alina paused to readjust her pack that was filled with the supplies for the chalet. She was near enough to see it up the slope and she smiled, knowing that her trek was nearing its end. Shading her eyes against the sun, she looked at her destination. Her attention was drawn to movement off to the side as two people exited the forest. Smiling at first, then she began to frown slightly. Something seemed wrong. The two she saw didn't look like the couple she expected to see. First off, they looked much younger, and though she was still a fair distance, she could tell that they didn't look like who she expected to see. The most prominent thing was the woman, her striking red hair virtually glowing as the sun shined upon it. As she watched, the young couple entered the chalet, not pausing to knock or make any indication that they didn't belong there. She shook her head, wondering if they were a couple of hikers who had stumbled on the chalet, though she knew that would have been very unusual with the chalet being so far off the beaten track. "Well, I won't get any answers standing here," she said softly. Settling her pack once more, she began walking again. The sooner she got there, the sooner she'd have her answer. Harry and Ginny had just started to make lunch when the wards sounded, letting them know someone was approaching. They looked at each other in surprise, then Ginny said, "Is it time for Alina to show up with more supplies?" It took a moment as Harry silently counted off the days they had been there. "Yeah, I guess it is," he said hesitantly. "We need to change back into John and Mary," Ginny said quickly. Wasting no time, they reapplied their transformations and appeared to be the middle-aged couple that had rented the chalet. It didn't take long before they heard, "Hello, anyone home?" Ginny went over and opened the door. "Hello Alina, how was your trip?" she asked with a smile. Right away Harry could tell something was amiss. Though smiling, Alina looked slightly puzzled as she glanced around the chalet. "Is something wrong?" he asked. Alina hesitated for a moment, looking as if she was unsure of what to say. Ginny shot a glance at Harry, a questioning look on her face. Alina unshootered her pack, setting it on the table. Harry could see her struggling with what was on her mind. "Well, she stammered. "Alina, what's the matter?" Ginny asked, her concern evident. Alina looked at Ginny, and sighing said, "Well, it's just that. You're going to think I'm crazy." "We'd never think that," Ginny said reassuringly. "Just say what you want to say. You're among friends." Alina looked at Ginny questioningly, but instead of saying what she had seen she asked, "First, tell me, do you have any visitors?" Ginny looked startled. "No, we haven't seen a soul since you and Eric left," she replied, wondering what Alina was driving at. Alina sighed. "Well, the thing is. Well, as I was hiking up here, the thing is, I saw someone, well." The whole time she was speaking, Alina's eyes kept flitting to Ginny's and then back to the floor. Harry and Ginny were at a loss about what the young woman was driving at and exchanged puzzled looks. "Alina, just calm down and say what you want to say." "What did you see?" Ginny asked calmly. Alina met Ginny's eyes and after a moment said, "Well, as I approached I saw a young couple come out of the forest and enter the chalet. I could see that no one left as I approached and yet you two are the only ones here." Harry and Ginny exchanged wide-eyed looks. "What did they look like?" Harry asked. Alina looked at him. "Well, I was a fair distance, but I could tell they were quite young, teens I'd say. The most striking thing was the young girl. Her hair was quite striking, a beautiful flaming red," she said, holding Harry's gaze. "Anything else?" Harry asked softly. "Well, the boy looked like he had dark, I'd say black hair and—" "What?" asked Ginny. "They were dressed just like you two," Alina said, her eyes going back and forth from Harry and Ginny. "Were they?" Ginny asked, concern coloring her voice. Nodding, Alina said, "Yes they were." She then looked at them pointedly. "Would either of you care to explain that?" she asked accusingly. Harry looked at Alina and Ginny could see him thinking hard. "You couldn't have been mistaken, could you?" he asked lowly. Alina met his gaze, her look somewhat hardened. "No, I'm not mistaken," she replied pointedly. Harry stared back at her for several moments and then sighing he said, "Please have a seat Alina, we need to have a private talk for a moment," inclining his head at Ginny. Alina held his gaze and finally nodded. "Okay," she replied succinctly. Harry and Ginny walked up to the bedroom and Harry cast a privacy charm. "Well, what are we going to do?" Ginny asked. Harry sat heavily on the edge of the bed. Sighing he said, "I don't know." Ginny came over and sat next to him, taking his hand in hers. "She obviously saw us," she said with a low chuckle. Harry couldn't help himself and chuckled too. "Yeah, it's obvious she did." Ginny took a deep breath and let it out slowly. "You're probably going to think I'm daft, but I think we should tell her the truth," Ginny said softly. Harry looked intently at Ginny. "Are you sure we should?" he said questioningly. Ginny sighed. 100%, no, but my gut feeling is that we should," Ginny replied. Harry pondered Ginny's statement for a few moments, mulling her suggestion over in his mind. "Explain to me why you think so," he said, looking into her eyes. Ginny was about to protest, but something about the way Harry was looking at her told her he wanted to hear her reasoning to see if it matched his own. "I like her," Ginny stated. "She's been nothing but kind to us and I hate to lie to her." Harry nodded. "Anything else?" I don't know, she replied hesitantly. I guess I feel like we did with the Peters. Harry nodded again, this time a smile creeping onto his face. Yeah, that's what I was thinking too, he said softly. Ginny returned his smile, feeling much better than she had a few short minutes ago. Standing, she pulled Harry to his feet and with a devilish grin that would have made the twins proud, she said, "Shall we make a grand entrance?" Harry couldn't help but grin back at Ginny. "Why not?" he replied. Downstairs, Alina fidgeted for a few moments as she sat waiting. Deciding to do something to occupy herself while John and Mary were upstairs, she rose and began to unpack the food. As she was putting it away, she noticed that the work in the kitchen was now complete, the new trim was installed and she smiled at the quality of the workmanship. Even her cousin Eric wouldn't have done as good of a job. She was just finishing putting the last of the tinned food in the cupboard when she heard footsteps on the stairs. Turning, expecting to see John and Mary, she was stunned to see the young couple she had seen on her approach to the chalet. Are John and Mary still upstairs?" she asked hesitantly. No, Ginny replied, trying hard to keep a straight face. Alina blinked several times, a stunned look on her face as she looked back and forth between the young couple before her. No comprehending what was going on, she said, "Where did they go?" "Why don't you sit down?" Ginny said kindly. Alina sat down at the table, still looking at Harry and Ginny with a puzzled look on her face. "Will someone please tell me what's going on?" she said, her voice rising. "I'm getting to that," Ginny said calmly, hoping that it would carry over to the young Swiss woman. "Why don't I make some tea?" Harry said. Alina was about to protest but silenced immediately when Ginny said, "That would be lovely, Harry." "Who's Harry?" Alina asked, more confused than ever. While Harry turned back to the stove, Ginny sat down opposite of Alina. "Harry's my husband and I'm Ginny, or as you knew us, John and Mary." Alina frowned in disbelief. "No one is that good at makeup and disguises," she said emphatically. "You're what, 15? Almost," Ginny said truthfully. "And he's what, a year or two older?" "Harry's a year older than I am," Ginny replied, once again telling Alina the truth. "And you expect me to believe that not only are you married but that you can disguise yourself as a middle-aged couple," Alina said disparagingly. "For starters," Ginny said with a smile. Alina looked at her in disbelief, shaking her head. "What else could you possibly tell me, that you're wanted international criminals?" Ginny frowned slightly. "While not exactly criminals, there are those who would like to find us." Alina had enough and stood. "I've heard all that I care to. I'm going back to tell Eric to come and kick you out of here." Harry was listening and knew he didn't want Alina to leave without at least hearing the whole story, so when her back was turned as she headed for the door, he took his wand and reapplied the transformation. "Please hear us out," he said softly. Alina spun around and stared at John, who was standing where Harry had been. Her eyes widened in shock and she shook her head, not believing what she was seeing. "How?" she whispered. Alina turned very pale, and Ginny, thinking she was going to pass out, rushed to her side, gently leading her back to the kitchen table, where she helped the young woman sit down. The whole time, Alina's eyes never left Harry, seemingly mesmerized. "Is that tea about ready?" Ginny asked. "Coming right up," Harry replied. When Ginny spoke, Alina's attention turned back to her and Harry chose that moment to cancel his transfiguration, so that when Alina looked back at him, he was once more Harry. "How does he do that?" she whispered to Ginny. "As hard as it might be to believe, it's magic," Ginny replied. Alina gave her a look that said, "Yeah right," but when Ginny just kept looking at her steadily, she knew that Ginny was telling her the truth. Harry came over to the table with the tea and sat down. "I know that what we're saying is a little hard to believe, but it's the truth," he said as he poured the tea. Alina seemed to be struck speechless and sat sipping her tea while looking back and forth between Harry and Ginny. They could see Alina's mind working with a multitude of questions running through her mind, as of yet, unspoken. Alina tried hard to get a grasp on all that she had learned, though truthfully it was very little. She had a million questions floating through her brain, but couldn't figure out where to begin. Harry and Ginny saw Alina calming down as she sipped her tea, so they remained silent, giving her time to think things through. Finally Alina set her tea down. "May I ask you something?" she asked softly. "Anything," Ginny replied with a smile. "Do all magical people marry so young?" she asked. Ginny laughed. Well, that certainly wasn't the first thing I expected you to ask. Alina looked at her sheepishly. I was just wondering. The answer is no. What happened between Harry and me is quite unusual, Ginny replied. I don't know where to begin, Alina said, her mind abuzz with questions. It's not some kind of hypnosis, is it? Harry smiled, took out his wand and levitated the tray over to the sink. Alina's eyes widened as she watched the tray move through the air. I guess not, she muttered. Aren't you two rather young to be off on your own? Alina asked. Well, that's a bit complicated, Ginny replied with a sigh. I've got plenty of time, Alina said. For the next couple of hours Harry and Ginny gave Alina a detailed but somewhat edited version of their story, explaining as much as they could without going into too much detail about Riddle. Alina listened raptly, asking questions now and then but on the whole just trying to take in all she was told. When Harry and Ginny finished she looked at them and said, There's a lot you're leaving out, isn't there? Ginny smiled wanly, some of the details, but I really think it's best. Alina nodded, I can understand, and I think you two are really remarkable to be doing what you are. She then got thoughtful, thanks for telling me the truth, it means a lot to me. Well, we like you Alina and didn't want to lie to you, you've been nothing but kind to us so we figured you deserved to be told the truth, Ginny replied. As they rose, Alina noticed how far the sun had traveled. Damn, she said softly. What's the matter? Asked Ginny, looking quite concerned. It's late, I can't make it back without walking the last part in the dark and I didn't bring a light with me, Alina said shaking her head. Harry looked at Ginny with a funny grin on his face, and Ginny could tell he was up to something. Well, as I see it you have two options, he began. 1. Stay here tonight in the small bedroom or Eric is supposed to meet me at the trailhead, he'll be very worried if I don't show, Alina said with a frown. What's the other option? She asked. I could give you a lift, Harry said with a grin. I don't understand, Alina replied. Can you do that? Ginny asked, looking at Harry questioningly. Yeah, I'm sure, I just need a landmark that won't be too close to the end of the trail, Harry replied. Though skeptical, Alina said, do you remember the big set of rocks after the first climb? Harry smiled, you mean the ones that look like a dragon laying down? He asked. Yeah, that's them, Alina replied, though still unsure of what Harry meant by giving her a lift. I really don't want to put you out or anything. No trouble, replied Harry. I do want to warn you that the sensation is a bit much though. Especially the first time. Ginny giggled, do you have a strong stomach? She asked. Not one to be daunted, Alina said, better than most. Harry looked at Ginny, want to come along? He asked. No, I'll stay here and start dinner, replied Ginny. Alina grabbed her empty pack and headed for the door. Where are you going? Harry asked with a grin. I thought, she began before halting. I guess I don't know what I thought. I supposed you were going to fly me there or something. No quite, Harry said walking up to the young Swiss woman. Just hold tightly to my arm and I guess it might help if you picture the rock formation firmly in your mind. I'm not sure if it will help with you being a muggle, but it can't hurt, he said. Looking a little unsure, she glanced at Ginny who gave her a reassuring smile and said, I hope you have a fun ride. Alina was about to say something but Harry apparated before she could say anything. Alina felt like she was being pressed on in every direction and she thought she might vomit, but as fast as the sensation hit her it was gone. She had shut her eyes and felt a little dizzy but then in a moment the feeling passed. She slowly opened her eyes and looked at Harry. Wow, you weren't kidding about the sensation. Harry was looking at her carefully. Are you okay? He asked, his voice full of concern. Yeah, I'm fine, though for a moment I thought I was going to lose my lunch, Alina said, managing a grin. Alina then looked around and recognized where they were, like she hadn't believed that they'd get there so fast. Wow, you weren't kidding, she said lowly. You sure you're okay? Harry asked, glancing at Alina's hand still firmly gripping his arm. Alina followed his gaze and suddenly realizing she still had a hold of him rather tightly, let go quickly. Sorry, she said, blushing slightly. That's okay, Harry replied, shaking his arm out. He looked around, taking stock of where they were. Will you make it back in time from here? He asked. Alina nodded. Yeah, it's maybe a 20-minute walk from here, 15 if I push it. Okay. Just be careful, he replied. I will, Alina said. Then she looked hesitantly at Harry. I guess I'll see you in a week, she said slowly. What is it, Alina? Harry asked with a small grin. I was just wondering if, maybe I could come back a little sooner, she said softly, acting embarrassed. Harry nodded in understanding. Ginny and I will welcome you any time, he replied. Thanks, John, she said, then realizing it she added, Harry. Please just be careful about our names with others, Harry said with a smile. I understand, Alina said, blushing again. She took a glance at the path and then with one last look at Harry said, well, I'd better get going, Eric is probably already waiting. See you, Harry said. Alina smiled at him and then turned to go. She had taken a couple of steps when she heard a slight pop behind her. She glanced back to where Harry had been standing and even though she was expecting it, was slightly surprised that he was gone. Shaking her head she said to herself, no one would believe me if I told them. She turned and started down towards where her cousin would be waiting, humming happily to herself. She had always believed in the stories her grandmother had told her as a child and now she had proof that they were real. Albus Dumbledore sat at his desk reading the Daily Prophet, shaking his head. The news was quite depressing, as he had predicted the Dementors had sided with Voldemort and they had helped free his supporters who had been being held there when they left. Why is Fudge such a stupid idiot, he said lowly. Well, I guess his days are numbered now. Fawkes gave a low sad trill, letting Albus know that he agreed with his master. I know, Albus said. Setting the paper down he leaned back into his chair and stared off into space. Foremost on his mind was the continued absence of Harry Potter. Where can he be, he muttered. What has Potter done this time? He heard from his right. What? Albus asked in surprise. I said, what has Potter done this time? Phineas Black said. Who said the Harry has done anything? Albus said, a bit perturbed, glaring at the portrait. It's always him when you have that look on your face, Phineas replied with a sneer. Albus sighed. He's gone missing, he admitted. Huh. Missing you say? How did that no-count young troublemaker go missing? The past headmaster said disparagingly. It seems he had help from your great-great-grandson, Albus replied rather testily. Impossible, he's dead, in case you didn't remember, Phineas said scoffingly. I'm well aware of Sirius' current state, Albus replied with more venom than he intended. Sighing he then added, it seems that Sirius gave him a particular notebook before his unfortunate demise. Phineas Black grew quiet for a moment. Did he? He asked softly. Yes, it appears he did, replied Albus downheartedly. Again there was a pause. So there is some hope after all, Phineas said, then with a sneer he added, if he's smart enough to learn anything on his own. He's not on his own, Albus retorted. Who'd be stupid enough to go with him? Phineas asked irritably. Ginevra Weasley, Albus replied. What? That idiotic Gryffindor that opened the chamber. Phineas said in surprise. I wish you'd stop with your constant harping on the students, especially those that are in other houses, Albus said testily. Albus waited for a response from the former headmaster and when he didn't receive one he turned and looked at Phineas Black's portrait. The former headmaster had either fallen asleep or was feigning so. Pompous blowhard, Albus muttered, turning back to his desk. I had that, he heard softly from behind. Ignoring the portrait, Albus picked up his quill and began to work on the stack of parchments on his desk. No closer to solving the mystery of where Harry Potter and his now wife were hiding. Sitting in his car in the parking area at the trailhead, Eric was starting to worry. He had been scanning the ridge line so that he could judge how soon that Alina would be back and as of yet he hadn't seen her cross the valley towards the last descent. Shaking his head, he looked down at his watch and frowned. It wasn't like Alina to be so late. He was just about to leave to go and get his father and uncle so that they could bring lights and begin to search for his wayward cousin when she cleared the stand of trees that began just past the parking lot. He blinked his eyes several times, just to make sure he wasn't seeing things. Alina waved and gave him a smile. Hello Eric, I hope you haven't been waiting too long, she said as she approached his car. Eric stared at her in bewilderment. How did you get here? He asked. Alina felt her stomach lurch slightly, and hoped it didn't show. I walked of course, she said as she unshootered her pack, tossing it in the back seat. I mean how did you get down here? I didn't see you cross the valley slope and I've been here more than an hour, Eric said frowning. Alina just shrugged. I guess you didn't see me. Need glasses. She chided him. No, I don't need glasses, Eric replied testily. Well then I can't explain how you didn't see me. What do you think I did, Fly? She said with a smirk. Ha, ha, Miss Smarty Pants, he said grumpily. What took you so long? Well, I got held up talking to John and Mary, Alina said sheepishly. I didn't know you were so into the academics, Eric said teasingly. Not to be put off, Alina replied, well not normally but they are just so nice and we got talking and before I knew it, time had flown. I'm sorry I'm late, she told her cousin sincerely. Eric took a big breath and let it out. Sorry I snapped, but I was getting worried. Alina playfully punched him in the arm. That's sweet, she said with a grin. Ow, Eric said, rubbing his arm, though in reality it hadn't hurt, well that much. Oh, poor little Eric, Alina teased. Shaking his head, Eric started the car and began to drive back towards the city. Next time you can drive yourself, he muttered. Smiling broadly, Alina said, I think I will. Voldemort was more than pleased with the results of Bellatrix's mission to free his minions from Azkaban. Not only were his most senior supporters now back, the Dementors had come over to his side. Though they were now few in number, Voldemort knew that once freed to begin attacking wizard and muggle alike, they would breed quickly. Now he needed to gather more dark creatures to his fold. McNair, he said softly, staring down the table where the large gruff man sat. Yes, my lord, McNair replied. I want you to go and recruit the giants to my cause, Voldemort said. Yes, my lord, McNair said, hoping that his reluctance didn't show. While he was used to dealing with all sorts of magical creatures, the giants were notable for dealing harshly with any humans that they came into contact with, wizard or not. Do I detect some hesitancy? Voldemort sneered. Swallowing the bile he felt rising, McNair quickly answered, No, my lord. Voldemort shook his head, you should know better than lie to me. McNair paled at Voldemort's words, but before he could respond, he was hit with the cruciatus that Voldemort fired at him. Those sitting on either side flinched away from the screaming, thrashing man, just glad that they weren't the target of Voldemort's wrath. As quickly as it began, it was over, leaving a pale and shaken McNair struggling back into his chair. Do not fail me, Voldemort said lowly, his voice dripping with menace. I wouldn't dream of it, my lord, McNair replied shakily. Good, Voldemort said. I want you to take Crabbe and Goyle along with a half-dozen of the new recruits and leave tomorrow. I expect positive results quickly. Yes, my lord, McNair said, glancing at the two hulking figures sitting across from him. Voldemort's attention then centered on Bellatrix. I want you to get word to Snape that I wish to see him. It's time to find out what the Order is trying to find. Yes, my lord, Bellatrix replied with a smile. For once the Dark Lord's attention would be focused on the one she was most unsure of. Leave me, Voldemort said in dismissal. When Harry returned a few moments later, Ginny was in the kitchen preparing their dinner. How did it go? She asked as she placed a dish in the oven. Fine, replied Harry. She asked if she could visit more often than just bringing us the supplies. Oh, she did. What did you tell her? Ginny asked, turning to Harry while wiping her hands. I told her that she was welcome here any time, Harry replied, getting himself something to drink. Ginny smiled at him. That's nice. I like her. She's just like what I'd want in a big sister. Yeah, I like her too, Harry said. Ginny stepped close to Harry and wrapped her arms around him. We have about an hour before dinner is ready, she murmured. Harry smiled and enveloped Ginny in a hug, finding her lips, he kissed her passionately. Ginny beeped as she felt Harry's key inflame her desires. Harry felt Ginny's response and not wasting a moment he apparated them to the bedroom on the second floor where they tumbled on the bed. Hedwig, who had been asleep on the headboard, fluttered her wings, hooting her displeasure at being awoken and launched herself out through the open door to the balcony. She circled once, and seeing how low the sun had dropped, headed off to hunt for her own dinner. It was a bit later when Harry and Ginny lay jumbled together on the bed, clothes strewn where they had flung them in their hurry to disrobe. Ginny sighed contentedly as she lay against Harry's chest and shoulder. I don't think I'll ever tire of that, she said languorously. Harry chuckled softly. Me either, he murmured into her hair, his arm tightening around her ever so slightly. Ginny lifted her head slightly and sniffed the air. It smells like dinner is ready, she said with a touch of regret. We can come back here after we eat, Harry said humorously. Ginny sat up and stretched very cat-like, and Harry swore he heard her make a purring sound. Harry watched her rise and grab her dressing gown, noticing how much more mature her lithe body seemed. There seemed to be more of a flare to her hips, and she also looked more curvy than he remembered. Ginny paused in putting on her gown, seemingly aware of his scrutiny. Looking back at him, she smiled and said, "What?" Harry returned her smile. "Can't I admire your beauty without having any other reason?" he asked in reply. Ginny just shook her head. "Come on, I'm hungry, let's eat," she said as she headed for the door. Harry contemplated laying there for a few moments until his stomach gave a rumble. Laughing lowly, he got up, found a tea and his boxers, and followed Ginny down to eat. Alina laid in her bed, thinking on the events of the day. Smiling, she couldn't help but feel a small bit of envy for the young woman she had met. It was obvious to her that Ginny and Harry were so in love. Fluffing her pillow, she turned and snuggled deeper in her blankets, though she knew sleep wouldn't be coming anytime soon. Her mind drifted back to the stories that her grandmother had told her as a child about the special ones. Those who had abilities that were so extraordinary that as a child she had found it so hard to believe, but wished it was true. Her grandmother had told her of the old woman in the village where she had grown up that had the ability to heal and perform other unexplainable things. The stories had always intrigued her as a child, and to meet two of them was beyond her wildest dreams. That and how in love they were. It was so evident in the way they looked at each other and the way they acted. Alina was sure that they didn't even realize just what they were doing half the time. The little touches as they passed each other, the subtle glances, the shared laughs. Alina sighed deeply. If only she could find someone to share that deep of love with, it would make her so happy. With another sigh, she turned over, punching her pillow once again. Closing her eyes, she relaxed and let her tiredness seep into her mind. She smiled faintly, knowing that she'd be visiting them in another couple of days. She had to work at the station in the morning and the day after, but after that she knew she'd be visiting the chalet again. Harry and Ginny diligently applied themselves to learning everything they could from the Marauder's notebook. Though they did spend the majority of their time concentrating on Dada, they also took time to learn a lot of the more practical charms and spells. It was so much easier to clean and tend the house with magic than spend the time doing things the Muggle way. Though it still surprised Ginny some when Harry took the time to do the repairs to the chalet by hand. When she asked him about it, he had shrugged and told her he enjoyed doing it that way and got a great sense of accomplishment too. She had smiled at him and taken him in a warm embrace, letting him know she understood. It was just one more quality that she found so endearing in him. They were just finishing up with breakfast when Harry looked at Ginny with a smile. Ginny couldn't help but smile back. "What?" she asked. "I think it's time to see what our animagus forms are," he replied, a bit excitedly. Ginny felt her excitement rise, matching Harry's. "Really?" she asked enthusiastically. "Yeah," Harry replied, still smiling. "We've been making a lot of headway with the other spells. I think it's time we worked on something else." "What do we need to do?" Ginny inquired. Harry grabbed the Marauder's manual and began to page through it. In short order he found the section in the book dedicated to learning to be an animagus. As he read through it, Ginny saw him frown. "What?" she asked him, concerned by his look. "According to this, there's a potion to brew," Harry replied slowly, his eyes scanning the page. "It's wickedly complicated and I have no idea where we get some of the required ingredients." Suddenly Harry laughed, shaking his head. "What's so funny?" Ginny asked, surprised by his sudden change of attitude. Still chuckling, Harry explained. "Down at the bottom of the page is a comment written by my mum." "Harry," Ginny whined. "Sorry," Harry said contritely. "Mum wrote, boys, always doing things the hard way." Ginny joined in laughing with Harry. "Anything else?" "Yeah, seems she invented a charm to reveal your form," Harry said. Ginny's eyes lit up. "I'm assuming it's written down there." "Yeah, it is." "Well, come on, spill," Ginny said exasperatedly. Harry ignored her for a moment, his eyes scanning the page. Smiling slightly, he looked up at Ginny. She explained that the way normally taught and the way the Marauders did it is to work on changing body parts working up to a full transformation. Mum found a way to, how did she say it, embrace your form and transform all at once. Wow, your mum was certainly powerful if she could come up with something like that, Ginny replied. Harry smiled wanly and Ginny could see the pain in his eyes. She knew what he was feeling. Rising, she made her way around the table and took him in a loving embrace. I just wish, Harry whispered. I know, love, Ginny whispered back tenderly. Harry took a couple of deep breaths and gave Ginny a squeeze, snuggling into her body. Ginny felt the tension leave him as he leaned into her. Thanks, Harry said lowly, his voice choked with emotion. That's one of the reasons I'm here, Ginny whispered, a small smile dancing on her lips. Though his eyes were leaking slightly, Harry's smile grew. And I love you for it, he said emotionally. Ginny nodded, no words were necessary and she gave him a squeeze letting him know that she understood. Harry gave Ginny one last squeeze and with a sigh let go. Giving her a wan smile he turned his attention back to the Marauder's manual. He gave the page one last look before setting it down and drawing his wand. Looking at Ginny he said, according to my mum, once I cast the spell on you, you'll transform into your animagus form. Once that is done you'll instinctively know how to change back. She said you'll internalize your form and be able to transform at will. Ginny stared at him wide-eyed, not believing what he was saying. Everything she had heard on the animagus transformation had emphasized at how hard and long of a process it was to accomplish. Raising his wand, Harry asked, "Are you ready?" Taking a deep breath, Ginny let it out slowly. "Okay, I'm ready," she replied. "Animus Revelis," Harry said softly. Brilliant. White light shot out of his wand and struck Ginny. She got a surprised look on her face and for a moment Harry was very concerned. Then Ginny began to morph and in moments where she had been standing a large griffin took form. Unfortunately she knocked the table and chairs over, her size being much too large for the confined space. Griffin Ginny spun around at the sudden noise behind her, her wings flaring out, almost knocking Harry over. Harry was just able to duck in time, causing the wing to catch several jugs and pots on the shelf on the wall. The crashing of them hitting the ground caused Ginny to spin again, catching several more things in the room, destroying them too. Ginny finally realized what she was doing and sat down with a huff. After a moment, a sheepish Ginny reappeared. From his spot on the floor, Harry just stared at her for a moment before he burst out laughing. At first Ginny looked at Harry angrily, but as she took in the destruction she had wrought, she started laughing too. Slowly Harry got back to his feet. Smiling he walked over to Ginny and took her into his arms. Well, that could have gone better, he said with a chuckle. The pair surveyed the destruction around them and with a laugh they pulled their wands and restored the room to its previous state. Maybe we should take this outside, Harry said with a grin. Okay, Ginny agreed. They headed out and went to the small clearing where they practiced their spell work. Once there Ginny transformed once again. Harry looked at her in awe. Instead of the normal coloring of a white eagle's head leading back to the tawny hind quarters of the lion, Ginny was pure gold from head to tail. She was about 6 feet tall and maybe 10 feet long, excluding her tail. All in all she was a magnificent sight. Now that she was outside, Ginny experimentally flexed her wings, extending them to their full width, a span of about 20 feet. Harry tenderly ran his hand along the one closest to him, causing her to shiver. After several moments, Ginny transformed back. She noticed Harry looking at her. "What?" she asked, a bit concerned. Shaking his head as if to clear his mind, Harry looked at her with a loving smile. "You are a magnificent griffin, but I've never heard of one being pure gold," he said with a touch of awe. Ginny looked at him in shock. "A golden griffin," she said softly. Smiling, Harry nodded his head. "Yeah," he replied, still looking at her with an amazed look on his face. Ginny practically glowed at the way Harry was looking at her, she could feel the pride and delight he felt for her. Smiling at his she said, "Okay, time to see what you are." Harry took a deep breath and nodded at her. Animus Revelis, Ginny cast. Luckily Ginny was standing a bit back from Harry. His body morphed as he changed. Her eyes widened in surprise as standing before her was another golden griffin. Harry was slightly larger than Ginny had been, but he was virtually identical in form. His griffin stood about 7.5 feet tall and was about 15 feet long. Like Ginny he extended his wings and his span was about 25 feet wide. Smiling, Ginny stepped up to Harry and gently ruffled his feathers along his neck. "You're gorgeous," she breathed huskily. Harry gently rubbed his head along the side of Ginny's. She wrapped her arms around his neck, relishing the feelings of warmth and the sense of power she felt from him. Ginny finally stepped back and Harry transformed back. He stepped forward and enveloped Ginny in a loving embrace. "I guess that really shows that we were meant for each other," he said softly into her ear. "What?" Ginny asked in confusion. "Griffins mate for life," Harry said, smiling. Ginny's face broke into a smile that matched Harry's and she tenderly kissed him, her eyes bright with unshed tears. Ginny then eyed him with a curious expression on her face. She blushed, something she hadn't done hardly at all since they'd been together. "I always hoped that we'd get together," she said sheepishly, with a small smile. Tightening his embrace he kissed her on the cheek. "Yeah, well, I was a bit clueless and something of a prat for not noticing you earlier," he said softly. Ginny gave a soft giggle. "Well, you're a bloke and they're not known for being the brightest at noticing those kind of things, especially at that age." Harry couldn't help but chuckle. "I'm just glad that we're together now," he said emotionally. "Me too," Ginny replied with a smile. Harry looked deep into Ginny's eyes and leaned in, giving her a deep soulful kiss. After several moments the pair separated, though their eyes were still filled with the love they had for one another. Ginny sighed as they headed back into the chalet. "I just wish there was some way we could find out more about griffins in general and golden griffins in particular. I have this vague memory of them having special properties, but I can't remember what they are." Harry gave a grunting groan deep in his throat as he frowned. Ginny's eyes darted to him, a look of annoyance on her face. "What?" she asked with a small frown of her own. Harry's shoulders slumped and he gave her an apologetic look. "Sorry," he said contritely. "I had hoped to avoid all contact with the magical world, but it looks like we need to find some place to do a little research, or at least somewhere we can find some reference materials." Once inside they flopped down onto the couch. Ginny got a thoughtful look on her face. "I remember Charlie saying that all the European capitals have a place similar to Diagon Alley. The problem would be in finding where it is located." Harry nodded his head distractedly, obviously deep in thought. "I guess in hindsight leaving all our books and things behind wasn't the best idea," he said lowly. Ginny snuggled into his side. "Well, what's done is done. Let's not dwell on it," she said. "We'll figure something out." Harry smiled at her as he wrapped an arm around her, pulling her tightly into himself. "Thanks, Ginny," he said warmly as he placed a small key on her head. "What for?" Ginny asked, with a smile. "For being you and helping me keep things in perspective," Harry replied, returning her smile. "Glad I could help," she said humorously as she reached up and drew Harry's face down to hers. Their lips found one another's and it wasn't till much later they broke apart to start dinner. The next week passed quickly for Harry and Ginny. They continued as they had been, working on the chalet for part of the mornings and then concentrating on studying magic for the rest of the day. The only exceptions were the days that Alina visited, then they would spend time with their new friend. Sometimes taking hikes into the surrounding countryside, sometimes just sitting and talking, enjoying each other's company. Alina had a large fascination with the magical world, explaining what she had learned from her grandmother. It was during one of their hikes that she steered them away from a particular valley, saying that people who went there often failed to return or found themselves suddenly far from where they had thought they were going, not able to explain what and why they were where they ended up. Harry and Ginny shared a look, as it sounded a lot like a Confundus charm to them and they wondered what could be hidden so deep in the Alps. Harry vowed that he would check it out as it may pose a threat if left unattended. During Alina's last visit, Harry had noticed her and Ginny talking quietly several times. At first he thought nothing of it, figuring the two girls just wanted some time to themselves, but then he noticed that they seemed to look at him while doing so, sharing smiles and a couple of giggles. At first it made Harry a little uncomfortable, but eventually he put it out of his mind. Whatever the girls were plotting, he'd find out soon enough, he figured. It was several days later when everything came out. Harry awoke a bit later than usual and was surprised to find himself alone in bed. Usually he and Ginny remained together, waiting for the other to awaken. Putting on his dressing gown, he made his way down to the kitchen where he found Ginny cooking a huge breakfast for him. What was most surprising was that Alina was there. Both girls smiled as he came into the room and sat down. "Happy birthday," they both said together, then they burst out giggling. Harry sat with a stunned look on his face for a moment. He had totally lost track of the days and didn't realize that it was his birthday. Regaining his composure, he said, "Thank you both. I had forgotten all about it." Ginny brought the platters of food and set them on the table. "I kind of figured you did, and to tell the truth I had lost track of the days too. I had to ask Alina, and when she asked why, I told her about your coming birthday." Alina looked at him with a shy smile. "I hope you don't mind that I arranged with Ginny to be here." Harry smiled at her warmly. "I don't mind at all. It was a surprise, that's all," he said affably. As they finished their breakfasts, Ginny went back into the kitchen and returned with a simple 3-layer cake. It had 16 lit candles and 1 unlit one. Harry looked at her in surprise. "When did you make this?" he asked in wonder. "This morning, before I went and picked up Alina," Ginny replied with a smile. Harry laughed. "I wondered how she got here so early." "Well, when I told her about your birthday, she asked if she couldn't visit, so we arranged to meet by the Dragon Rocks early this morning so she could be here," Ginny replied. Harry looked at Alina. "Thanks, that means a lot to me," he said emotionally. When Alina looked at him questioningly, Harry gave her a brief synopsis of his growing up at his relatives', leaving out most of the details but letting her know that they never celebrated his birthday. Alina was suitably shocked and shared Ginny's feelings of how horrible people they must have been. She then reached into her pack and drew out a brightly wrapped gift. As she handed it to Harry, she said, "Ginny and I talked about it and I went and got this, so it's from both of us." Misty-eyed, he stared at the package for a moment. "Thank you," he choked out. After a moment he carefully unwrapped his gift. He looked up in surprise after taking in what he held. It was a Muggle book, The Mystical Beast, by Alison Farthing. He noticed a bookmark about halfway back and he opened it to that page. The marked page was the griffin, and had 2 large illustrations. One was a standard griffin, the other a golden griffin. It explained that because the lion was traditionally considered the king of the beasts and the eagle the king of birds, the griffin was thought to be an especially powerful and majestic creature. The griffin was also thought of as king of all creatures and that the golden griffin was the most powerful of all. Alina said, "Ginny told me what to look for and said that you'd explain why." Looking at Ginny, he saw her give a small shrug while smirking slightly. Smiling back at her, he turned to Alina. "Okay, but let me go get changed. I think it will be more fun if I just show you," he said in explanation. Harry hurried upstairs and returned quickly. "We'd better go outside," he said with a grin. When Alina looked at Ginny, she saw her laugh and say, "Yeah, outside is better." Harry led the way out to the small clearing where they practiced their magic. Once there he turned to Alina and said, "Close your eyes." She glanced at Ginny, who smiled at her and gave her a nod. She shrugged, took a deep breath and did as she was asked. After a moment she heard a rustling sound and Ginny said merrily, "Open your eyes." Alina opened her eyes and stood there open-mouthed in shock. Where Harry had been standing there now stood a huge golden griffin. She looked over at a smiling Ginny, not believing what she was seeing. "Wow," she said softly, awestruck by the sight before her. "That's really Harry." "Yes, it really is," replied Ginny, her lips curled into a smile. Alina hesitantly lifted her hand, but then stopped. Looking at Ginny she said, "May I?" Ginny gave a giggle and stepped close to Harry. "Sure, he loves it when I rub his neck feathers." Emboldened by Ginny's action, Alina joined her at Harry's head and she tentatively began to run her hand along Harry's neck. Both girls broke out in giggles as they heard a deep purring emanate from deep within Harry's chest. Harry turned his head toward Ginny and caught her eye. Somehow she understood what he was trying to convey. She turned to Alina, grinning widely. "Are you up for a little adventure?" she asked with a smirk. Not one to back down, Alina replied, "Yes. What do you have in mind?" "How about taking a little ride?" Ginny replied. Alina's eyes widened in surprise. Taking a deep breath, she nodded her head. "How do we do this?" Harry tucked his legs up underneath himself and unfurled his wings slightly. Ginny helped Alina up onto Harry's back, having her tuck up right behind the wing roots. She gently grabbed onto some of the feathers on his neck and gave Ginny a nod, letting her know that she was ready. The thing was, for some reason she didn't even take notice of what Harry's wings implied. She'd ridden horses in the past and just expected riding Harry would be similar. She was taken totally by surprise when Harry took 3 bounding leaps across the clearing, and with a might push from his powerful hind legs, he unfurled his wings and sprang into the air. She shrieked in surprise, at first a bit fearful, but as Harry rose higher in the air she felt comfortable and somehow knew that Harry wouldn't let her fall. Her initial surprise and discomfort gave way to exhilaration and she laughed out loud as Harry circled back over the chalet. Alina was taken by surprise when a second golden griffin joined them in the air. "Ginny," she said questioningly. Ginny let out a shrieking call, letting Alina know it was her. The pair of griffins wheeled and darted about the heavens in a joyful display. Alina had never experienced anything so exhilarating. As they flew up around the mountain tops, Harry's eagle-enhanced vision focused on the valley on the other side of the pass where Alina had said people had disappeared. What he saw sent a chill down his spine. There was a huge encampment clustered around several caves. The thing he found frightening was the camp's inhabitants, giants. He knew it warranted further investigation, but he couldn't do so with Alina along. He caught Ginny's attention and motioned for her to follow him, and they returned to the clearing. Once they had landed, Ginny transformed immediately and helped Alina down from Harry's back. Once she was down on the ground, Harry transformed too. Alina was beside herself with joy to the point she was giddy with the feelings running through her. She hugged Harry tightly. Thank you," she said excitedly. She then turned and hugged Ginny too. "That was beyond amazing," she said, smiling widely. "I'm glad you enjoyed it," Harry said with a grin. Alina looked from Harry to Ginny, a warm smile gracing her face. "I'm so glad that I met you two and decided to help you find a place to stay." "We're glad too," said Ginny, stepping forward and hugging their new friend. Alina sighed. "As much as I'd like to stay, I really need to be getting back home. I have to work tomorrow." Harry and Ginny shared a look. Ginny spoke first. "I'll take Alina back." Harry raised an eyebrow and looked at Ginny questioningly. She just met his gaze with a smirk. Harry gave a low chuckle. "All right, I'll get dinner started then." After one last round of hugs, Ginny grasped Alina and apparated away. Harry shook his head with a grin and headed back to the chalet to start dinner. Ginny and Alina appeared behind the dragon rocks with a soft pop. Instead of letting go immediately, Alina hugged Ginny tightly. "Thanks for allowing me to share such an amazing day with you two," she said warmly. "It was our pleasure," Ginny replied, returning the hug. Stepping back, Alina sighed, but she was still smiling. "You are so lucky," she said wistfully. When Ginny looked at her questioningly, Alina explained, "The love you and Harry have for one another." Ginny blushed but couldn't hide her smile. Just thinking about what she and Harry had made her heart beat faster. "So there isn't a young man in your life?" Ginny asked. Alina sighed again. "Not right at the moment. Though I'm sure I'll find the right guy eventually." "I'm sure you will," Ginny agreed. She then looked pensive. "It seems strange in a way that things worked out. Not long ago I didn't think I'd ever have what I now do, and if it weren't for some very fortunate circumstances things could be very different." When Alina looked at her questioningly, Ginny explained how she was sitting outside early in the morning when Harry appeared. She told a little bit of Harry's life and how he had just lost the person most important to him and how he was running away and how she talked him into taking her with him. She added about their subsequent bonding and a little of their experiences up to meeting her. Alina was awestruck. "That's so romantic, at least the part about you getting together. I can't begin to understand all of what you two have gone through, though I can see how good for one another you two are." A small smile broke out on Ginny's face. "Yeah, as hard as some of the things have been, I don't regret one moment of being with Harry." Alina glanced at her watch and sighed. "I'd better get going," she said with another sigh. She gave Ginny one last hug before turning and starting on her way down the mountain. Ginny watched her for a moment and then with a pop she dissipated away. Harry had dinner well underway by the time Ginny returned. He smiled at her and gave her a key. "How'd things go?" he asked with grin. Ginny raised an eyebrow at him. "Just fine," she replied, wondering what Harry was thinking. "Did you and Alina have a nice talk?" Harry asked slyly. Ginny couldn't help but grin. "Yes we did. I'm glad," Harry replied, coming over and hugging Ginny. After a nice dinner, Harry looked at Ginny. "Did you notice anything while we were flying today?" he asked seriously. Ginny looked pensive for a moment. "No, not really." "Why? You know that valley Alina mentioned?" Harry asked. "What about it?" Ginny asked with a perplexed look. Harry took a deep breath and let it out. I noticed something while we were near there. Ginny rolled her eyes. Are you going to make me guess? She replied with a chuckle. Harry couldn't help but give a small laugh. Sorry, he said with a smile. I noticed there is a colony of giants there. Ginny's eyes widened in shock. Giants, she said tremulously. Yeah, Harry replied with a grim look. I think we should check them out. Ginny looked pensive for a moment and then with a sigh she said, I guess you're right. I figured we could fly well above them as our griffins. That should keep us safe, Harry explained. Ginny nodded, that sounds good. When did you want to do it? Harry shrugged his shoulders. I guess we should do it as soon as possible. Tomorrow, I guess. Okay, that sounds good, Ginny replied. She then got a coy look on her face. If we're going to go check out the giants tomorrow, maybe we should go to bed early. Isn't it a bit early to go to sleep? Asked Harry. Ginny smiled at him. Who said anything about sleeping? The Canute dropped and Harry smiled back at Ginny. Hand in hand they rushed upstairs into the bedroom. It was much later that the well-satiated pair finally fell asleep. Harry awoke to the feeling of Ginny slowly running her hand gently up and down his chest with her hand straying a little further down with each pass. He tried very hard to lay still to see what Ginny would do, but after a couple of seconds she whispered in his ear, I know you're awake. She then ran her tongue around the outside of his ear, eliciting a small beep from her husband. As Harry rolled over to capture Ginny's mouth, she took his manhood in her hand and began to caress and stroke him to full hardness. Harry growled deep in his throat and began to key and nibble his way down to Ginny's pert beeps. Finding her nipples already hard, he took one into his mouth and bit down softly. Ginny threw her head back and beeped out at what she was feeling. There was a little pain, but it was mixed with much more pleasure, and it sent rockets of fire down to her center which exploded with wetness. I want you, she called out with her desire. I want you now. Harry quickly shifted and moved into position, thrusting his now rock-hard member into Ginny's wet open slit. It took him several thrusts to seat himself into Ginny even though she was as wet as he had ever felt her. He hissed out in pleasure as her hot wetness enveloped him and he began to move with an increasing urgency. Ginny wrapped her arms and legs around him, trying to pull him in as deep as possible, loving every second of what he was doing to her. Ginny beeped out deeply as her crisis approached and she fought to keep it at bay just a little longer, lost in the sensations that Harry was causing. All too soon she felt the sensations break loose and she cried out as the pleasure tore through her body, leaving her spent and barely conscious as Harry poured out his offering into her depths. Slowly Ginny became aware of her surroundings, reveling in feeling Harry's weight resting on her. He was breathing heavily, his head was resting next to hers and he whispered out, "Sweet Merlin, woman." Ginny gave a low chuckle as she tightened her grip, squeezing him a little tighter to her body and turning her head she gave him a tender key and whispered, "Good morning." Harry rolled onto his back, keeping a firm grip on Ginny so that she ended up on top of him. "Good morning indeed," he whispered back with a smile. They turned their heads when they heard a noise by the door to the balcony. They saw Hedwig staring at them reproachingly and Harry chuckled, "I think she's jealous of you." "That's too bad," Ginny replied with a smile. "You're my husband and she'll just have to find her own." Sighing contentedly, she snuggled into Harry's body and whispered, "I can't believe how happy I am." Harry keyed her on the top of her head, tenderly caressing a hand down through her silky hair. "I know what you mean," he replied softly. "When I left I never expected to find something so wonderful as you and the love you give me." Ginny just lay there in Harry's warm embrace, fighting the emotions that welled within her. A mixture of joy and sorrow. Joy for what she had and shared with Harry and sorrow for what he had endured before they were together. Harry just continued to tenderly caress her, letting her know just how much he loved her. They lay there quietly, just enjoying being with each other, and they loved that they shared. It was a bit later when Harry's stomach gave a rumble, which Ginny's seemed to hear as hers answered. Ginny gave a low chuckle. "I guess we'd best get up and have something to eat," she said humorously. Rising, they took a quick shower and headed down to the kitchen. Working together, they had breakfast thrown together in no time. A little while later when they were done eating and sitting at the table enjoying a second cup of tea, Ginny looked at Harry. "Are we still going to go check out the colony of giants?" she asked calmly. Harry looked pensive for a moment. "Yeah, I think it's best not to delay in checking them out. Ginny nodded. I agree. The sooner we check them out the better. At least from what I gathered from Alina, they seem happy to stay within the confines of the valley they are in, Harry said thoughtfully. When do you think we should go? Ginny asked. Harry glanced at his watch. Well, it's a bit late to go while they are eating breakfast since we seem to have a little trouble getting out of bed this morning. I think we should go about noon when they'll be eating again. It gives us the chance to see how many there really are as they gather together, Harry said with a smirk. Ginny smiled, very Kneazle-like. I didn't hear you complaining, she replied, her eyes dancing. Harry shook his head, his smile widening. Ginny, my love, I'll never complain about waking up like I did. Ginny just grinned at the expression on Harry's face. Walden McNair prepared to lead his contingent of Death Eaters down into the valley where the giants were encamped. Remember, he growled, don't pull your wands no matter what. We just about have them convinced to join with our lord and we don't want to jeopardize the negotiations. Though some of the younger members grumbled, they all nodded their heads, knowing that if they disobeyed and the Dark Lord found out that they'd be in serious trouble. A long bout with the Cruciatus at best if they weren't killed outright. McNair motioned to Crabbe and Goyle to lift the last gift for the Gurg, the leader of the giant tribe. At least they are good for something, McNair thought, wishing that Voldemort hadn't saddled him with two such incompetent helpers. The previous two visits, while contentious, had gone reasonably well, in so much as nobody had been killed and the Gurg had allowed them to return. McNair rolled his eyes as Crabbe reached for his wand, probably to levitate the gift. No wands, he snapped. Oh, yeah, I forgot, mumbled Crabbe, restoing his wand. Merlin preserve me, McNair muttered lowly. He watched as Crabbe and Goyle struggled to lift the massive item, draped in a large covering, keeping it hid from view so that they could make a grand presentation to the Gurg. Finally everyone was ready and they began their arduous trek to the giants' encampment. McNair chaffing at how long it had taken to get organized. They were pushing their luck by arriving close to the noon hour when the giants would be eating. They were a contentious bunch and prone to violence when dividing the food to eat. As they made their way into the edge of the camp, they found their way blocked by several of the larger giants who looked at them distrustfully. We're here to see the Gurg, McNair stated firmly, meeting the glares of the giants with one of his own. Finally one of the giants nodded. Gurg, this way, it stated, turning to lead the group into the camp. They soon found themselves in the center of the encampment. Almost all of the remainder of the giants were already there. McNair noticed that the several of the giants gathered closest to the cooking fire appeared to be females who were just starting to serve up large crude bowls of some type of stew. As they came to a halt, McNair noticed a number of the giants staring at them in a way that he could only describe as hungrily. He shuddered slightly, remembering the stories from his youth that the giants' preferred meat was man flesh. Though supposedly it had been centuries since they had eaten any. He turned his attention to the Gurg. The largest and without a doubt the ugliest of all the giants. He was laying near the fire wrapped in a great cloak of coarsely woven wool, dyed a muddy red, one of the previous gifts that Voldemort had sent. McNair thought it looked horrendous but to the giants it was the height of fashion. There is just no accounting for taste, he thought. The Gurg had yet to notice their arrival. He was smacking his lips and drooling as he watched one of the females ladle out a huge portion of the stew. Hail, Malrak, great Gurg of the giants, McNair called out. I bring you another gift as I told you I would. Malrak broke his eyes from the bowl of stew and turned his attention to the Death Eaters. Frowning, he wiped his mouth with one of his massive fists, smearing the drool across his cheek, which did nothing to improve his looks. Malrak's eyes darted from the bowl of stew over to the large draped gift, a look of indecision on his face. His eyes finally rested on the gift. What you bring, Malrak? He grunted, a frown still on his face. McNair motioned for Crabbe and Goyle to move forward and lay the gift before the Gurg. With a nod, he had them whip off the cover revealing a massive club of polished and stained English oak, banded and studded with spikes of iron. Behold, a weapon fit only for the great Gurg so that others may quail before you, McNair espoused. The Gurg looked at him with a puzzled expression. What quail? He asked dumbly. Quail be too small. Take many to make mouthful. Waste of time. Better to eat cow. Much more satisfying. McNair sighed in frustration, wishing Voldemort had sent anyone but him on this mission. No, no, he said with a shake of his head. I mean that they may bow before the mighty Gurg so as to escape his wrath. Why you not say so? Malrak asked, looking slightly perplexed. Rising, he made his way over to the club and picked it up. Testing its balance by swinging it around several times, he turned his attention to a large log that lay near the fire. With a mighty swing he brought it crashing down, reducing the log to splinters. A huge smile broke out on his face. "This be good club," he announced happily. McNair smiled widely. Now was the time to finish the negotiations and have the giants join the Dark Lord and return to England. "The great Lord Voldemort would like you to come back to England to help him in his fight, and you can extract your revenge against those who drove you out." He was pleased to see the look of interest in the Gurg's eyes. Revenge was something that even the giants seemed to understand. The Gurg thought hard about what the wizard had said. Though it hurt his head to do so. He remembered the numbers they had lost before they had been forced to leave their previous home, his own first mate being one of them. Yes, he thought, getting revenge will be sweet. He looked at McNair and nodded his head, but before he could speak, one of the other giants pointed to the sky. "Look, the golden ones," he shouted. Everyone's eyes turned to where the giant was pointing. Harry and Ginny left the chalet and headed to the practice clearing. Once there they transformed into their griffin forms and took to the air. It was a very pleasant day with the sun shining bright, with only a few scattered clouds and a breeze that, though cool, was beginning to warm up. Harry was surprised when Hedwig flew up and joined them, so they kept an easy pace so she could fly with them. In a relatively short time they approached the valley where the giants were encamped. Hedwig gave a short hoot, as if saying, "I'll leave you two to get on with it," before she winged away, back towards the chalet. Harry and Ginny spiraled higher and higher into the sky to remain unnoticed by those far below, knowing their enhanced eagle sight would allow them to see what was taking place. They circled above the valley, watching the denizens below. Off to one side they noticed a small contingent of people approaching the giants. "Tilda damn. Tilda," Harry muttered. "Tilda Harry. Tilda," Ginny asked softly in surprise. "Tilda Ginny. Tilda," Harry said in shock. Ginny made a purring sound deep in her chest. "Tilda, I guess we can communicate in our griffin forms, Tilda." "Tilda looks like Tilda," Harry replied. He then looked back far below. The small group of people had reached the center of the camp. "Tilda, what's wrong, Harry?" Tilda, Ginny asked, wondering about what was happening below. "Tilda, Death Eaters," Tilda, Harry replied darkly. "Tilda, you sure?" Tilda, Ginny asked. "Tilda, yeah, I recognize McNair as one of them," Tilda, Harry said in disgust. "Tilda, what will we do?" Tilda, Ginny asked worriedly. Harry stared down intently. "Tilda, I wish I knew what they were saying, Tilda," he muttered. "Tilda, we need to get closer, Tilda," he said with regret. If griffins could smile, Ginny would have done so, happy that Harry had said we, not trying to exclude her or keep her safe. Slowly they spiraled down. "Tilda, try to keep the sun at our backs, Tilda," Harry called out. "Tilda, it will make it harder for them to see us." "Tilda." Harry banked to dive lower with Ginny following close behind. They used what clouds there were in an attempt to remain hidden, but there weren't many. They had just leveled out when they heard McNair speak. "The great Lord Voldemort would like you to come back to England to help him in his fight, and you can extract your revenge against those who drove you out." "Tilda shite." Tilda, Harry exclaimed, obviously too loud. "Look, the golden ones," one of the giants called out, pointing in their direction. All eyes looked where he was pointing. The Death Eaters with ones of shock, but the giants looked on in awe, none more so than the Gurg, who smiled widely. "Bow," he shouted. "Bow before the golden ones." All the giants hastened to comply, while the Death Eaters looked at McNair for directions. McNair was in a quandary, knowing that they were not supposed to bow to anyone but the Dark Lord. The Gurg took one step towards the Death Eaters, brandishing his new club menacingly. "Bow," he snarled. When the Death Eaters hesitated, he smashed the club down right near where they were assembled, rattling the ground so hard the Death Eaters fell to the ground. Satisfied, the Gurg bowed too. Harry and Ginny looked on in surprise. "Tilda, Harry." Tilda, Ginny asked questioningly. Harry quickly assessed the situation. "Tilda, Ginny, follow my lead. For some reason it looks like the giants revere golden griffins." "Tilda." They swooped down, landing on a small outcropping of stone above the giants' camp. Below them, they heard various giants muttering, "The golden ones," or, "The golden ones have returned," in various similar versions. All while bowing down in Harry's and Ginny's direction. Harry looked at Ginny. "Tilda, do you have any idea or heard of any legend as to why the giants would worship griffins?" Tilda, he asked in bewilderment. Tilda, none whatsoever, Tilda, Ginny replied, just as bewildered as Harry. Harry noticed the Gurg sit up on his haunches. We be double blessed, High Golden One brings his mate with him, he intoned in awe. All the giants began bowing at the two griffins, prostrating themselves low till their noses touched the ground and then raising up, arms outstretched over their heads, repeating the action over and over while chanting, the Golden Ones, the Golden Ones. Tilda, this is really weird, Tilda, Ginny whispered to Harry. Harry just stood there bewildered, wondering what was going on. The Gurg paused in his bowing, locking his eyes on Harry, looking at him expectantly. Harry watched the Gurg for a moment, then for some reason he couldn't explain, he regally nodded his head once at the giant's leader. Then in a move that Harry neither expected or could have predicted, the Gurg jumped to his feet. No small feat for a giant who weren't exactly nimble. The Gurg then proceeded to dance what Harry and Ginny could only describe as a jig. This caused the ground to shake and rattle, knocking the Death Eaters who were just starting to stand, back off their feet. He finally spun to a stop in front of the rest of the giants who were watching him with great interest. He roared out, thrusting his hands skyward, shaking his massive club. I great Gurg, he shouted. Golden One, look at me, nod head. The other giants muttered and looked on. I leader when Golden Ones return. High Golden One give his blessing on us and valley. We live here in peace, raise families, eat good, he proclaimed. The rest of the giants grunted in approval, looking at each other and smiling. McNair got to his feet, looking quite displeased. What about coming back to fight against those who wronged you? He asked darkly. I thought we had an agreement. The Dark Lord will reward you greatly. The Gurg glanced between McNair and Harry, a frown on his face. Finally he looked at McNair and the Death Eaters, who had gathered behind him. Golden One, decide, he grunted. McNair looked at the Gurg uneasily, not liking how things were going. The Gurg looked up at Harry. Golden One, should we follow this wizard, saying the word with disgust, and fight for his lord in a land far away? Harry reared back, screeching loudly, shaking his head vehemently. The Gurg turned back to McNair. Golden One has spoken. We stay here, he said emphatically and turned and started to walk away. Harry watched the scene play out before him. While McNair was a large man, he didn't even come up to the giant's waist. He grabbed the Gurg's arm, trying to stop him. Wait 1 min, was all he got out before all hell broke loose. The Gurg swatted McNair away like a bothersome insect. At the same time several of the Death Eaters drew their wands. A couple fired spells at the Gurg and several nearby giants. One turned, Crab Harry thought, and fired a spell at him and Ginny. Harry wasn't sure which because the spell flew between the two of them, missing each by inches. Incensed, Harry launched himself at the offending Death Eater, claws and talons extended. He crashed into the man, crushing him to the ground, claws and talons doing their deadly work. Meanwhile, 6 or 7 of the closest giants attacked the remaining Death Eater, wielding their clubs with deadly efficiency. Harry glanced at McNair who had been flung far from the others. He had obviously been seriously injured, one arm and both legs bent at impossible angles. Just as one of the giants turned towards him, he grabbed something around his neck and portkeyed away. As quickly as it had started it was over, all the other Death Eater lay dead, pulverized by the angry giants. Harry noticed Ginny standing close behind him, looking quite frustrated as there was no one for her to attack. The Gurg came up to Harry and bowed his head. Gurg, sorry for trouble. Bad men will no longer bother Golden Ones. Harry gave the Gurg a nod and since things had wound down, he thought it best if they left. With a look at Ginny who nodded at him, he unfurled his massive wings and sprang into the air with Ginny following close behind him. He gave one mighty screech and he and Guineas flew off in the direction of the chalet. Far below one of the female giants came over to the Gurg. What we do with them? She asked, pointing at the bashed and broken dead Death Eaters. The Gurg took one look at the retreating griffins and with a shrug said, throw them in pot. No use wasting good meat. McNair crashed to the ground in the courtyard at Malfoy Manor and he screamed out in pain as he landed on his shattered legs. Several nearby Death Eaters looked on in concern, hesitant to approach him because of what Voldemort's reaction might be. Wormtail scurried away, rushing in to inform Voldemort of McNair's return. Voldemort glared at Wormtail. Well, why isn't he here before me? He hissed with his displeasure. He prepares to be injured, my lord, Wormtail stammered. Voldemort shook his head, his anger boiling just below the surface. Why am I surrounded by incompetence? He growled lowly, rising so quickly that Wormtail fell over backwards as he backpedaled in an effort not to get run over by the Dark Lord. Voldemort pulled his wand as he strode past the fallen man and casually flicked his wand over his shoulder, muttering, Crucio. He gave a satisfied smile as he heard his servant screamed out in pain. Striding purposefully he made his way to the courtyard where the portkey had brought McNair. He frowned when he saw the several Death Eaters that had remained standing about looking hesitant about approaching the downed man. Seething, he glanced about. Why has no one attended to him? He yelled. He has important information for me. Were you hoping that he would die before reporting it to me? He asked rhetorically. He was satisfied when he saw them blanch at his words. Pointing to two of the closest Death Eaters he said, take him to be healed. Then looking at them malevolently he added, then I want all of you to come see me and we'll discuss your actions. Smiling evilly he was happy to see the fear on their faces. It was much later after he had punished those from the courtyard when McNair came limping into the throne room. He immediately prostrated himself before the Dark Lord. What have you to report? He hissed. Though from your state when you arrived I suspect I will be displeased with what you have to say. McNair remained kneeling but raised his head to look at Voldemort. Things were going well. The Gurg was pleased with the gifts you had sent him and he was just agreeing to return with us when 2 golden griffins arrived. McNair explained. Golden griffins? Voldemort asked lowly with a frown. Yes, my lord, McNair said, appearing a bit hopeful. Continue, Voldemort said with a wave of his hand, looking displeased. The giants all began to bow and fawn over the griffins, his servant explained. The Gurg said how they were blessed by the appearance of the griffins and when I reminded him of our agreement he asked the larger griffin if they should accompany us back here. The griffin shook his head. Voldemort pondered what he heard for a moment. What happened next? He pressed. McNair gulped, knowing what he was about to say wouldn't be well received by his master. Crabbe and a couple of the others drew their wands and began to fire spells off. He cringed when he saw Voldemort's look darken. Where are the rest of you team? Voldemort growled. Dead, McNair replied softly, dreading Voldemort's reaction. Voldemort pulled his wand and shook his head in disgust as McNair flinched. He expected better from his servants, they should accept whatever he did without reacting. He levitated McNair and summoned him close. Starting into his eyes he pillaged the man's mind, drawing forth everything he had done and seen in his interactions with the giants. Tossing the man aside, he contemplated what had taken place. While the appearance of the griffins was interesting, it really was of no importance. If he couldn't have the giants join him, he'd just have to redouble his efforts to recruit other dark creatures to his cause. McNair managed to roll over and kneel before Voldemort, keeping his head down, not looking at the Dark Lord. He braced himself as he heard the Dark Lord move. Crucio. Voldemort spat out. Long did McNair's screams fill Malfoy Manor. Harry and Ginny returned to the chalet and transformed back into their human selves. Harry immediately swept Ginny into his arms, hugging her tightly to his body. Well, that didn't go as I had thought, he said into her ear. Ginny couldn't help herself and gave a low laugh. No, I guess not, she replied. Ginny spent several moments just enjoying being held by Harry. She always felt so safe and secure in his arms. Do you think we'll be okay? She asked with concern. Harry knew she meant that there had been Death Eaters so close to where they were. Giving a small slow nod of his head, Harry replied, yes, I think so. There is nothing that connects us to what happened. We'll just have to be extra careful for now. Ginny smiled in relief. She really didn't want to have to leave in a hurry and not get to say goodbye to Alina. Besides, Harry said with a shrug, we should be moving soon anyway. Ginny sighed sadly. As much as she knew Harry was right, she'd miss seeing Alina and spending time alone with Harry were far away from everything else. Harry tenderly cupped Ginny's cheek and keyed her softly. It's okay, love. I know you've grown fond of Alina and so have I, but we can't stay in one place too long. We'll get her address and phone number and keep in contact. Ginny smiled. I'd like that, she said softly. We still have a little time here, so don't worry. I think 1 more week or so. We can talk to Alina when she shows up here next. It should be in a few days, Harry said. Ginny nodded and took Harry's hand. Let's go get cleaned up before having dinner. Dealing with Death Eaters always makes me feel dirty. Harry just smiled. Any reason to bathe with Ginny was good enough for him. To be continue, I hope you enjoyed this story. Also remember to subscribe and like this video. See you in the next video.